Good morning and welcome to our 53rd weekly webcast. If this is the first time you're joining us, welcome. If you've been with us before, welcome back. And so the way it works is this is an AMA, meaning ask me anything. You can ask me business questions, personal questions, career questions, and the call never ever ends until I've answered all questions. I answer the questions in the order in which I receive them. If I missed your question, I'm so sorry, ask it again. And if I don't answer your question correctly, put me on the spot, please, because I want to humbly help as much as I can. So without further ado, let's begin, and thank you as always. Okay, so our first question here is from Kurt. Kurt is saying, good morning, Chris. I ordered the M50, meaning the Canon M50 vlogging camera, which is the best vlogging camera on the market, in my opinion. And I don't get compensated by anybody for saying anything about products. So Kurt's saying, I ordered the Canon M50 and the 11 to 22 millimeter lens. I should have it tomorrow. Should my first YouTube video be about unboxing? Thanks for the advice. Yeah. And actually, I saw Kurt's question right before we went live. And so what I did was I actually went and got my Canon M50. And so for those of you that are interested in getting, pardon me, for those of you that are interested in getting a camera to use for vlogging, photos, family reasons, etc., this is the one to get. And so this camera here is called a mirrorless camera. And the reason why it's called a mirrorless camera is because when you take the lens off, there's no mirror. Okay, the other cameras that are much bigger that take the same type of quality pictures are called DSLR cameras, and they have a mirror underneath the lens. This is a great camera because you can flip this around and watch yourself taking videos if you vlog. Now, a lot of cameras, unfortunately, have the viewfinder here that flips up this way, which doesn't make sense because you can't put your microphone on it right here. So this is the one I recommend using. Start off in auto mode. If you have questions about manual mode, let me know, and I'd be more than happy to humbly help you if I can. This is a great camera. And the lens that Kurt mentioned is the 11 to 22, which means this lens here, which is great because you can do kind of a wide angle and get your whole face in up close. So anyway, I love this camera. And in terms of audio, Kurt, what I recommend doing is getting a shotgun microphone to put on the top. You can get a great shotgun microphone by an amazing Australian company called Rode, R-O-D-E, and you just slide it on the top and you plug it into the side. It's that simple. You can also get this, and this is my favorite microphone out there. This is called the H1N Zoom. And all you do is you get it, you hook up a lavalier to the side, you turn the gain dial to 5, and then you hit record and you put it on hold so the buttons don't get messed up in your pocket. I'll stop talking about this now, but if you have more questions, please let me know. And so we released Sasha Stevenson, who is one of my Udemy students that I met on week number 10 of this call. We released together a course called the Complete YouTube Course. And it came out yesterday, and I sent out a coupon this morning to all my Udemy students. Don't buy it yet. Hold on, because I released 20 coupons with this exact code. This will only work 20 times. The code is all in caps, YouTube 123. So again, the complete YouTube course, you can get it. I've got 20 free coupons. That's it. And that code, all in caps, is YouTube 123. And Sasha is a YouTube star, especially in Indonesia. She has over 100 million views on her channels, and she's really, really inspired me. And I can't believe I met her on this call. I met her virtually. I've never met her in person. And so she's helped me a lot to take my YouTube game to the next level, so to speak. Anyway, check it out. It's called the Complete YouTube Course. And if you ever have questions about your YouTube strategy or your thumbnail images or the titles of your videos or just the video quality of the vlogs, let Sasha and I know, please, and I will help you out live on this call, which should be a lot of fun. So thank you. All right, I got to get some water here. All right, next question is Kurt is saying, how did you prepare yourself for the internet trolls or haters when you started going public, or was that not an issue for you? No, haters are going to hate. The first time it happens, you get a little bit sensitive because you're trying to help people, putting out videos, whatever, and people will criticize you. It just happens, and I want you to tell yourself this: Unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. And I love that quote so much, I have to say it again. Unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. So bring it on, haters. That's what I think to myself. I don't say that, but I think that. And you'll find that the more successful you become, the more people are going to criticize you. And I want you to welcome that, because people are very insecure sometimes when they criticize you unfairly. And I want you to think in your head, thank you for that compliment. So no, but it's tough. And if somebody swears in a YouTube comment, it's flagged, or you can take it down yourself. I've taken down comments because of that. I actually had one of my San Francisco State students wrote a really, really negative review on one of my books. And he left his name as well. And I approached him on it, and I said, dude, what, I don't understand. Like, let me know. Like, what's the issue? And he eventually took down the review. I'm fully transparent. I always say what's on my mind. But if it's somebody you know, you can ask them. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But haters are going to hate, and unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. All right. Next up, but you will be giving up freedom as well when you do YouTube stuff. For example, Sasha Stevenson, who I made that complete YouTube course with, she said this publicly, so I can say it publicly. She was in Indonesia, and she's a big star there. She's got over 100 million views in her channels, and she was at a gas station, and she went into the men's washroom because the women's washroom was being used, and somebody tweeted it, and everybody knew in Indonesia that follows her. It's kind of a funny story. She's great. You just got to be ready for that. Yeah. All right. Next up is Lamarck. How are you doing, Lamarck? It's been a while. Lamarck's saying, hi, Chris. Hope all's well. Can you explain more about arbitrage? What is the business structure of a Graham Newman hedge fund? Is it the same with Berkshire Hathaway? Yeah. So I'm not familiar with Graham Newman, but I'll talk about arbitrage. So arbitrage basically means buying something and then selling it for more. And so what happens sometimes is companies that have stocks that are listed on two markets. And I'll give you an example here, SAP. So SAP, the ticker on the New York Stock Exchange is SAP. And the ticker is a great big German software company. And the ticker on the DAX, the German exchange, is also SAP. And so they both trade in unison. But what happens is the German market closes hours and hours before the New York Stock Exchange every day. And so what happens is if SAP's stock moves in New York a bit too much this way, it creates an arbitrage opportunity to price for perfection, so to speak, the German version of that stock when it opens the next day. And that's called arbitrage. In arbitrage, the more people that transact in a market on a certain stock, the smaller the spread is going to be between what the stock is worth and what people are paying for it. And people do a lot of arbitrage when it comes to stocks, and especially when it comes to event-driven hedge funds. So event-driven hedge funds, what they do is whenever there's a big event with a stock, meaning one stock or one company buys another, it creates an event, and there is a spread between what the company wants to pay for another company and what the stock's at. So I'll give you an example here. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that Canon wanted to buy an Australian company called Rode, which makes microphones. And this stock for Rode, for example, is at $10 per share. And Canon wants to pay $13 per share for this company. And that's a typical M&A markup, 30%. And this stock doesn't go up. This is actually the way it works. It doesn't go up to $13 right away, meaning it doesn't go up 30% right away. It actually goes up to just under $13. And the reason it does is because some investors think that the deal will not go through, or antitrust may or may not decide to bless the deal. And that's why a lot of event-driven hedge fund analysts and portfolio managers are lawyers. They understand litigation, obviously, when it comes to M&A and government approval. And so what happens is, hypothetically speaking, the Rode company will be at, say, $12.90 for a while. And so there's an arbitrage spread between $12.90 and $13, meaning the price of Rode to buy the stock. And so what some event-driven funds will do is they'll short a lot of this and they'll buy a lot of this, hoping that eventually that spread will close, meaning the arbitrage spread from $12.90 to $13. And when the deal gets approved and when the deal finally goes through, then this goes up to $13 and that arbitrage is no longer available. And there are some cases where the price of the company being acquired goes up more than what this company is offering. So for example, let's say that Canon wanted to buy the Rode Corporation for $13 a share. And other companies might come in and outbid, or some investors might speculate that Nikon, for example, I'm making this up, or Sony might pay $14 or $15 for the Rode company, which creates kind of a bidding war. But the way that arbitrage usually works when it comes to event-driven hedge funds is there's usually a bit of a spread. The company that's being acquired is slightly below where the company that wants to acquire this company wants to pay for it, and the arbitrage spread will compress eventually. And it all comes down to the time value of money as well. You know, if a deal is not going to be done or not go through for 6 months, meaning the deal will not close for 6 months, then the time value of money plays into what the price is of this company being acquired. And if you have more questions about that, I'd be happy to go into more detail. One last quick thing on arbitrage is what I used to do is I used to list baseball cards for sale on eBay, and I did not own those baseball cards. I would go to card stores and I would see those on sale and I'd list it on eBay at that price. And if it sold, I would go and buy that card and then sell it on eBay. And of course, I'd buy it for a lower price, and what I sold it for was a higher price. That's arbitrage as well. Now, you also mentioned here Berkshire Hathaway. So Berkshire Hathaway is Warren Buffett's investment firm. And so he does have the flexibility to go short, but I don't think he does very much with arbitrage. I think he's more of a plain vanilla, long-term, very successful investor. And when Warren Buffett invests in a stock, and he said this before, he assumes that the stock market could be closed for 10 years. And so he's a stockholder, a long-term shareholder, not a tourist, not a renter. He's there for the long time. He's an owner. Okay, let me get some water. All right, next up, we've got Kurt, who's saying, FYI, I know you can't see our reactions, but your transparent life stories are super great and really help us to get to know you, and some are hilarious. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And if you get the opportunity to laugh, just laugh at me, not with me. If I put a smile on someone's face today, it makes me happy. Thank you. Okay, next up is EJ. And by the way, I got criticism from a couple of students that took my my complete personal finance course. My humor doesn't always work. And in that course, the complete personal finance course, I teach you 100 ways to save money. And one example I said was if you're getting married, you can get married on a Friday night because it's cheaper, and also don't get divorced. It's expensive. Then I pause and I go, just kidding. Don't get married on a Friday night. I got a little bit of criticism for that, but I was joking. Obviously, you only get married once. Anyway, another one I said was this, another joke that didn't work at all. One of my courses, I was talking about when you go out to dinner or lunch and you're not sure who's going to pay for it. I made this joke. I said, whenever the bill comes, I usually say to myself and to my friends at the table, I have alligator hands. I can't find my wallet. And then one student wrote to me saying, does that mean you have an alligator skin wallet? I don't understand. So but my dad humor doesn't always work. So I've tried to keep it to a minimum. We'll see, actually, in this complete YouTube course, there's a couple of jokes we threw in there, and it might crash and burn. I'm not sure. People will laugh at Sasha's jokes, not mine, though. Okay, EJ is saying, good morning, Chris. Good morning, EJ. How are you? EJ is saying, what is the best thing that happened to you over the month of August? Wow. That's a tough question. It can't be business related. It's got to be personal, because personal life's more important. Let me see. August 10th, I went to my brother Jamie, my hero, my older brother. I went to his 50th birthday party, and all of my family were there. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. So that's the best thing that's happened to me. 50. It's amazing. Wow. I'm 47, but I feel like I'm 7 years old. I do. And with my 3 boys, I got, boys that are 10, 13, and 15. That changes every year. 10, 13, and 15. And I feel like they have a little brother in me. It's kind of fun. That's the great thing about having kids, is you get to be a kid all over again. Like I remember when Matthew, he would say, "Daddy, can you help me out with this level in Super Mario Galaxy?" And I was like, "Okay, fine." You get to be a kid again. It's fun. It's fun. All right. So next up, great question. Thank you, though. Akil's saying, good morning. Good morning to you, Akil, as well. And Kavi is saying, "Hi, Chris." And Kavi, first time I've seen you on the call. I'm glad you're joining us, and I hope you join us again. So the question is, please, can you explain what is better about a career in sell-side equity research as opposed to buy-side equity research? Okay, so let me explain how the stock market works when it comes to big companies and investment banks. So investment banks, there's many different departments in an investment bank. One department everybody thinks of is the investment bankers that take a company public. There's also the trading floor they have. All big investment banks have trading floors. And, those people that stand up and yell and stuff, you see them on TV. And on that trading floor, what's happening is you have a lot of salespeople and traders that are selling or trading stocks, and they're selling those stocks to what is called the buy side. And the buy side, it consists of mutual funds, hedge funds, pension funds, endowments. Okay, so the buy side is a mutual fund like Fidelity or a big hedge fund, for example. And so the sell side will sell stocks to the buy side. Now, when it comes to doing equity research, meaning doing research to invest in stocks, that's what equities are, it's a little bit different. The sell side will have equity research departments, and their job is to help explain stocks research-wise to the buy side. And these analysts will also explain stocks that just went public for the investment bank. So sometimes there are compliance issues that occur, and there's a Chinese wall, which basically means the investment bankers on the sell side are not allowed to talk to the equity research analysts on the sell side. And so the sell side analysts will call up and sell to the buy side, sell research. And the buy side, if they like what they hear, if it made them money, then they're more likely to trade more with that investment firm through commissions. And so the difference is that the sell side equity research role is very repetitive because they call many clients, many buy side clients. The buy side is not repetitive because the research department here just decides on what stocks to buy. And so the analyst might advise their portfolio manager boss. And that's the only person they have to pitch the stock to. And so the buy side is less repetitive. The sell side is very repetitive. And a lot of times people start off on the sell side and they get kind of fed up with how repetitive it is. And it's tough because you got to travel a lot to meet with clients. It's tough on the family. A lot of times they'll quit and they'll join the buy side. And so, for example, when I was at Goldman Sachs, there was this amazing analyst named Brant Thompson. And he covered Cisco, Nortel when it was still public. Nortel was a Canadian company. And he was a sell-side analyst covering, internet equipment stocks like routers and switches, companies like Cisco and Juniper. And then eventually he left Goldman to join Capital. And Capital is probably the best mutual fund on the planet. And their headquarters are in Los Angeles, but they have a technology office here at One Market Plaza in San Francisco. And so Brant is now on the buy side, covering those same stocks. but it's much less repetitive a job for him now because he's just pitching to one or maybe a couple of portfolio managers instead of pitching stock ideas to every mutual fund and hedge fund in the world, so to speak. And if you have follow-up questions about that, please let me know. And by the way, if you're curious about the different financial analyst roles, I created a cartoon, I think it's 7-minute video, and you just go to my YouTube channel and check it out. Just do a search on financial analyst or financial analyst explained. And actually, you know what I want to do is, let me see. Hold on one second. I'll show you that really, really quickly together, okay? Because I used a product called Powtoons that I recommend everybody use. I never get compensated for mentioning any products, by the way, but I use a product called Powtoons to explain it. So here it is here. So this here is called Finance Jobs Explained. It's on mute. It's 4 minutes, actually. And I go through all the different analyst roles and explain it in a 4-minute cartoon, which I had a lot of fun nerding out with making this. So anyway, check that out if you want to. And if you have additional questions about equity research roles, as always, please let me know, and thank you. All right, let me just fix this. Good. All right, next up is Akil saying, my life just took a huge leap, sir. And I wanted to update you on that, but it happened after I submitted the MBA application. So I wrote a short reply follow-up regarding the update. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And for those of you that are interested in the MBA Degree Program, you can go to my website, Haroun Ventures, and there's an FAQ on it. The last day to apply for early admissions is August 31st. We are way over capacity right now, and I've stopped advertising. I never really advertised it much, the MBA Degree Program outside of this call, but we're way over capacity, and I hope to accept everybody in this call, but please don't be upset if some people don't get in. So if you want, go to my website, harounventures.com, and you can go to the FAQ on the MBA Degree Program. It starts December 2nd. And for those of you that don't get it admitted, it's going to be hard for me. For those of you that don't get admitted, you can apply again next year. And if you don't get admitted, you can ask me why as well. And if you get rejected for a job, which has happened to me more times than anybody in this call, you can always call the company and say, why was I rejected? That sort of thing. And they'll give you feedback. Yeah. Thank you. But we're excited about the MBA Degree Program, and that's one of the reasons why I've tried to upgrade the studio here, and it's been a fun year. All right. And then Kurt is saying, how has the tech industry investment environment changed from the 2000 internet boom and since the 2008 market crash? Yeah, so a couple of things. So back in dot-com bubble 1.0, a lot of companies in up until March of 2000 were ridiculously overvalued. And Alan Greenspan, the Federal Reserve chairperson at the time, said there was a lot of irrational exuberance. It was a bubble. And really, really bad companies with poor business models saw their stocks at nosebleed levels. It was ridiculous. There was this one company which is emblematic or symbolic of that entire era, which was Pets.com. And it was this company, and they had this little dog as a mascot, which I bought for a prop for one of my courses. But it was a company that sold pet food and pet supplies online. And obviously you can't compete with Amazon if you do that. And so that was a wonderful or fabulous, whatever you want to call it, explosion. That stock crashed and went to zero. A lot of companies did. And then what happened was when it came to .com bubble 2, which is kind of the one we're in now, people learn their lessons. They learn their lessons. And it seems like you don't have as many ridiculous companies with ridiculous business models that are public today. A lot of them are profitable now or will be profitable within a few years. And what happened also was there was a lot of misleading statements that were made by big investment banks about stocks. And this is all publicly disclosed. But there was an analyst named, I think it was Henry Blodgett, who's now a successful journalist. He's really reinvented himself, done a great job. But Henry Blodgett, he basically sent around emails, and he worked at Merrill Lynch as a sell-side analyst. He sent around emails saying, can you believe this awful company is going public? And then he pitched that idea to the buy side, and the buy side bought the stocks. And so what happened was, as a result of that, Eliot Spitzer, who I think was a senator at the time in New York, he created, along with other legislators, new legislation to protect people that want to invest, meaning you and I, the retail investors. And it was actually a good thing what Eliot Spitzer did, because he created what's called Regulation FD, which means Regulation Fair Disclosure, in the year 2002. And what that means is that you and I have the exact same access to information at the exact same time as all the big mutual funds and hedge funds. No longer do they have more access than we do, which means that if there's an analyst event or an earnings call, you and I can log on for free online on the internet and listen live along with these big sophisticated investors. And so Regulation FD was created. And then what happened was in 2008, which is the second part of your question, you asked what's changed in the investment environment since then. There wasn't as much unethical activity in 08 and 09 when it came to stocks. And so the government didn't go after Wall Street as much when it came to individual stocks. The government did go after a lot of mortgage-backed securities companies and real estate companies for obvious reasons. But I think that the difference between the 99 or 2000 bubble, I should say, and now is that the business models are much more sound. They're much better. Yeah. But last thing I'll say on this is I worked for this brilliant man at, I think it was the biggest tech hedge fund in the world when I worked for him. And the fund was called Pequot. And Art Sandberg was the brilliant founder. Great guy. And I remember it was actually in 2006 when I worked for him. I remember we asked him, there's all these real estate companies and the home builders like KBH, ticker KBH, and Lennar, ticker LEN. All these stocks are overvalued. It's a bubble. Should we short them? And he stopped us midway through our pitch, short pitch, meaning Ben, the stock's going to go down. And really nice guy. He said, son, I've learned the hard way over the years never to stand in the way of insanity. Markets peak, markets trough, bubbles exist. And you can't time the market. The market can stay irrational longer than you and I can stay solvent. And he was right. 2006 was the wrong time to short. Obviously, 2008 was the right time, but timing it was very, very difficult. And so if you see a bubble occurring, don't try to time it, meaning don't try to short stocks before the market has crashed, that sort of thing. And human nature repeats itself over and over and over again when it comes to bubbles. You look at, there was in Europe hundreds of years ago, a tulip bubble. People bought tulip seeds, or whatever you call them, bulbs, for a lot of money because there was high demand for it. And eventually the prices got so high that it crashed. And that was one of the first bubbles that ever existed. There's a cryptocurrency bubble that's in the process of crashing right now, which is a good thing because there's a lot of very unethical people in the cryptocurrency sector. And I think what happens is after bubbles burst, governments regulate sectors. And so after the bubble burst in March 2000, the government regulated Wall Street through Reg FD, or Regulation Fair Disclosure. In 2008, 2009, after the horrific financial crisis, when the world was within 24 hours of bank machines not working, governments all over the world started to regulate the real estate sector and mortgage-backed securities a little bit more. And by the same token, when it comes to the cryptocurrency sector, I think governments are going to start regulating the sector. And I really hope they do, because there is so much unethical activity going on. And I think a lot of people that are, play this pump and dump game online will end up getting arrested, and some will serve time in prison. All right. Anisha saying, good morning. Good morning to you too. Phil, Germany. Phil, I'm so sorry. I say this every time I see you because I think this. I just want to thank you and everybody in Germany for Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer, for those of you who don't know, is a brilliant musician. He's created the soundtrack for the movie Interstellar, which when I listen to, I just get into a different zone mentally, and I can really focus and think gooder. And I always do that. Actually, I set the soundtrack for my life. I'm looking up there at my my Apple pod speaker thing, whatever it's called. When I'm not in the mood to create courses, or I'm just a little bit down, I'll set the soundtrack for my life by telling SIRI to play certain albums. And if you can listen to anything that Hans Zimmer has made, it will get you into that zone. Other music I love, by the way, a little side note here. I love the soundtrack for the motion picture The Truman Show with Jim Carrey. It's brilliant, especially the piano score and anything Hans Zimmer makes, and Enya as well. I listen to Enya when I work. A little off topic there, sorry. All right, next up is Phil is saying, now I just have to market my book, get the word out, and network. Oh, you're done your book. Awesome. All right. And you said here, I hope you don't mind, I mentioned you in the acknowledgments for your helpful advice. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that. God bless you. Let me help you market your book. Send me a link to it, or tell me the name. Actually, don't send me a link. Tell me the name of the book here, because I want to buy it on Amazon right away. I want to read it, and I want to bring it here. It's a great feeling when you publish a book, and anybody can do it. I published a bunch. I'm not going to show you these, so I don't want to promote them, but all you need to do is know how to use Microsoft Word and a browser. And I've got a template for you for this book and all my books in 6x9 format. That's 6 inches by 9 inches. And all you have to do is download this template. It's free to download. I don't ask you for your email or anything, whatever. And I have 1 page of instructions in that template on how to publish a book for free on Amazon for print, as well as Kindle and Audible. And the coolest thing is in the acknowledgements or dedication section, and I wrote this. I don't know if you could see that. Maybe you could pause the screen if you want to. But I wrote, to my mom and dad who gave me the faith and confidence to know in my heart that you can accomplish anything in life. My parents are great. They're great. They've stuck with me, with everything over the years. So mom and dad, if you're watching, this little message here is for you. When I got fired, you stood by my side. When I was sick in the hospital, you stood by my side. You've always been there for me through all my many failures. And mom and dad, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, you're bad luck. Sorry. I had to say that. I love you, mom, dad, if you're watching. But if anybody has questions on how to that's called dad humor. Sorry. If anybody has questions on how to write a book, just go to my website and download the template. And the link is harounventures.com/write-book. All lowercase, all one word, write book. And you can download the templates. The problem with doing these live calls is if I say something really dumb, like I just did, it's there forever, man. I'm one dumb comment away from destroying my life. And Warren Buffett used to say that it takes 30 years to build up a reputation and 30 seconds to ruin it. But for me, it's like a nanosecond. So anyway. But good job, dude. Good. And thank you for mentioning me in the acknowledgement section. That touches my heart. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I want all of you to write a book. I want you to all go to my website, download that template, harounventures.com, all lowercase, write book. Okay, I want you to all write a book, and I want you all to publish it. And I want you to bring it with you. It's easy. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it if you can use a browser and Microsoft Word, which you all can. And imagine bringing that book that you publish to your interviews. Who does that? Who brings a book they publish to interviews? How badly do you want that job? Who brings a book they published to potential clients when they grab coffee with a client for the first time? Who does that? How badly do you want that sale? And actually, there's an amazing woman that worked on my team when I was at Goldman Sachs named Lei Chen. And she's wonderful. And she wrote a book too. And then she applied to Harvard Business School. And I told her, you got to submit your book with it. And she submitted the book with it, and she got into HBS, Harvard Business School. But 2/3 of HBS is BS. Don't forget that. That's one of those comments I can't take back. I just mentioned there. All right. Next up is, good job, Phil. I'm happy for you, brother. And thank you again for the acknowledgement mention. Thank you. Akil is saying, why should I invest in gold? Oh, and by the way, my complete YouTube course is out. And if you're just joining for the call now, there's a coupon that works 20 times for free. And the coupon is all caps, YouTube 123. And it's available exclusively on Udemy. All right, so Akil is saying, why should I invest in gold? In India, we have a service which lets you buy gold and they store it in lockers as low as 1.4 pennies. Yeah. I'm with you. When I buy gold, I actually don't buy physical gold. I buy the ETF GLD. And ETF stands for an exchange traded fund. And what I'll do is I'll show you how to invest in an ETF. So you can go to, and buying commodities is a hassle. I would never buy a barrel of oil, obviously, but if I wanted to buy oil or if I want to buy gold, I just buy this GLD, right? And this is the Spider Gold Shares ETF. It's like buying a stock, but it's for gold, and it's very, very liquid. It trades a lot. You always got to check the volume because you don't want to be a stockholder in an investment. And anyway, it's when I buy gold, this is exactly what I buy. GLD, and you got to look also at the expense ratio for all funds you buy. And it's 0.4%, which is higher than what Akil is mentioning. So Akil mentioned that he actually he invests in gold at 1.4 pennies. That's pretty darn cheap. Yeah, I don't mind paying the ETF fee. Because I know that the ETF companies involved are very reputable. Usually it's Vanguard is the ETF company I invest in. There's others too. There's others like Schwab. Talk to Chuck. Charles Schwab, very reputable. But what some people do, and this is illegal, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. What some people do in San Francisco is they go to Chinatown and they buy gold bars for cash. That's not illegal. The next part is. Then they put those gold bars under their mattress at home or in a safety deposit box. And when gold goes up a lot, they then take them and they sell them for cash again without declaring taxes, right? And that's illegal. It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it kind of bothers me. Sometimes I'll go to a store and I'll buy just a candy bar or soda, whatever, or as pop, as we call it in Canada. And what will happen is I see the cash register is open and they'll take my cash, they'll put it in and they won't close the cash register and they won't print a receipt. And so they are pocketing the cash. And so when I see people do that, I that's one of the few times I ask for a receipt. So anyway, a little off topic there, but when it comes to gold, I don't believe in buying physical gold bars. I like buying the GLD. It's just me. If you're going to buy a ton of gold, then maybe you could think about buying physical gold so you can save on the 0.4% annual expense ratio that you have with the ETF GLD. But 0.4% is not that much. And I don't know. I don't want to pay a safety deposit box fee. And anyway, it's easier. Maybe I'm a lazy gold investor. All right. But Akil, make sure that service, that locker service is very reputable. Okay. And whenever you invest in anything, you should be able to get an investment memorandum. And if you're going to put a lot of money, a lot of gold into that service, I would even hire a lawyer on the side if you can, just to look at the paperwork to see if that firm is legitimate or not. Yeah. All right. Next up is Kurt, who's saying, can you explain forward versus trailing PE and when to use each? Yeah. So I never use trailing PE because, what's happened in the past has already happened. Whenever I invest in companies, I want to look at the future. In 5 years, is this company going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? I don't really care about earnings in the past usually. And so a trailing PE is the price to earnings ratio in hindsight, meaning earnings that have already occurred, maybe last year. Now, when it comes to forward PEs, it's the opposite. It's looking at the price earnings ratio of a company based on earnings you think they're going to earn next year or in the future. And in my course, the Complete Financial Analyst Training Course, I teach you how to create financial models from scratch so you can forecast the future. You can forecast what earnings might be. And you've got to be comfortable with uncertainty when it comes to modeling companies. You're going to be wrong. You're never going to be perfectly right, never. But you want to be, within 10 or 15% right when it comes to picking target prices in the long run. If you could do that, then you'll be extraordinarily successful in finance. All right, next up is Adisha saying, what invention in technology and consumer products would you like to see and be a part of? Yeah. I mean, I think anything that's good for the environment is something that's near and dear to my heart. It's breaking my heart to see what's happening in the Amazon now. So anything that can help to preserve the ecological environment of the world, not whatever, but you know what I mean. Like I got solar on my roof. I'll happily invest in these companies, but they've got to be profitable as well. The problem is that a lot of times these solar companies or green tech companies only exist because of government incentives. And once the government incentives are gone, then a lot of these companies collapse, which is what happened in Spain, actually, with a lot of solar companies. After the 08-09 crisis, Spain, which had wonderful subsidies on solar, they pulled them. And a lot of countries did. And that's one of the reasons why what happened was a lot of those solar companies went to zero. And a lot of venture capital firms won't invest in green tech or clean tech companies anymore because they all got burned in 08 and 09. A lot of them did. I lost money on a clean tech investment as well. So for me, if I were to invest in clean tech ideas or green tech ideas, I'd have to be really, really comfortable with the management team and the business model longer term, especially when it comes to having no government subsidies in the long run. But if I looked at two companies right now, and one was clean tech and the other was not, and if both had equally capable management teams and also great business models, I would pick the clean tech one any day over this one. As one of my goals is to, humbly leave this earth, leaving it somehow in a better position than it was when I was born 30 years ago, 47 years ago. All right. Aside from that, aside from clean tech, I love companies that have that really don't have inventory. I love companies where you can scale materially. Write once, read many, for all you former database programmers. And so companies like Udemy, for example, are great. I'm not an investor in Udemy. I just teach on that platform. But that type of company is great because it's a very scalable business. There's never inventory issues. You basically create a course and you could sell it to students in every country in the world. Every country in the world. It's amazing. Very scalable. Very scalable. So I love cloud computing companies, especially the ones that can scale very quickly overnight. Yeah. All right. Next up is George. George is saying, you acknowledged my 85 Udemy classes last week. Thank you, but ignored my question. Sorry. I do miss questions sometimes. Sorry. If I miss it, just type it again. Okay. You say, who without wasting... Okay. You ignore my question, and your question is, who without wasting time do I contact at Udemy? I have thousands of contacts. Okay, I don't know what type of contact you want there, but if you have a technical support issue, you can email support@udemy.com. If it's another issue, let me know and maybe I can help you out as well. But if there's a technical issue ever with watching one of the 85 Udemy courses, which is amazing, you can always reach out to Udemy. Always reach out to Udemy directly at support@udemy.com, or you can ask the teachers that teach the 85 courses as well. Just ask them within the course. That might help out. Or you can send them private messages, one-to-one messages within Udemy as well. The teachers, that is. Yeah. And if you're really interested in teaching, I don't know where you are in the world, George, but if you're really interested in teaching online, on Udemy, every year Udemy has this great event. It's a lot of fun. It's called Udemy Live, and you can go to udemylive.com for more details. And this year it's going to be in Berlin. So I don't know where you are in the world, but I'm going to be going this October. And again, go to udemylive.com for the details. And if anybody on the call is going to be there, then I'd love to meet with you. All right, next up is, and George, I'm sorry for missing your question last week. And if I did not answer your question correctly just now, let me know, please. Rohit, good morning to you too. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you. Rohit is saying, I like the Columbia University mug. If I get in the MBA program, I'll have a Chris Haroun MBA mug. Thank you. Yeah. I grabbed this last minute this morning. What I like about it, it's got a rubber bottom here, but I cracked it on this side. You can't see it, but yeah, thank you. All right. I guess I got to create merch. That might be kind of fun to make merch. Wrigley, what do you think? Wrigley works with me. Maybe we'll make some merch. It'll be fun. Yeah. And so in the MBA degree program, you don't have to pay for anything after you register for it. The only thing you might want to pay for is the degree. That's the only thing. And I'll just charge whatever it costs me to make just degree for the wall if that's something you're interested in. Yeah. All right. But I remember when I got into Columbia for my MBA, I told my mom, and my mom misunderstood what I was saying. She was like, oh, honey, South America doing MBA, it's too far away from home. All right. And Vipul is asking or saying, good morning, Chris. I hope everything is good. Love from India. More love here from the Bay Area. Thank you. And Mukesh is saying, hello, Mukesh. How are you? Vinay is saying, good morning, Chris. Have a nice day. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was looking at the statistics of who my viewers are on YouTube and Udemy. And Udemy, 39% of my students are in the United States. And I think about 6%, which is the second biggest country, is India. Now, when it comes to this call I think is 20 or 25% India last I checked, which is awesome. All right. Vinay is saying, have a nice day. Same to you too, bud. And Raj is saying, hello, Chris. How are you? Kunal is saying, good morning, Chris. Good morning to you too. Much love to all of you. And then Amr is saying, hi, Chris. Please give me suggestions about the personal branding and how I can develop it. Yeah. So I think that I think leveraging social media is important. And thinking of yourself as a thought leader when it comes to whatever it is you're most passionate about. And the way to do that is write often or post videos often. And you can write articles on LinkedIn if you want to. You can also use Twitter as well as Instagram and other platforms. What I use is a product called Hootsuite. That's HOOTSUITE.com. It's a great Canadian company from Vancouver, represent. And it's a free product that you can use to write once, read many for all your social media posts. Okay, so for example, say I wanted to post tomorrow at 3 p.m. A YouTube video, not just on YouTube, but also on many other platforms. I can schedule that for free using Hootsuite. And that's what I do. And Hootsuite's free for the first 30 messages you send each month. If you do more than that, you pay for it. So I would check out Hootsuite. I would try to be thought of as a thought leader as well. Write a lot about what you're passionate about on LinkedIn or do a lot of videos as well. And you could take my complete YouTube course, which I just released yesterday. And that will help you out in terms of crystallizing your YouTube strategy. And if we still have coupons left, and I made 20 of them, you can get that course for free with the coupon code all in caps YouTube 123. If it ran out, I'm so sorry, but that's a code you can use. And I would use YouTube and vlog a lot. Start off vlogging monthly or weekly if you want. I'll teach you how to do it from scratch. I'll teach you everything about YouTube from scratch, including how to create images for YouTube videos, how to create titles that work from an SEO, meaning search engine optimization perspective. I'll also teach you how to edit your YouTube vlogs. And I'll teach you how to use cameras as well, just for vlogging purposes. So check out that course if you get a chance. And if you're not happy with it, just, you can get a 30-day money-back guarantee, which is the case with all my courses. And thank you. All right. Next up is Kunal is saying, can you please explain the difference between yield and return? I think of them as kind of being the same thing, right? When I hear of yield, I hear of it more so in terms of bonds. But I think of them as just being the same thing. How much money you're going to make from an interest perspective on this financial instrument. All right. So Jason is saying, hold on, just jump down. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, let me do a search on Jason. All right, hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna let you see what I see right now, so you can see why I'm confused. So I'm looking here, up here. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find out where I was. Here we go. Good. Okay, that's why I did a search on the word Jason. Sometimes it jumps. Okay. All right. Let me just get rid of this senior moment and go back to live mode. Thank you for your patience. All right. So Jason is saying, good morning, Chris. Love the classes. Thank you. Good morning to you too. I'm a single father who's trying to get another analysis job, but I'm looking to continue to work from home. Do you have any suggestions on where to look? Yeah. So I think if you're going to work from home, a lot of the big companies in the world allow you to do this. My wife, Christine, she works part-time at IBM, and they let her work from home a lot, which is awesome. And so a lot of the big companies will allow you to do that. You might be able to go to glassdoor.com and do research on companies there to see which companies allow you to work from home a lot. And so all the big ones do, because they want to be competitive, especially in the technology sector, because tech companies give away a lot of freebies like free lunches and all that stuff to try to compete for technology talent. So I would check out glassdoor.com. Another thing I would do is I would check out Fortune and Forbes. They both, or I think they both, have an annual list of the best companies to work for. And just go through all the companies they list, the best 100 or 200 companies to work for. And I'm sure that they categorize it from a data perspective where they show you how many days per week you can work from home, or can you work part-time, or can you work flexible hours, that sort of thing. Last thing I'll say is that if you're going to work from home a lot, I think that having a side hustle will be great. And so the best side hustle out there, I think, is teaching online. And anybody can do it, and everybody has something to teach, Jason. Everybody does. Everybody. And on Udemy, for example, there's this woman named Teresa Greenway, and this is a wonderful story. So she was in an abusive marriage. It was awful for her, poor thing. And she was on welfare, and she just couldn't take the abuse anymore. And so good for her, she stood up to that jerk, and Teresa left him. And she was on food stamps. A single mother, and she thought to herself, what do I love doing and what can I do from home? And so she started to teach what she loves to do, which is baking bread. How prophetic. And now Teresa is a huge success on Udemy and online in general. And so find something you're passionate about, Jason, and teach it from home. Anybody can do it. Anybody. Even that guy, Ninja. Hold on 1 second. So there's a guy named Ninja who, for those of you that play Fortnite, I don't play, my kids do. It's taken over our house, man. But this guy named Ninja, he makes millions of dollars playing Fortnite online. And he uses the Stream Deck product here, which I used to use for my webcast to record and transition between screens. And Ninja started off teaching, actually, on how to use Twitch, which is an Amazon company, which allows you to broadcast your video games. He started teaching on Udemy, actually. A lot of people don't know this, on how to use Twitch. Everybody has something to teach. Everybody does. And get online and teach on Udemy. And if you go to my profile page on Udemy, you'll see that I have a couple courses on how to teach online for free. And the courses are called 40 Tips on How to Make a Great Online Course. And the other course is called Another 40 Tips on How to Make a Great Online Course. And they're based on 40 failures that I've had, or 80, I guess, in total, both those courses, teaching online. Anybody can do it. All you need is this thing here. And if you also want to create YouTube videos, You could take my complete YouTube course, which Sasha Stevenson, who's an internet phenomenon in Indonesia, and I just published yesterday. And if you have follow-up questions about that, please let me know. But as a single father or single mother, there's a lot of great places that will allow you to work from home, part-time or even full-time sometimes. But what I advise doing is just, also creating a side hustle, because it's nice to have multiple revenue streams just in case. All right, next up. Hi, Chris. If North and South Korea will be united, their economy will be better, like what happened in Germany after the Berlin Wall fell. Is this right or not? Okay, that's a question there. Okay, cool. I think there will be growing pains. So what happened was when it's interesting. When Germany, when the wall fell in 1989, what happened was you had a lot of Eastern Europe people in East Germany moving west into West Germany and the rest of Europe, and it actually really helped the global economy a lot. Because what happened, and Alan Greenspan, actually, when I worked at a hedge fund called Citadel, he came and he presented to us. And he said the reason we had such incredible economic growth and prosperity in the 90s was not because of technology. It was because the Berlin Wall fell. And when the Berlin Wall fell, you had a lot of very, very intelligent and cheaper labor from East Europe moving west. And that kept inflation in check. And the biggest input usually into inflation, or a lot of times, is the price of labor. The biggest input in a lot of companies is the price of labor. And if the price of labor goes down or stays constant and demand increases, then the economy is going to do great. And you're not going to see a rise in inflation, which means interest rates will stay artificially low. However, what happened was it took a while for Germany to kind of, figure it all out. It did hurt their economy initially. But in the long run, I think they're much better off. And I think the same thing will happen with North and South Korea. I'd love to see it. That'd be a wonderful thing to happen, unification. But if it happened, I think there would be growing pains for a while. But I think it will be deflationary because a lot of cheaper, brilliant labor from North Korea might move south to South Korea or other parts in the area, which will keep the price of labor artificially low. Which means interest rates for Korea could be artificially low for a long period of time. There will be growing pains, but I think in the long run, it's a win-win for the world too. All right, next up is Kurt is saying, awesome, I'll get a shotgun mic and a lavalier. Thanks, my pleasure, my pleasure. And earlier in the call, Kurt asked about this camera he just bought, and I was telling him what microphones to get. And if anybody has camera questions, let me know as well. And Steve Washer and I are releasing a course called Video Production Masterclass, the complete video course, which is the longest course I've ever made. I'm working pretty hard on it. I've got most of it done, so I'm focusing a bit more on the MBA stuff now too. The MBA Degree Program, as many of you know, launches December 2nd. Yeah. Okay. And I say this in all sincerity. If you want to be a part of the MBA Degree Program, please try to apply by August 31st, which is in 2 days. That's early admissions. It's going to be very, very difficult to get accepted after that date. We accept regular applications up until mid-October, I think. You can go to my website and go to the FAQ section, but we're way over capacity at this point. So my jacket just fell off. All right. I guess that's a good thing. A lot of applications. Yeah. All right. Next one is Cyan is saying, morning, Chris. Good morning to you too. We were chatting in LinkedIn. How do you scale an EdTech business in India sitting here in the United States? Would love to share and partner with you on that. Thank you. And please feel free to ask me as many questions as you want to during this call forever. And if I ever don't reply to somebody's LinkedIn message, please don't be offended. I just get inundated with a ridiculous number of messages on all platforms. So I think you can scale any business online, and you don't have to be in the country where you're conducting that business. And I'll tell you why. How many of you out there use Gmail? Most of you. Do you know where your emails are stored on Gmail? Do you care? Maybe not. So it doesn't matter, where you're located in the world. Anybody can start a company. Anybody can do it. The barriers to entry have been obliterated, partially because of AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. I can go there if you want me to, but I wrote an article in Wired Magazine and VentureBeat a while ago, comparing and contrasting Amazon Web Services to the Berlin Wall. It's such a revolutionary event, especially from a pricing perspective. And so we know that when the Berlin Wall fell, the price of labor in Eastern Europe and Western Europe stayed artificially low for a while as brilliant people from Eastern Europe moved west, which is great for the economy. And the same thing with Amazon Web Services, which is basically the operating system that a lot of great companies run on, like Uber, Airbnb, et cetera, and Netflix. The prices of those three aforementioned companies are artificially low. They're great offerings because Amazon Web Services has a very low pricing point. It's embedded in the DNA subfabric of Amazon, EDLP, everyday low prices, kind of like Walmart had. So I think you can start a company from anywhere. It's not going to cost you very much. All you need is a browser and heart, and you can change the world. All right. Next up is AJ is saying, hi, sir. How could I join your course, or I want to join your college? Yeah, no, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So the best thing you can do if you're interested, and thank you for that, is just go to my website, harounventures.com. And then on my website, my courses are down here. I've not put up the YouTube course link here yet. I will soon, I guess. And you can go here to you can click here for my courses. It'll take you to Udemy's website, or you can go here to MBA Degree Program, and all the FAQs are here. And if we don't answer the question here in the FAQ, you can either ask me here on the call live, or you can send an email to admissions@harounventures.com. Thanks. All right. All right. Next up is Rudy. Is saying, sup, Chris, good morning. Good morning, Rudy. How are you? Rudy started an insurance company recently, and I wish him well. I hope you kick ass on it. All right. And Siddharth is saying, hi, Chris. My name is Siddharth, and I'm doing my MBA in India, and it is not a tier 1 business school, but I want to join Goldman Sachs. What tips can you give me so I can reach my goal? Okay. Well, I'm guaranteeing you that you can get it, but you got to do one thing first. I have a book, a free book that you can read. And you can go to my website, harounventures.com, and download it for free. And the book is called Networking to Get Customers, a Job, or Anything You Want. And that's what it looks like there. And I promise you, if you read all 200 plus pages of this book and watch the several hours of YouTube videos, that you will get anything you want in business. That's right. If I told you that if you read that book and you set up 20 informational meetings with people that you don't know using LinkedIn, if I told you if you did that, you would get that coveted job at any firm you want, would you do it? Of course you would. Most people don't follow through. And I mentioned this before, and sorry for being repetitive for those of you on the call who've heard the story before, but when I used to teach at different universities during the evenings, in the first class of each semester, I would always say, if I told you all that if you did 10 informational meetings over the next 10 weeks, that's me looking at all the students. If you did 10 informational meetings over the next 10 weeks, leveraging the concepts in that book on how to network and get a job, if you did that, you get the job of your dreams. Would you do it? Every hand goes up, all 70 students or however many I used to have. I used to have big classes. And then what I would do is on the very last day, 10 weeks later, right before the final exam, I would say, okay, how many of you all did 10 meetings? No hands go up. How many did 9? Maybe 1 hand goes up. How many did 8? Maybe 2 hands. And those people that lifted their hands, that did those informational meetings, they never get the top grades, which is not important for success, by the way. I don't think you have to get the top grades to succeed. But those students always got the job of their dreams because they asked. And so your homework is do a search on YouTube on 3 words, Steve Jobs Ask, I also want you to please, if you want, read that networking book. It's free. You can get it from my website. And if you have additional questions based on that, please let me know. And you can also, if you want, Siddharth, you can take my course called the Complete Job Course, where I teach you many more tips on networking and how to create an amazing resume and LinkedIn profile and get the job of your dreams. You just got to be comfortable with failure, meaning getting rejected a lot. It's kind of like, it's like dating, networking, sort of. If I told you, Siddharth, that if you asked out 20 people and they all said no to a date, and these are just perfect people, beautiful women, intelligent, funny, driven, amazing, like way out of my league. If I told you that if you asked out 20 beautiful women, brilliant, way out of my league, if on the 21st, one would say yes, and you'd be happy for the rest of your life, would you do it? Would you take those 20 rejections? Of course you would. Of course you would. I want you to be comfortable with failure. Always, always, always. It's funny because I had a buddy named Dave Potter. He's a mutual fund manager out here at Fuller and Taylor. Great behavioral finance company here. I grew up with him. We went to school together. And I remember when I was at McGill, he always had the most perfect girlfriends. Perfect. Because he was cool with rejection. For me, I remember asking 4 or 5 people out and I'd be kind of shy. But he just kept at it. You got to kind of be, sorry to use this analogy, but like a pit bull on a pork chop when it comes to hunting for a job. Getting the job of your dreams. You got to network a lot. You got to be resilient. And you got to be comfortable with failure. And you got to tell yourself, I don't care if people are going to find out that I failed, because, their opinion of me does not have to become my reality. I'm going to fail a lot. And if I fail a lot, then I'll be successful. I got to show you something. This is life-changing. I went to Etsy.com and had this custom made. Michael Jordan said it. He said, I failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. You got to be comfortable with failure if you want to get the job of your dreams. And Michael Jordan was not selected to make his high school basketball team. He just kept at it. He kept at it. So when it comes to getting the job of your dreams or anything you want, you got to network a lot and be comfortable with failure and not give a damn what anybody thinks of you. Because if you care what people think of you as you fail a bunch of times in life, which I hope you do, because you'll never get what you want in life unless you fail a bunch. But if you care what people think of you, then you'll always be their prisoner and you'll never get what you want in life. All right. Next up is Levi or Levi, and I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing people's names. You got to let me know. Like I saw AJ's name up there, but I have a friend named Ajay, and it's spelled the same way. If I mispronounce anyone's name, please let me know. Please, please, please. Thank you. Okay, so next question is, what do you think about the Cisco CCENT? So Cisco is a big networking and switch company. They make routers and switches, basically the plumbing for the internet. So you're asking, what do I think about the Cisco CCENT and CompTIA network plus certificate? Is it useful for somebody with a bachelor degree concentration in IT? Does Udemy or you have a course for the exam? I don't. Udemy probably does. I just don't. I don't know. I'm sure if you do a search on Cisco on Udemy, you'll find a lot of product. Actually, let's do it together, dude. Here we go. And doing these certifications are always great. It can't hurt, right? It can't hurt. It can only help. Let me try to transition. Let's go together. So let's go to Udemy. Okay, and then let's go to Cisco. And let me go back to your question again. Cisco CCENT. Here it is here. There's tons of them. CCENT. Let me do that one. CCENT. There you go. There are a bunch that do cover that topic. So look through here. These are wonderful, and you can put this on your resume as well, that you got certificate of completion here. Or if you take courses from Cisco itself, you can put that on your resume. And I used to do a lot of Microsoft MSD and Microsoft Developer Network courses. And I also, I in 1995, right after James Gosling created Java, which Sun Microsystem owned then. My company I worked for then, Accenture, sent me to Sun Microsystems to get a certificate in Java programming, which is so hard, dude. I don't like Java. I don't like C++. All this object-oriented stuff is too hard for me. I like dragging and dropping Visual Basic stuff and tying together code or objects with one line of code. But yeah, I think that this will help you. I think it'll definitely help you. It can't hurt. It can only help by putting these certificates on your resume. And also the good thing about it is if you put it on your LinkedIn profile, sometimes people will search LinkedIn for people with certain skills, and your name will come up. Yeah. All right. Farheen is saying, hello, Chris. Hello, Farheen. How are you? And Cyan is saying, what are the best sites or methods to prepare for whiteboard design tech interview questions? I got one coming in a couple of weeks. Ooh, that's tough. Okay. So I'm going to answer this in a generic, from a generic perspective, which is what I like to do with all questions on the call. So it applies to everybody. So, and you can take my complete job course if you want. I promise you it'll help you get that job or your money back. And I offer a lifetime guarantee on that course, the complete job course, personal lifetime guarantee. It comes with my personal bank account. That's how convinced I am about that one. So whenever you're interviewing, you gotta have a structure in mind, kind of like a crutch, and you have to be able to use that crutch as you're thinking of the answers. And so I'll give you an example. And a crutch is just a framework, and I'm sure you can think of a lot of technical frameworks you can use. But let me use a business one, the SWOT framework. SWOT is a way to analyze companies. SWOT, which stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So if I have that framework up here and somebody asks me a question, a business question, then what I can do is whiteboard it per your question and write down strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And you could say, well, let's first analyze the strengths of this company. The strengths of this company are blah, 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 blah. In terms of the weaknesses, we should consider blah, 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 blah. Moving on to the opportunities, we should analyze. And lastly, threats. Some of the biggest threats to this business model are as follows. So what I just did there was I not only gave you a framework to think about when you're answering questions, but I also threw in a bunch of transition words, which buys me time to think of the correct answers. And transition words are along the lines of moving on to, next up, let's discuss, and lastly. And I teach you about those transition words in my complete job course. And if you want help on acing an interview, I actually created a vlog a little while ago, which I think is helpful. So let's go here and let's search for interview. Here it is here. 3 amazing interview tips. Okay, so just search on this one here. See how insecure I am, man? Do I really need to click that? I don't. Okay, so it's on mute right now, but watch this entire video if you get a chance, because I teach you about how to interview and how to have different frameworks. Oh, here it is here, SWOT. I use this one. I explain how to do that. Then I introduce how to use transition words like these here. And then what I do is, what else did I do here? I think I gave you another framework, like probably the Boston Consulting Group Matrix or Product Lifecycle Matrix. And then what I also do is anyway, I provide you with other feedback as well in this. And by the way, I made this using Final Cut Pro, and I teach you how to edit with Final Cut Pro as well to make cool stuff like that. This took me forever to do on the left side there. I teach you how to do that in the complete job or the complete YouTube course, which is now out. But that's how I would think about it from a whiteboard perspective. Just have some sort of a framework in place. You know, whatever it is that's helped you code in the past. You know, maybe it's selecting variables, if-then statements, case statements, different logic. You can structure it that way if you want to as well. And you want to think from a compartmentalized or modularized perspective too when you're interviewing for technical interviews. So that's it's kind of like object-oriented code. So there might be a black box that you feed certain parameters into, and then out come the answers. And by the way, this is a box I use. I put my feet in it. This is out there. But sometimes when I'm teaching, I don't want people to know that I've got a clicker in my hand. And so what I do is I put a foot pedal clicker. I hook up the PowerPoint in this box I made, and I click through the slides instead of using my hand. And the pedal looks something like this here. And the reason I made this box, too much information, I know. The reason I made this box is because this makes too much noise. And so I put this foam stuff, leftover foam stuff I have for my walls, and this is how I put in my my feet here. So a little bit too much information, but from a compartmentalized perspective, if you can structure your answers, give me a second, please. If you can logically structure your answers in a way that lets the interviewer know that you're thoughtful when it comes to methodologies of analyzing code or whatever technical product it is, then you'll do well. And you don't have to be right, by the way, in these interviews ever. Like if you're ever going to a finance interview and you're pitching a stock, you don't have to be right. You just have to sound intelligent and have structure to your answers, which I kind of talked about in this answer to this question, which is way too long. I'm rambling on. And whenever I ramble on like this, and it does happen, I say, and the bottom line is try to structure all of your answers in a way that you can kind of fall back on a crutch, like a framework, in case you get flustered, like I clearly am right now. All right. And if I didn't answer that question right, I don't know if I did it justice. Just let me know, please, and I'll try to help out the best I can. Thanks. Oh, you can also go to glassdoor.com, and there you can see questions that people asked, I think, in other interviews in the same companies. Yeah. All right, that's my stomach grumbling. Usually I can't think that well when I'm a little bit hungry, as you can clearly tell by the quality of that awful answer. All right, I put extra ginger in this week in my drink. It's good. All right, next up, and Cyan, if you have more questions about that, but put me on the spot, please. I want to help. I want to help if I can. All right, next up is Farheen is saying, I purchased your financial analyst course, and your teaching style is good. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Next up, we've got Mohit. Mohit, first time I've seen you on the call, and probably the most brilliant man I've ever invested in is a man named Mohit Aaron. I used to be on the board of a company called Cohesity when I worked in venture capital. The A round was led by Sequoia, and the firm I was a partner at, we led the B round. And the name of the brilliant founder, who's from Hyperbad, is Mohit Aaron. He's amazing. He's amazing. So welcome to the call. Welcome to the call. And Mohit is saying, do we need to be very sure about the business idea before starting it? So you're always going to be taking risks in business. Always, always, always. But failing to plan is planning to fail. And what you can do is take my complete business plan course. It's 9 hours long. And by the end of that course, you will have a business plan created. And your business plan will be between 50 and 100 pages. I help you create it in that course. And I provide you with 50 business plan templates as well. Now, in that course, you don't have to have any background in finance or business at all, but I walk you through all the steps to create a rock solid business plan so that you're ready to start your company. And you know what? You might actually take that course, and after a couple hours into it, you write the business plan. You're like, you know what, dude, this business plan doesn't make sense anymore. I'm not going to do it. And if that's what happens after you take that course, I think I've done my job as well, because I've convinced you to, maybe not go down that rabbit hole, which could add years to your life and hurt your bank account and your relationships with other people if you're not successful. However, if you keep writing business plans with that course of mine over and over and over again, you will create a rock solid business plan. It's just a matter of time. and you will be extraordinarily successful. So check it out, please. All right, next up is, so Rohit is asking, this got out there somehow, but Rohit is asking, can you tell your story about the movie with Ben Stiller? Yeah. So I was in a movie with Ben Stiller back in 1999, and there's full transparency. Here I go. I'm going to go there. Okay. So what happened was this. I'm going to be very detailed too. I think it was probably February 1999, and I was walking on the Upper West Side in New York. I was in business school at Columbia then. I was walking on the Upper West Side, and I was hammered. I don't do that anymore, but I did a lot. I had so much fun. No regrets, none. But I was hammered, and I'm walking back to my apartment with my buddy, Richard Matusow. And Richard, great guy. He created this company, Acai Fruit Company. He's done really well. Good dude. And Richard and I were walking home. It was like 2:30 in the morning, and all the bars at that point in New York City were not allowed to be open then. And we walked by this bar that was open, this restaurant. It's a great Italian place around 72nd in Amsterdam or Broadway, I can't remember, called Carmine's. And it was still open. And so we went in there and went to the bar, and the bartender gave us a beer. I was like, dude, this is crazy. Like, it's supposed to be closed. And then what happened was, about 5 minutes later, a ton of people came in. I was like, what is going on? WTF? Why the face? If my mom's watching. Hi, Mom. Love you. And what happened, a ton of people came in. And this dude sat right next to me. Richard was here, my buddy. This dude sat right here, Ben Stiller. And and then I saw Edward Norton, who is directing the movie, walk in as well. And Jenna Elfman as well. And she wasn't that nice to me. I said hi, that's it. But anyway, I won't go there. It was me, not her, I'm sure. Oof, can't take that back, can I? Ben Stiller sat on my left, and I looked at him. He had a piece of paper, and he looked at me, and really nice guy. He said, can you believe we're still filming? And I said, I know, man. I just want to go home. And then Ed Norton pointed to me and my buddy Richard, and he said, you and you. And I was like, damn it, we're busted. We got to leave now. He said, you two are the lead extras in the next scene. And so the next scene was I walked I walked behind Ben Stiller, Jenna Elfman, and Edward Norton into this bar called Carmine's. And I went and I ordered a drink. We did the take a million times. And that movie is out now. It's called Keeping the Faith. It's kind of a funny movie about a priest and a rabbi. Sounds like a good start of a joke. It was kind of a funny movie. I think it did only okay. It wasn't like Meet the Parents, which just did amazing, or Something About Mary, which is hysterical, starring Ben Stiller. And at the end, I shook Ben Stiller's hand, and he was a lot shorter than I thought. Really nice guy. And I went home, and that's it. That's how I got into my first movie. I'm not in the credits. I'm nobody, dude. I was just some dumb extra. But anyway, it was fun. It was fun. Thanks for asking. I don't know how that got out there, but thank you. All right, cool. All right, next up, Rohit is asking, how do you manage to not get vulnerable when you're embarrassed and awkward? Yeah. It's funny because I was working out with my son Andrew last night. And by the way, if you guys have kids, the best thing you could do is bond with them by building a gym together in the garage. We ordered on Amazon. We built it. And get your kids into exercise, especially when they're teenagers, because it keeps them away from doing bad stuff if they care about this. But Andrew, actually, I'm just thinking of him because he kept asking me about how to do, how do I look, or how do I do certain weights and everything. And I told him he's great. He's like a son to me. No, he's my son. He's 15. I told him, you don't have, it's good to get opinions from people, but don't ask too much, because I want you to always come up with your own opinion yourself. And I've never, ever asked him, or told him what he should be when he grows up. And so I think the best thing you can do with your kids is instill a sense of confidence in them, because with confidence, you can do anything you want to. You can do anything you want to. And I want to raise my kids to be Teflon. Nothing bothers them. And when somebody criticizes them, within reason, I want them to think to themselves, thank you for that. You're so insecure that you have to criticize me. And unjustified criticism is nothing more, than a disguised compliment. So I try to instill a sense of confidence in my kids so that they never feel embarrassed or awkward, especially when you're a teenager. Like, he's 15 now. And by the way, we don't do all weights. Like, I'm nothing now. I used to have 20 pounds more muscle. Hopefully I'll be a little bit bigger in a couple months. You'll notice, whatever. But when he works out, I don't let him, if he works out squats, I don't let him do the military press or squats this way because it can compress your spine and stuff. But it's a great way to bond. It's a great way to bond. And I think that if you feel good about yourself, and when I was younger, I used to have a lot more muscle, and that's how I felt good about myself, whatever. Maybe I was insecure. But if you feel good about yourself, then you won't feel awkward or be embarrassed, And so I think that the more confident you are in life, the less awkward you feel and the less embarrassed you feel. And I think that feeling awkward and embarrassed a lot of the time comes down to you or me or all of us caring what people think of us. You gotta kind of condition yourself not to give a damn what anybody thinks of you or us or me or whatever it is. You got to be respectful, obviously. But the second you stop caring what other people think of you, you'll reach this dangerously awesome level of nirvana. This euphoric feeling deep down inside. You feel like you have a Superman cape and you can do anything at all. And as a parent and as a teacher too. And a lot of teachers, I hated it growing up. I had a bunch of teachers. That's why I'll never mention the school I went to when I was really young, whatever. I had some teachers that just crushed my soul. They wanted to fail me in the 6th grade and the 8th grade. And I think a good manager, a good parent, a good teacher should all do one thing, which is instill a sense of confidence that their subordinates or partners or, kids or whatever it is can accomplish anything you want to in life. And so I think the best way to avoid, per your question, Rohit, feeling awkward and embarrassed is just to tell yourself, I don't care. I'm not going to be someone else's prisoner in my mind. Someone else's opinion of me does not have to become my reality. All right. And one more thing. I want to talk about Americans and confidence. I'm going down this rabbit hole. Here I go. Okay. There's no filter. When I was a kid growing up in Canada, I remember that the cover of Time and Newsweek was the downfall of the American student. American students are 50th in the world in math and 50th in the world in sciences. It's game over. It's the downfall. And every 5 or 10 years, people bring that up again. And I realized that when I started teaching here, and it's important for me to stress that 50% of my students in class, when I used to teach during the evenings, at least 50% were born overseas. And at least 50% of all startups and founders here in the San Francisco Bay Area are people that were born overseas. But I realized something. I realized that when I was teaching, that American students, right, whether or not they were born in this country, it doesn't matter. It's not just an American thing, but American students are number one in the world in the most important economic category that nobody talks about. And that economic category is confidence. With confidence, you can reinvent an industry. With confidence, you can change the world. With confidence, a girl and a guy in a garage can, put out a business, 100-year-old technology company. It's been done before several times. Confidence is very, very important in business and in life in general. If you spend all your time thinking about whether people think of you, you won't have enough time to dedicate to making yourself happy. So just, it's like perception becomes reality. I think like the Rodin sculpture, I think, therefore I am. And I realized that American students, again, whether or not they were born in this country doesn't matter. They were number one in the world in confidence. And you can't overdo it because it can become borderline arrogant. You have to be self-deprecating and humble. You have to be humble as well. But if you're confident, you just, you'll date people that are way out of your league. Like the matching principle won't apply. You'll be way more successful than anybody ever thought you could be. You will have no limits in terms of what you can accomplish in your precious life. Confidence is up here. It's a light switch. You either have it or you don't. So let's all flip on that switch right now. All right. Next up, we've got the Aqua Hood, who's saying hello from London, UK. Hello to you as well. And Klesia is saying, "Hi, Chris. How are you? I'm awesome. Thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy. This is heaven for me. There's nothing better than this. I'm having a lot of fun. And once you do what you love doing, you'll reach this unbelievable euphoric feeling. You'll have this euphoric feeling that's kind of like, for those of you who don't have kids yet, when you hold your kid for the first time, you're going to unlock a level of happiness you never thought you could feel. It's euphoric. And when you live your life in your own terms and you do what you're most passionate about, and that could mean working for somebody else in a big company, but you love doing what you're doing, or working for yourself. When you do that, when you reach that level, you'll feel the same kind of happiness, but not as good. Obviously, having a kid is way more important than work. But the goal is to keep searching for your passion. You'll find it eventually. And you'll know you found your passion when it's kind of like me. Because I'm passionate about this. I love doing what I'm doing. And my alarm went off a little bit, or actually I woke up a little bit earlier today. I opened my eyes and saw the time. It was way before when I was supposed to get up. And when I worked for other people, I used to say, "Oh, thank God I can sleep more." But for me, I was like F and A, which means frickin' A. I got up and I started early. Yeah. Do what you love doing. And as Confucius said, you'll never have a job for the rest of your life. All right. And Caroline is saying, "Hi, Chris. Silver is so close to the $1.85 or the $18.50 mark. The gold silver ratio is very high. What's your outlook for silver and gold now? I hear it might touch $50 marks like in 2011. Yeah. And I used to invest in SLW and SLV, Silver Wheaton, and also the silver ETF. So I'm a very long-term thinker. I love investing in natural resources. I always have, because there's a dearth of it. There's a limitation, a scarcity. My late great grandfather, I miss you, Grandpa, love you. He used to say, "Chrissy, buy land. They're not making it anymore." And he's right. He's right. And the same thing with commodities. Buying things that are scarce will help you in the long run. And the reason I like silver a lot in the long run, and I would not buy it at this level. It's run up a lot. But the reason I love silver a lot is because it could sort of be a flight to quality as well. Kind of like, gold goes up a lot when we're in a financial crisis, right? It's a good hedge to own gold when you're scared about the future. And silver also goes up a touch sometimes with gold, but silver also has industrial uses, so it won't go up nearly as much as gold. And so with gold or with silver, you're killing two birds with one stone. There's the fear factor part of it, and there's also the industrial side of it as well. Silver is used in a lot of industrial products. So I love silver and gold longer term. I hear you on the ratio. I probably wouldn't be buying it right here, but I'd love to see it crash, because then I would. And I love buying broken stocks and not broken companies. People are creatures of emotion and less so creatures of logic when it comes to investing, which is great for you and I, because people get really irrational and oversell stuff. And that's when we back up the truck. All right. Next up is Rohit, who's saying, "I read the quote, 'A man who always talks business is a failure in all aspects of life.'" That's interesting. Rohit, who wrote that? Let me know. I'm interested in that. It's really interesting. There's actually this big secret society, or not secret society. It's called the Bohemian Club here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And the who's who in business and politics in the world are a member of it. It's pretty cool. You go away to this forested retreat, but you're not allowed to talk about business. It's one of the big rules there. And that's a good thing, because I really believe that when it comes to business, networking is more important than product knowledge. Always the case, always the case. Business is about people and about relationships. It's not about, what you know or, how well you do your job. A lot of people misunderstand that when you're younger and you do well in school, you get good grades. That's great. But then when you start working, you keep your head down and you figure if I do a good job like I did when I was in school, people will reward me and I'll get a raise and a promotion. It doesn't work that way. You get a raise or a promotion because you ask, right? And obviously you have to do a good job as well. And because you network as well. Business is about people. Relationships are always more important than product knowledge. And I want to share one quick little story with you. So a lot of you have seen this book of mine, 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School. And every time I meet with somebody very successful, I would ask them for one piece of advice on why they're successful, or one piece of advice that's important that's not taught in business school. And in one of the chapters there, I wrote about this guy who I had dinner with, who's the head of government sales at IBM. And he used to work for George Bush Sr. In the, I think it was the early 90s, in the White House. He was a kid then. And I asked him, I said, what did you learn from working for George Bush Sr.? What did you learn from him? And he told me a bunch of things, but the one that really resonated with me was he said that George Bush Sr. had this amazing ability to treat people like celebrities and celebrities like people. And he was able to connect with a lot of people and a lot of politicians. Obviously, that's how they got to where they are. And a lot of times, they're great salespeople. Great salespeople are, they have great interpersonal skills. They can network. And CEOs and founders of companies, they're basically salespeople. That's what they are, right? They can sell. They can sell their heart out. And so, yes, I agree with you that you can't always just talk business. You got to bond with people because business is about relationships first, and product knowledge second. And by the way, I asked him more about what it was like working for Bush Senior, and he said he was very self-deprecating. And on the last the last New Year's before Bush was giving the White House over to Clinton, because Bush only won once after his 4-year term, the last New Year's, what he did was he had all of his staff there, and right before midnight, he brought all of his staff into the Oval Office, and sitting at his desk was Dana Carvey, dressed up as Bush Senior, and it was hysterical. It was hysterical because Bush Senior was always very self-deprecating, which was what I guess made him likable to a lot of people. And then Dana Carvey I don't know if you've seen Dana Carvey's impersonation of Bush. It's hysterical. It's really, really good. I remember watching Saturday Night Live, and he talked about shoes. He goes, I got my Nike shoes on here. Just do it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, self-deprecation always works well. Makes you more likable. And dude, and earlier, I think it was Rohit, I think you asked a question about getting embarrassed and awkward. If you're ever up there presenting in front of other people and you kind of mess up a bit, a couple of things. If you feel nervous up there, nobody knows because you never look as nervous as you feel. And secondly, if you do mess up, people are going to like you more. I know it sounds weird, but have you ever watched somebody presenting and they kind of mess up a bit and maybe they feel embarrassed, but you're like, I kind of like that person more. That person is kind of self-deprecating, or this person's real. Just, pardon me, you be you. You do you. You never have to change yourself because you've gotten this far in life and your parents and friends love you for just being you. So when you start working for other people, just be you. Just be you and you'll go far. Otherwise what happens is this kind of corporate lobotomy thing where and I remember it happened to me, man. I was myself before I started working, and I laughed a lot. And I started working for other people after I graduated undergrad, and I wasn't as happy. And I remember thinking to myself, when I was younger, I used to laugh so hard until it hurt. But now I'm trying to be somebody else, and it's not helping. And senior people in companies, when they see you trying to be somebody else and not yourself, they lose respect for you. And your colleagues do as well. But if you just be you, and just, not really care what people think about you within reason, just be you. You do you. You be you. You'll get much farther in life. All right. Next up is Nick, who's our friend from the country of Georgia. And Nick, sorry to say this again. I've mentioned this for a couple of months, but I mentioned it earlier in the call a couple months ago. So Nick is trying to get out of military service in Georgia. And if he shows that he's attending a school, he can get out of it. And so if there's any of you in any country that are trying to get out of military service, if I can help you in any way by having you take my degree program, whatever, let me know. I'm here for you. Yeah. All right. And I'll write a letter recommendation like that to get you out of any sort of that crazy gun stuff. All right. Next up is Nick. Oh yeah, Nick is saying, "Hi Chris, how are you?" I'm great, thank you. I'm happy. So Nick is saying, so big companies have to make big acquisitions for a growth rate. Can you explain the details of how they do that? Thanks. Yeah, it's a great question. So what happens is, unfortunately, a lot of big companies are extraordinarily short-term focused, especially when the founder leaves. You know, when the founder leaves a company, that company is more bureaucratic, and they're accountable to the board as always, and shareholders who are very short-term thinkers, or short-term focused. And what happens is when you found a company, you've done really well, and you're running the company. You know, like Rupert Murdoch. You know, the board would never tell him, "I want you to make earnings this quarter much better, and don't worry about the long run." You know, they trust Murdoch implicitly. And if Rupert Murdoch were to leave, you know, maybe Lachlan, his son, would become CEO, or somebody else that's not family, and that person would feel pressure to do well every quarter and not be long-term focused. And if they're too long-term focused and they mess up in the near term, they'll be fired. And so what happens is a lot of big companies, when they get big and they can't grow anymore, usually when the founder leaves, what they do is they decide to buy instead of build. And when they buy a big company, Wall Street often likes it if it's accretive to earnings, meaning if it makes earnings per share look cheaper, or price earnings look cheaper. But what happens is it's dangerous. And Safra Catz, who is the brilliant CFO at Oracle, she's this brilliant financial architect. What she did was she had Oracle, along with Larry, of course, do that hostile acquisition for PeopleSoft in 2003, which eventually closed in 2004. And that was great. It was a good acquisition. And then September 8th of 2005, they bought Siebel, which is a Salesforce company. And that was great. But then something happened, which is kind of dangerous. They have to buy a big company every single year. Otherwise, it looks like revenue growth will slow next year if they don't buy somebody. And so Oracle did that. They bought Hyperion. Then they bought BEA, a great big software company that competes with WebSphere from IBM. They make a company called WebLogic. Then they bought Sun Microsystems, which wasn't a smart acquisition because that's hardware. And people that sell hardware can't sell software and vice versa. It just is what it is. You know, and then they bought NetSuite, and rinse, lather, repeat. They have to do a big acquisition every year. Otherwise, it looks like revenue growth goes negative. And a lot of the time, it's not their fault, these big companies. They're just big. It's the law of large numbers. You know, it's going to happen one day to Google. One day, Google won't be able to grow anymore. It'll just get too big. It's kind of like the U.S. economy. You know, the U.S. economy is responsible for about a third of the revenue in the world, maybe a little bit less than that. GDP, that is, same thing. And so the U.S. economy will never grow up more than just a couple percent. It's just big. It's just big. And so when it comes to big companies, quite often the only way they can grow is by buying other companies, which is really, really dangerous because you set the bar high and you have to do a large acquisition every year or investors get upset. And it's also dangerous because it does two other things. Number one, it can change the corporate culture of that company. And it just takes a handful of jerks or people with different corporate cultures to destroy an entire company, in my humble opinion. You know, it's tough. It's tough. And the last thing I'll say about it is that it actually makes the company less focused. You know, if a company, all they do for 100 years is make mugs, and then they started making microphones. I just saw the next thing I could see here. You know, they're not going to be as good at making mugs or other mug-related products longer term because they're taking their eye off the ball. They're stretched too thin, and they're a victim of style drift. All right. Next up is Rudy. Rudy is saying, how can I get the total addressable market for the insurance in my state for free? Everything I've found is about $500 and up. I'm trying to fill out my business plan. That's a great question. Okay, so when you come up with a total addressable market, you don't have to pay for any sort of document that will tell you the size of that market. What you can do is you can just go to Google and do a search on insurance companies in your state and get the largest ones. And then what you can do is you can add up the annual revenue for all those companies. Maybe get the largest 10 or 15 of them, or top 25 if it's very fragmented, meaning not one company dominates. And just add up the revenue for all 25 of those companies, annual revenue. And that's a good enough proxy for what the total addressable market might be for insurance in your state. And what you might also be able to do is a lot of large insurance companies, like Manulife, Allstate, and many others, Farmers. What they do is in their annual report, they provide a lot more detail on the sources of revenue. And they might, and I'm not sure, but they might actually tell you geographically where that revenue is coming from, which could help you kind of put together the mosaic, so to speak, all the pieces, so you can better understand what the size of the total addressable market is for your insurance company. But I'm curious if I could ask you, if you don't mind, why in your state? Like, why not think bigger? Why not go after a total addressable market of the insurance market in the United States, or at some point the entire world? I'm just curious. Just let me know if you want to, and if you want, we can go back and forth live over this call and talk about that. Thanks. It might be a regulation thing that is outside the scope of my knowledge on the insurance sector, though. Yeah. All right. Next up is Carlos. Carlos, how are you? Carlos is saying, good morning, Chris. Hey, I have an interview with a fintech startup. That's a financial technology startup today. If asked about my long-term goals, how should I go about that? I want to start my own business eventually, but I don't know if a hiring manager would want to hear that. Please let me know how you would go about that. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, for anybody that is currently working at a company and you want to leave to get an MBA, like a 2-year MBA degree, don't tell anybody, dude. Don't tell anybody, because what happens is while you're applying, if God forbid, knock on wood, but the economy pulls back and the company has to let people go, they might let you go. Because you kind of signal that you're not staying longer term. So when it comes to a signaling perspective with respect to Carlos's question, you don't have to disclose all of your long-term goals. Not disclosing something doesn't mean you're lying. If I look at this color blue, this is going to be an idiotic example. If I look at this color blue and I don't like that color, if I don't tell you that, that's not a lie. That was the dumbest logic ever, Chris. This is live. What can I do? But I think you understand. What you don't say, can't hurt you. You don't have to be unethical, but you don't have to disclose everything. If somebody says, what are your long-term goals? You don't have to tell them all your long-term goals. Just some of them. Just some of them. So best of luck with it, though. You don't have to disclose everything. Not disclosing something is not unethical. Within reason, obviously. But you certainly don't have to tell them that you want to work for somebody else. And I think a lot of people that work for somebody else, eventually they want to be independent, do their own thing. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. But they don't have to disclose that while they're working for somebody else. And they didn't have to disclose that in their interviews. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to disclose it. What they don't know can't hurt you. And good luck. Good luck. All right. And by the way, Carlos, obviously do a Google search right now for that company you're interviewing with to see if there's any news that came out today on that company. Because when you sit in the interview, they might ask you, what do you think about the news today? All right. And Kurt is saying, just signed up for the YouTube course. Thanks for your generosity, Chris. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. And so Kurt is talking about, I made 20 free coupons this morning for anybody that wants to take the complete YouTube course, which just came out this morning, or yesterday actually. And that coupon code, if it still works, is all caps YouTube 123. And that's a free coupon. Yeah. And if you buy it, the course, there's a 30-day money back guarantee anyway. And if you're my student on Udemy, I sent out a coupon to all of you I think about 5 minutes before this call started. I got up a bit early today. So yeah. All right. And Akil is saying, when will the next stock market crash be, and why would it happen? Yeah. So I don't know. And I never try to time market peaks or troughs. If you do that, I think you can lose a lot of money. And I remember I worked for this brilliant man at a hedge fund called Pequot, and the founder's name is Art Sandberg, good guy. And in 2006, we wanted to short Lennar, ticker LEN, and KBH. That's another home builder. And we said because the real estate bubble, and he stopped us. And he said, "Son, I'm going to stop you there. I've learned the hard way over the years never to stand in the way of insanity. Bubbles burst, markets peak, markets trough, but you can't time them." And he was right. That was 2 years too early. 2 years too early. So I never try to time markets at all. I do know that people are incredibly irrational when the market goes down, and the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. Think about that. And so I welcome crashes. I love market pullbacks because that's when I buy, because everybody else is selling. Imagine that, selling something you love because it's worth less now. So anyway, I think 5, 10, 15 years out with all my investments too. I think in 5 years, will this company I'm looking at, for example, be more relevant or less relevant? And I model the company too. And you can learn how to model my humble way by taking my complete financial analyst training course. And I value all my companies on price to earnings in 5 or 10 years, my earnings estimates. So that way I'm not a tourist. I don't rent a stock. And to quote Jason, who's my brilliant analyst who used to work with me at my hedge fund years ago, he would say, "Chris, I don't know the path, but I know the destination." You got to be long-term focused. But what would make it happen? A market crash. Sometimes it's a black swan event, meaning just a very rare occurrence. So in 2001, 9/11 was this just awful black swan event. In 2008, that was kind of a black swan event too. Every bank machine almost going belly up within 24 hours. Every bank almost going belly up. That was a black swan, like a once in a generation event. But usually what causes markets to pull back is expectations that a recession is coming, because the market always tries to discount what's coming in the future. Or expectations that there might be a war. And the second the war starts, this is awful but true. The second the war starts, a lot of the time, the market goes up because market's already gone down a lot before the war started, and it was discounting what was going to happen anyway. For example, when the United States was in Iraq in 2003, the second that they entered and they took down the statue of Saddam, the second it fell, that's when the market kind of bottomed. A lot of the negative news was priced in. Yeah. But I caution you to always be really, really long-term focused when it comes to investing. There's no such thing as a successful trader. They don't exist. Why? Because we can't name any. Because they get fooled by randomness. If you're a trader and you're short-term focused, I guarantee you it won't end well for you. And if anybody's interested in being a trader, go to my vlog and search for the word traders. I've vlogged a lot about this, why you should never be a trader. It's just too hard. I mean, each month has 20 weekdays, 20 trading days, and you're fooled by randomness. Stocks move for reasons outside of your control. All right. Get more of my shake here. I put a lot of acai in this week. Acai, it's this great Brazilian fruit, which gives you more energy. And if you're curious what's in this shake, you can take my, if you want, whatever, my 30-day challenge course, 30-day challenge to a more productive and much happier you. This book comes free in it. And I mention what's in this thing, and I biohack a lot. I try to get more energy by changing, what's in my diet. So I put kale in here a lot. Kale is a great source of protein. People don't realize that as well. It's a super fruit or super vegetable. Yeah. All right. Next up is Moz is saying, good morning from DC, Chris. Good morning to you as well. District of Columbia. Very cool. And you said you watched Too Big to Fail and Billions and loved it. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. For anybody that's curious, and I love movies, especially business movies. And I love edutainment. As you know, I'm trying whatever to create this edutaining environment for the MBA degree program I'm creating. But if anybody's interested in really understanding what happened in 2008, go out and rent a movie called Too Big to Fail. It's amazing. And there's this show on Showtime in the United States, I'm sure you can get it overseas as well, called Billions. And it's got the same dude in it that was in the TV show Homeland, Brody. I don't know his name in real life. He's a British dude, great actor. And Billions is about hedge funds. And I worked in the hedge fund industry for years, started my own hedge fund. I work for the biggest hedge funds in the world. And I'm amazed how accurate that show is. A lot of it is kind of BS with Paul Giamatti, the politician. But when it comes to Axelrod, Bobby Axelrod, Axe they call him, I think. He's the awful hedge fund manager. A lot of that's true. And I know exactly who a lot of the characters are that they're modeling it after. And even the things they say. They've really done their research on this. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. So check it out if you want to. It's kind of a fun show. And I think it's modeled after a former criminal institution called SAC, which was shut down by the government, rightly so, in Connecticut a couple of years ago. Yeah. And if you have specific questions about that show, I'm happy to answer any question. I'll even disclose who some of the people are, within reason, whatever. Actually, no, I won't. I won't do that. But I will tell you if stories are true or not, or if it's accurate or not. Yeah. All right. Next is Jacob, JR. Thank you. I think it was a couple months ago. I asked Jacob Rossner if I can call him JR, Dallas JR. Jacob is saying, I sincerely enjoy the dad humor. Please carry on. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dude, I don't know if people are laughing or not. I hear crickets. I can't hear anything. And then you're saying, is your wife able to know beforehand the jokes or responses you're going to tell? Mine does. It's amazing. She does. She totally does. I can't. Yeah. I mean, Christine knows me better than any person on the planet. So there's nothing I could do. Nothing. Yeah. I remember so bad. I remember once she called my house when we first started dating in my lower 20s. I was living with my parents. And I told her to call at 10. And she's like, you sure it's not too late? I was like, no, I'll pick up the phone. Don't worry. And she called, and I knew it was her, right? I had called display then, which was a big thing. And I went like this. I pretended I was my dad. Hello. And she said, oh, Dr. Haroun, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Is Chris there? And I said this. Jackie, my mom's name is Jackie. Jackie, what time is it? Right? And she was so flustered, so sorry. And then I said, no, it's me. And she wasn't happy with me then. But since that day, she can always tell when I'm joking. And Dad, if you're watching, I'm sorry if I didn't do a great impersonation of you. That was your tired voice. All right. Klesia is saying, I've applied for the MBA degree. Thank you. And then you're saying IMHO. In my humble opinion, just going through the application process is valuable. I already got value regardless of the outcome. The question about the next 10 years brought me great clarity. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And so if people decide to drop out, which I hope some people do, because it's going to be, there's too many people that have already applied. And by the way, and I've opened that I made that statement. I got to tell you what I mean by that now. So you're going to find out, a lot of you, within the next week if you got accepted. And I'd like to ask you all, please, if you decide you don't want to do the MBA program anymore, please let us know right away, because there's going to be a very long wait list. But part of the application process, if you go to my website, you have to write an essay. And the essay asks you 2 questions. One of the questions is, I'll just mention the important one here. What are your goals in 10 years? And I mention that because I want to customize the curriculum for all of you to help you reach your goals. I'm treating you, the student, like the customer. You're paying for it. Imagine that. Imagine that, a teacher treating the student who's paying for the bills like a customer. Shouldn't that happen more often? Yeah. No, but part of it is you have to write down your 10-year goals. And I really do believe that if you write down your goals, even if people are not going to apply to the course here, or to the degree program here, even if you write down your goals like today, I promise you the chance of them coming true goes up materially. And there was this study, and a lot of people say this is a BS study, but it's interesting. I have to mention it. 1970 at Yale University. The graduating class it was 1950. The graduating class 1950 was asked if they'd written down their goals, and only 3% did. And then 20 years later in 1970, they went back to the entire graduating class, and they calculated the net worth of the whole class. And the net worth of the 3% that had written down their goals was greater than the other 97% combined. And so if you write down your goals, the chances of them coming true goes up materially. And what I recommend doing is just write your goals on your Android or iPhone in the calendar. Keep it private if you want, if you share calendars. And repeat that goal every single day. So the first thing you see every day is that goal. So that's what I recommend doing. And if you work for other people and they give you a cell phone, I want you to buy the exact same model as a personal one. Okay. Just, you got to be careful with emails, with social media, with everything. And Warren Buffett once said, if you did enough digging on any human being in the world, you'll find something on them. So always have 2 cell phones if you have a budget for it, whatever. Yeah. All right. The Will of D from Morocco is in the house. I haven't seen you in a while, dude. It's been like, I think it's been like 3 months at least, maybe 4 months. Wow, man. Well, welcome back. The prodigal son, the lost shepherd. You're back. Glad to have you back. You wrote here, it's been a super while. A lot happened. I hope good stuff as well. And a little side note before I forget, Patrick, if you're on the call, I have been praying every night for your grandchild. And I hope your grandchild gets better, buddy. Yeah. And the Will of D is saying, I had 2 weeks of vacation. I went to North Morocco. Very cool. Will of D is from Morocco. That's cool, dude. That's awesome. It's awesome. I've never been there. And I remember as a kid, we were trying to memorize what the countries were in Northern Africa. And I remember I used MALE, M-A-L-E, which is Morocco, Algeria, Libya, Egypt. My dad's from Egypt. I've never been to Egypt. I should probably go at some point. Okay. And the Will of D said, look at the pad. That's our Chris. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's changed a bit. I've had help from my buddy, Matt Lacousse, who is my son Dylan's golf teacher. And now we work together. He's awesome. Good dude. Thank you. And Asamina is saying, a lovely morning to you too. To you, Chris. Same to you. Likewise. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing awesome. Thank you. And the Will of D is saying, Chris, I've been offered by new online course platform to teach online. What do you think? It targets our market. I think I would do good there more than Udemy. Okay. So, so here's what I say. And I'm not compensated by Udemy to ever say good things or whatever it is. Udemy is an algorithm. It doesn't matter what I say, that search engine works or it doesn't for my courses. But Udemy, and I vlogged about this earlier this week. Udemy is Google and everyone else is Bing. It's true. So when it comes to EdTech, or any technology company for that matter, usually 1 or 2 companies dominate and everyone else is just kind of a second tier. And they say that loneliest place in the world is page 2 of Google search rankings. And I even heard somebody recently say, this is out there, that the best place to hide bodies is on page 2 of Google search rankings. And, when other companies used to approach me and say, we have this online education platform, we want to sell your courses, I get really excited and I end up wasting my time because it just, nothing really materialized. given the amount of work I put into it. And so what I do now is, I get offers, multiple offers every day from different platforms all over the world. And if I answer, if we see, and I'm so sorry if I haven't answered messages from people on this call, but if I see them, I have this generic response, which is, thank you very much for the inbound. Given the fact that I received a lot of requests, please let me know the following 2 things, and we might get back to you. Thank you. And those 2 things are, how many paying customers do you have? And what did the number 1, 2, and 3 person make on your platform last year? And you'll see a lot of these other platforms are just smoke and mirrors. There's not much substance to them. Udemy has got more students and more teachers and more courses than every other platform combined times 10. It's unbelievable. So I would always start on Udemy. Always, always, always. Yeah. Go with Udemy first. And then if another platform is quite big, you can go with them as well. And I used to call this other Udemy teacher named Phillip. Great dude. And he's amazing at videography and photography on Udemy. He owns that market. He's great. And I used to ask him, I say, is this worth it or not? And, he'd kind of help me with, should you do it or not? And a lot of times he'd say, no, it's not worth it. So what I would do is I would just check to see if you should do another platform, if other top teachers on Udemy are on that platform. And I'm on other platforms too, but I spend most of my time focusing on Udemy because Udemy is Google and everybody else really is Bing. Yeah. All right. And if you have follow-up questions, Will D, please let me know. And Balu is saying, good evening from India. Balu, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the wonderful comments you've left on my YouTube vlogs over the past couple of months or so. Thank you. And always great to have you. Okay. And the Willow D is saying, how can I make someone's life and career better? So I think the most successful people in business are givers. And there's this great Harvard Business School book called Givers and Takers. And basically, the bottom 1% of people in the world are givers, okay, financially speaking, like beautiful souls, like Mother Teresa, who's my hero. The middle 98% of people are takers, right? Most people are greedy, selfish. They take. The top 1% of people in the world, wage earners or billionaires or whatever you want to call it, they're givers. They're givers. And a lot of times they didn't have, different intentions. They gave with their heart. And if you give with your heart, it's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. Giving, you will receive. Some people call it karma. Some people even call it karma synchronicity. If you give with your heart, in the long run, you'll get back. But you never want to do it because you want something in return. And so for me, I've always given a lot. Always, always, always. And there's always been uncomfortable conversations with my bosses at the companies I've worked at, where my boss would say something along the lines of, Chris, you're doing a great job. You're exceeding expectations. But can you maybe spend a little bit less time mentoring other people? And I would never say I will spend less time mentoring other people. I just either didn't comment or I said no in a nicer way. And most of my successes in business, or a lot of them at least, whatever, have come because I've helped people and in return I get something else. But I never did it because I wanted to, get money or anything in return. Just give, and you'll receive. And again, it's been true and prophetic since the beginning of time. All right. Next up is Carlos, who's saying, good evening from Sao Paulo. Excellent. Thank you, Carlos. You're putting a smile on my face because there was this great venture capital firm called Startse. I think it's called Startse. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. But they flew me down to give a presentation in Sao Paulo a year ago. And if you want, actually, you can go check it out. And this is for everybody too. I poured my heart in this present. This is the best presentation I ever gave. But all you got to do is just go here. Look at that dumb pose of me. Just go here to my YouTube page. And then what you can do is just scroll down. That's us live. You can scroll down to this one here, which is called How to Fix Every Problem in the World. So check that out if you want to. I spent like a month making that presentation, but I gave it in Sao Paulo, and that's a day I'll never forget. I'll never forget that. It was just a wonderful trip. And I didn't realize this, but people used to say, and this was true for a long time, that there's more Italians in Toronto, where I'm from, than any city in the world except for Rome. And that was true for a long period of time, more than New York even. But I think now there's more Italians in Sao Paulo. And I know that because I had the most awesome mortadella sandwich there. Mortadella! And mortadella, I grew up with that in Canada, in Toronto, but I never see it out here anywhere else in the world. But they make these amazing mortadella sandwiches in the market there. I'm sure you've been there many times. Really, really good. But I love Sao Paulo. I had a great time there. Massive city, dude. My God. The Brazilian economy is huge. And I recorded the trailer for my complete business plan course in Rio. I did a day trip there, and I just recorded it with a drone, and I'm surprised that they let me use drones. It's only a matter of time till drones are made illegal almost everywhere. Use them while you can. All right. Next up is the Willie D saying, shall I start my on-premise projects like training center, or should I cover my costs as much as I can and do everything online, focusing on the outcomes, not the presence? So I'm a big fan of online. If you already have an established offline business, great. That's your cash cow. But I like online better because there's never inventory issues. And you could basically teach or train people through your courses while you sleep as well, in every country in the world, instead of just doing one-on-one. And that's why I believe, and this is the crux of my TEDx talk I gave a couple of years ago. I believe that the most scalable business model in the world from a services perspective is teaching. If you're a doctor or God forbid, a lawyer, that's right, you can only treat one patient at a time or one customer at a time. If you're a teacher, using Udemy and online teaching, and the reality of broadband internet, which is truly ubiquitous now globally, you can teach and have customers in every country in the world at the same time while you sleep even. It's a great gig. It's a great gig. And I think everybody should teach online because everybody has something to teach. And I remember when I first started doing it, I called my dad and I was like, Dad, you're not going to believe this. I made $20 last night on selling courses online while I was sleeping. And my dad said, and this is typical dad humor I love, he goes, then why did you wake up? Okay. All right, next up is Patrick. Okay, good, you're on the call, Patrick. Patrick is saying, go Red Wings. He's from the Motor City in Detroit. And I just realized, actually, the Detroit Red Wings logo, I was looking at on an old hockey card when there's only 6 hockey teams out there in the NHL. It's a wing with a wheel. I didn't realize that. It's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. And so Patrick is saying, hi, Chris, the grandson is home. Okay. And we're waiting to hear on the scan results. Good. And I hope he's well rested. And again, I'll continue to pray for you like I have every night. And I will do every night. Yeah. And then Patrick mentioned you started the animation course, but was pulled away for obvious reasons. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. And then, so Patrick is saying to get back on track, was thinking of a shorter course, your advice. Yeah. So I think that, courses have to be at least half an hour, but I would do at least a couple hours if you can. And when you make, and your first course is never going to be your best on Udemy. For me, I look back at my first course and it was a joke, relatively speaking. And I pulled a bunch of courses too that didn't have great ratings. But the course that will do best for you is probably one that is all encompassing. And so in my complete business plan course, I teach how you want to make sure you have a large total addressable market. And the same thing comes with the student base. Early on, I made a course called Hedge Fund and Mutual Fund Careers, a Complete Guide. I worked my ass off on it. And it hasn't done that well because not that many people want to work for a hedge fund. And so I created another course after that called the Complete Financial Analyst Training and Investing Course. And it's done exceptionally well because the market was bigger. So always think in terms of a large target market. And I would make your courses a couple of hours at least at a minimum. And Patrick, when you're ready, if you want, I'm throwing this out there. I can always, give you my humble thoughts on your course and your lectures live here over YouTube, if you want, and if that's helpful at all. But there's there's a guy named Tristan, I think, in England, who he teaches animation and video game stuff as well using the Unreal Engine. He's done exceptionally well. So if you want, you can check out his courses to see how he structured them as well. And there's also a great course on how to draw. I can't remember the name right now. Just do a search on Udemy. But from an animation perspective, you might be able to pick up some good pointers there. Yeah. And your promotional trailer is going to be key. And given the fact you're an animation expert, I'm sure it's going to be very engaging. I can't wait to see it. All right, next up is Carlos. Oh, thank you. So Carlos said the complete YouTube course, you bought it now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Patrick is saying you're my inspiration. No, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. And I really hope everything goes well for you. And my students all inspire me. I mean, I love doing what I'm doing. And I'd love to see and help you with your course as well. And Melody, are you on the call? Because Melody is a teacher that's creating a course as well. And Melody, I don't know if you're here yet, but I'd love to get an update. And Jason from Australia is saying, "G'day, Chris. G'day, Jason. I was going to say g'day, Paul. Sorry, but I saw that Foster's commercial when I was younger, and I watched Crocodile Dundee, and I won't go there again. I promise." So Jason's saying, "G'day, Chris. What do you think about the yield curve as an indication of a recession?" I get confused by the yield curve. So for those of you who are not familiar with the yield curve, what you can do is there's government websites, usually the Bureau of Economic Analysis Statistics website, United States, and you can map out the yield curve. And I do it actually in the Complete Financial Analyst Training course. And what the yield curve is basically a curve that's got the yield, meaning the percent return on the bonds, and here is time. Okay, and basically here's where the interest rate is now, right, at this point in time. And in the future, people model it, 10, 20, 30 years in the future. And 30 years from the future, usually it looks like this. Meaning interest rates are higher. Sometimes it's inverted as well. And it's just a bet by the market or speculators on what interest rates are going to be in the long run. I don't read too much into it, to be honest. I'm not an expert in that. What I will say is that you can use it to understand what government bond yields are going to be in the future. And then you can layer on top of that a couple % of risk and draw a similar chart for corporate bonds. So the IBM bonds, for example, IBM is a low risk company. The IBM bonds would be maybe a % or two above, or maybe more than that, the U.S. government bonds. And if it's a high yield, which people used to call junk bonds, meaning really speculative bonds, they're going to follow a similar pattern, but be way, way above because they're riskier investment classes. Okay. All right, next up is, and Jason, if you have follow-up questions, please let me know. I'm sorry if I didn't perfectly answer your question. I don't try to time things. I know the economic cycles are usually 10 years, rinse, lather, repeat. They're always the same. And whenever somebody tells you this time it's different, it's never different. It's just a fact of life. We will go into a recession at one point, and we will come out of the recession at one point. And if people panic and oversell stocks, and America and all global stock markets are on sale, I'll be backing up the truck and buying. You always want to be greedy when others are fearful, and vice versa. All right, next up is, I'm also writing a book now. Can I mention your name as my Yoda in the book? Please do. Please do, Master Luke. Please do. It's going to be weird seeing Luke Skywalker in the last Star Wars movie this Christmas. I hope they do a good job. I really do. The last one wasn't that great. But no, please mention my, thank you. God bless you. I appreciate that. And then Pratik is saying, you've changed many lives. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate when one teaches to learn. And the best way, by the way, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. You're too kind. The best way to learn anything is to teach. Like remember when you were younger and there was a math test coming up and one of your buddies asked you for help, which happened to me maybe once. But one of your friends asked you for help and you helped them. And you basically were teaching yourself. You were reinforcing, the concepts by teaching. So I really believe that when one teaches to learn. I've been making this course with Steve Washer, who's a brilliant videographer. called it's called Video Production Masterclass, the complete course. And just teaching people how to use cameras and video equipment and audio equipment and all that stuff. I've learned so much. I would never know this much about videography, which isn't that much, but I would never know this much without trying to teach it. Again, when one teaches to learn. And if anybody has questions about videography stuff, let me know. Steve and I are going to publish this course probably in late September, early October, the latest. It's going to be the longest course I ever made. And I'd be more than happy to help you realize your dreams by leveraging video. If I can humbly help, please let me know. That's what I'm here for. All right. Next up is Rohit is, damn it, it jumped again. Hold on a second, guys. 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right, Rohit is saying, have you watched the movie Office Space? It's hilarious. Rohit, I just want to ask you, how's your TPS report coming along? I've seen it. That's a quote from that movie. Yeah, it was a funny movie, man. I loved it. It's kind of got a cult following. And that dude that played that disgruntled employee, he's not. I thought he was going to be a massive actor. I haven't seen him in any other movie since. He did Band of Brothers, that amazing series on World War II on HBO, but I haven't seen him since. But it was funny. One scene I remember is that guy saying, "My stapler, my stapler." If you guys haven't seen that movie, you're thinking I'm crazy. That's okay. That makes two of us. All right. Next one is Kardakian. Is saying, India loves you. Please come to India when time permits. Thank you. And I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. And if you haven't tried, this is everybody outside of India. Okay. If you haven't tried a food called dosa yet, you haven't lived. And there's a lot of great Indian restaurants in Canada I've been to, in the United States. But for some reason, I don't see dosa at restaurants in Canada or United States. And it's the best food you'll ever eat. It's kind of like the first time you go to Krispy Kreme donuts. Not good for you, I know. And you have a fresh Krispy Kreme donut out of the oven. Remember that feeling, the euphoric feeling, oh my God, it's the best food ever. That's what a dosa is. And the best dosa I've ever had, and you're going to laugh at me at this, was when I was teaching. There's this school called Halt, which I used to do part-time night work at. They sent me to Mumbai and Delhi to give speeches and teach. And when I was in the Mumbai airport and in the Delhi airport, I went to Punjabi Grill. I know you're laughing at me because it's airport food, but it was the best food I ever had in my life. I ordered dosa there. So for those of you who haven't tried dosa, you haven't lived. I'd love to come to India. I'd love to. Thank you. Love to. And what I might even do, and I'm throwing this out there, and because I say it, I have to do it now. What I might do with this MBA degree course, or the thing that I'm doing on which starts December 2nd, is I might actually just go abroad for a month or two every year, and maybe make a family vacation out of it too. Kind of like I worked in Barcelona this past summer and Toronto. But I might go to India, and I might actually. I am going to go to India. I'm deciding now within the next couple of years, I'm going to go to India and spend at least a month there, teaching the MBA degree there live. Okay, so I'm throwing it out there. And if you already take the MBA degree program, you'll be grandfathered in to do that for free as well. There, I said it. Now I have to do it within a couple of years. I throw it out on a challenge. That's what you got to do. It's kind of like when I wrote my book. I told everybody I'm writing a book. And then every time I saw people, they were like, well, how's that book coming along? And I was like, damn it, I got to finish this book now. So anyway, there it is. That's a challenge I'm throwing down. Kind of like my other challenge, which is within 9 years, it used to be 10 years, a year ago when I said this on this webcast. Within 9 years, I want to win, this is crazy, an Academy Award for Best Business Documentary. I don't know what it's going to be on, but it's going to be something that makes the world a better place from a documentary perspective. And I'm learning a ton about cameras and stuff for this MBA degree program, and also just doing this great course with Steve. So anyway, throwing it out there, and you got to vocalize your challenges and set deadline dates too. Otherwise, they won't come true. But if you tell your friends your goals and you give a deadline date, you'll get it done. You'll get it done. And last thing I'll say is that Tony Robbins, great guy, and I met him actually before. He said that the reason that most people give up on their New Year's resolutions by the third week of January is because they don't write down a deadline date. So you got to write down a deadline date. Otherwise, it's just a dream. All right. Oh, James is saying, evening, Chris, from Kenya. Thank you. Likewise. What time is it here? It's 10:26 a.m. It's funny because we'll have some students that will come on the call in the evening, wherever they are in the world. Then they'll go to bed, and then they'll come back on the call in the morning when they wake up. Our record's been over 8 hours straight without stopping, and I never get up, ever. You guys ever see me get up? Doesn't happen. Yeah. I should probably drink more water, though. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Levi is saying, hi, Chris, is your MBA degree accredited as any university in the United States or the world? No. I don't want to have accreditation. I don't want to deal with any government bureaucracy or educational body telling me what I can and cannot teach. I want this to be completely independent. I will never do it. Kind of like I'll never let anybody ever invest in my company here, because I don't want to have a board. I don't want to answer to anybody. I want to put you, the student, first. I want to do whatever the F it takes. That means whatever the frick it takes to add value to you and your career. The second I register as an independent or educational institution or .org, and believe me, I looked into it, then I'm subject to standards, other people's standards. And I think education is broken. I think that business school is broken. I think that we all go to universities in general and we graduate not knowing the most important skills in life, like how to get a job, how to network, how to start your own company, how to sell. Those are important things to know. And university does not prepare us. And one of the reasons is because universities are so big and bureaucratic, and screw that. I want to use the Jeff Bezos approach to business, which is keeping it small. And Jeff Bezos, actually, it's interesting. He doesn't let any meeting occur at Amazon that requires more than 2 pizzas. What does that mean? That means that if you have more than 2 pizzas to feed a group of people, you're going to get too many people in that room and nothing's going to get done, right? And Amazon still operates like a very small company. It does. It's a tough place to work, but that's how it operates. And I want this to be the same way. You know, Jeff Bezos doesn't even get on the earnings calls. He doesn't care. He's so focused on customer service that everything else in the company works because of that. And I'm going to be obsessed with customer service as well. You, the student of the customer. The customer is always right. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to make you extraordinarily successful, even if that means putting my reputation on the line, even if that means bankrupting me. I don't care. I'm not going to make much money from this at all, if any, actually. The pricing point that people are paying is very low. I'm giving away a lot of scholarships. And I'm going to use Udemy as kind of, and other places I teach online is kind of like a cash cow to fund this. This is not about money. And I don't want to be subject to anybody or any government body telling me from an accreditation perspective what I can and cannot teach. But I'm going to get that question a lot, though. Thank you. All right. Adish is saying, I'm looking forward to meeting you in person next Thursday. Thanks for agreeing to meet. Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Yeah. Here's what we're going to do. Once the call is done next week, anybody that's here in the Bay Area, what you can do, and I got to put this in my calendar right now. Anybody that's here in the San Francisco Bay Area, next week, when the call is done, and Adish, remind me during the call too, but I'll put it in my calendar as well. When the call is done next week, next Thursday, what I'll do is I'll meet students. It'll be fun. And where we're going to meet is once the call is done, give me about 15 minutes to drive down there. We're going to meet at a place called Paris Baguette, which is this amazing place in Millbrae, California. Okay, and let me go and get the address actually right now. So we can make it happen for everybody that's going to be here. I'll do this real quick. And I'm going to do other meetups too. When I was in Canada, I met with a couple of students, had fun meeting with John and Andrew Dupree. And then I met with Paul when I was in when I was in Barcelona. Okay, so where we're going to go is a place called Paris Baguette, Millbrae. I think there's 2 L's, Millbrae. Whoops. Here it is here. Okay, good. Yeah. So this is it. So I will see you, Adish, and whoever else wants to come next Thursday at this address. Okay. So after the call is done next Thursday, remind me again, we'll all go together. And I'll meet you there, and it'll be great to put a face to a lot of the names. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. So, and I'm so sorry to do this. Give me 1 second. I want to write this down. I always love doing things right away. So I'll write next Thursday, Paris bag. Okay, students, after call. Okay, it's in my calendar. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Okay, good. Awesome. I love doing things right away, getting it done right away. Kind of like that old mentality in business, touch hand once, which means when we used to use interoffice memos before email, a good business strategy is the second a piece of paper touches your hand, deal with it right away. So done. Great. And anybody else who wants to join us next Thursday, join us after the call. And I'll be there within, say, 15 minutes after the call ends next Thursday. And we'll grab coffee talk. And if anybody can tell me what movie this is from, I'll buy your coffee. Coffee talk. I'm your host, Linda Baldwin. We'll talk about anything you want to discuss. I'm a little verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. The peanut was neither a pea nor a nut. Discuss. Okay. Hint. Saturday Night Live. Mike Myers. I just gave it away there. Yeah. All right. So, looking forward to meeting you. And Jason, you're going to fly in from Australia for that meeting next week? Just kidding. Jason is saying, thank you so much for the promo code on the YouTube course. My pleasure. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it does well. I actually had, I checked last night and I had a couple of negative reviews for it. I don't know if they've gotten posted yet. Whatever. We'll see. All right, let's see here. Next up is Shradesh. And if I'm mispronouncing your name, please let me know. Who's saying, hello, sir, I'm from India. Can you give us some insight on integration of technology? I mean, how do you get to know about the latest technologies? Yeah. So first of all, it has to be fun. You have to enjoy it. And there's a couple sources for me that I absolutely love going to. And I'm going to show you right now. So the first one is called Engadget. Okay. And Engadget is it's just this website that has cool new tech gadgets, right? So it's fun. Like, look here. I didn't know about this. Apple will unveil its latest iPhones on September 10th. There we go. So I got to stop looking because I'm so curious now to learn more about that. But I go here. This is where I get all of my information. It's just fun. I love it. And that's their logo. That's their old logo as well. Interesting. I remember this logo was on the cover of Wired magazine years ago in the late 90s with one word, Pray, P-R-A-Y. And then a decade later, the silver logo was on Wired magazine with the words Evil Genius. But I go here to Engadget. And let me just get off screen mode here. Give me 1 second, guys. And then what I also do is I love this podcast I listen to. It's called This Week in Tech, TWIT. And it's recorded live every Sunday night, but you can usually download it Monday morning and listen to it. It's about 2 hours. It's a lot of fun. And it's by a guy that's named Leo Laporte, and his buddy John C. Dvorak gets on every now and then. It's amazing. They talk about new tech trends as well. It's fun. That's consumer tech. Those are the best two sources. All right. And they're fun. All right, next up is Gregory, who's saying, hello, Chris, how are you? I had a great time watching session 52, which was last week. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'm trying to mix it up a bit every now and then. Pardon me. I've got this black piece of paper back here that I can pull down. And again, I try to mix it up a bit. So I can pull that down, or I can change this light back here as well. I want to mix it up. So this is called a GVM light, which is made, gotta watch my posture, which is made by a company called Great Video Maker, GVM. And I'll change the hue now. So we'll do a different color just to change it up a bit. A nice purplish look. Let's see. Green. All right, we'll go with green. Now. All right, there we go. Greenish yellow. All right, having fun here. All right, next up is Zach, who's saying, "Hi, Chris. How should founders keep the majority of voting shares while they're raising funding like Mark Zuckerberg did?" So Zuckerberg, it was a rare situation where it was the it deal. And I have a friend actually a professor at Stanford, Teresa. And I asked her once, and she used to work at Excel, a big venture capital firm, and she won one of the investment mandate rounds in venture capital. She led a round for Facebook, and I asked her, "How'd you do it?" Everybody else wanted in. She said, "Well, there was a bake-off," and she showed up to pitch Mark Zuckerberg, and she brought a term sheet. You're supposed to bring a term sheet when you want to invest in a company and you work in VC. And the term sheet is just 10 or 15 pages that has the valuation of the company, how much you're going to give them, and just other terms. And then once both parties agree, then the lawyers create way too much paperwork. But Teresa, what she did was she showed up to meet with Zuck, and a bunch of other venture capital capitalists went in and met with him one-on-one, and she was waiting. And then she went in the room, and when she was ready with the term sheet, she actually, this is brilliant, she created 3 term sheets that she put in her bag. One was for, I don't know, $75 million valuation. Another one was 100, another one was 150. And she was kind of gauging what Zuck was thinking. And so she pulled out of her bag the one for 150 million. And I'm generalizing, it might have been a little bit off dollar-wise, and gave it to him. That's one of the reasons, among many, why she won that round, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But because Zuckerberg had enormous market power then, he was able to keep majority of the shares. Usually when a company raises a lot of money and goes public, then the founder owns less than 10% of the company by then. They get diluted a lot, but they're worth a lot more money, right? It's a double-edged sword. But what happened with Zuckerberg was, and it's really interesting because timing has a lot to do with success. Obviously, Zuck is brilliant. What he did was, or what happened was this. In 2001, it was awful time in human history. It was an awful recession. And so venture capitalists were a little bit worried about risk. And so they only wanted to invest in sure things. And so in 2001, the private company that got the bulk of venture capital money, or the largest amount, was Google. And then in 2008, when it was almost the end of the world from a financial perspective, and we were within 24 hours of bank machines not working, the company that raised a lot of money that year was a sure thing because investors were very risk averse at that time. And of course, that was Facebook. And so Facebook did very well from a timing perspective as well. And that's one of the reasons why Mark Zuckerberg could dictate his own terms in terms of what percent of the company he owns, et cetera. And it only comes when you're in a position of extreme power. And the same thing what happened with the poison pill structure at a company called Workday. A guy named David Duffield founded the company, and he, before that, had founded a company called PeopleSoft, which Oracle bought through a hostile takeover. And Duffield is very respected. And so when he created his next company with Anil Busri, what they did was they had incredible market power because they're just amazing entrepreneurs. And so they created this anti-takeover provision as well, commensurate with what Zuck did by owning a large percent of the company at that time. So usually if you raise a lot of money, you give up a lot of control to the board because the board has a fiduciary duty to their investors. They've got to be fiscally responsible. And even if that means disagreeing with the founder and letting the founder go. I'll never invest in a startup where the founders let go. Ever. Or all the founders, I should say. So it's hard, man. It's hard. I've started a lot of companies and I've raised a lot of money for my companies in the past. And this is the only company ever I've started where I'm never going to take a penny of outside money. Ever. Because I don't want to be subject to a board. I want to put the student first, always the customer. And I feel if I take outside money, and I've been offered, but if I take outside money, then what happens is I'm influenced by the board and those investors to run my company a different way. Like my MBA degree program that a lot of you are going to be in. I'm not going to make money on it. I don't care. It's not about the money. But if I had a board, they would not be happy about that. They would say, this is not harounventures.org. We did not invest in a charity. So just be careful when it comes to taking money from outside investors. All right. Excellent. And if I missed any questions in between, please let me know. Please let me know. I answered in the order in which I received them. Your call is important to us. All right. Next question is Vihang is saying, hi, Chris. Loving your Udemy course on presentation skills. Thank you. I appreciate it. And one of the issues with that course actually is I didn't have air conditioning at the time. So I was perspiring a bit in some of those lessons. I'm sorry for that. I used to actually go on the night shift and record during the evening because it was colder. I got AC or air conditioning now, which is great. And thank you for your support. I appreciate it. All right. Ramiz is saying, hey, Chris. Hey, what's going on? Off-topic question. There's this girl that I like in my biology, chemistry, physics, and Spanish classes. I kind of like her, and I think she likes me, but I'm unsure. I often hear that I'm a good-looking guy, and I have great confidence in general, but it's different when it's regarding my crush. I'm tall, have a deep voice, and I have a decent body. Okay. So I would say that, just like perception becomes reality, right? Just if I think, therefore I am. Whether or not you're confident is all up to you. Like Henry Ford used to say, whether you think you can do it or you can't, you're right. And so perception becomes reality. And so what I want you to do, and I'm also going to answer this question in a way that applies to not just dating, which I sucked at. Christine's way out of my league. But I'm also going to answer this question when it comes to interviewing. When I was younger, and I remember I used to ask people out on dates, or I would go into an interview, I wouldn't do well if I looked too eager or I over-prepared. And I remember going to interviews and thinking, I don't get it, man. I'm more prepared than anybody. I work my ass off, and I'm not getting these jobs. Why? It's because I was too business. I wasn't myself. And then finally, I went into an interview one day, and I was like so fed up. And I was like, man, screw it. I don't give a damn. I think I shook the camera there. Sorry. I don't give a damn. I'm just going to be me. And I was just laid back, and I talked about sports, and sports is always great boardroom talk. And I talked about life in general and just, fun stuff, right? And I got that job because I was just being me. And so make sure that in business, when it comes to interviews, just be yourself. You got this far in life and your friends and family love you for just being you. So try not to create this false persona that you're not sure if people are going to like. Just be you in all aspects of life and you'll go far. You'll go far. All right. And I love that question. I've never had a question like that before. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm the last person to be giving dating advice. Dude, I suck at it. I remember when Christine and I were dating, and I knew she was the one. She was amazing. I met her in December 1996 at a place called Fluid. It was a bar in Toronto. And then my company, Accenture, sent me away to Barbados for like months. And I'd only gone on like a couple dates with her. I was like, shoot, what do I do? And so I sent her roses, a dozen roses. And I don't think she liked it. It was just too much too early. I was too eager. I don't know. Whatever. She decided to stay with me somehow. I don't know how. It's been, my God, 19 years. Crazy. Amazing. Since we've been married. All right. Next up is, and if I miss any questions in between, let me know, please. So Chris is saying, hi from one Canadian Chris to another Canadian Chris. Awesome. You're saying we have a mutual friend, Alex Kolkick, at BVC. Thanks for the great content. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Little story on your name. I got to go there, right? You got to know why your name is the way it is, right? You got to know the history of your name. So my son, Matthew is, and I didn't know this when we named him, it's kind of a cool name, Matt, or M, or Matthew. Matthew is Hebrew for gift from God. So find out what your name means. And so Chris, if you're a Christopher, I'll tell you what it means. So there's this biblical story where thousands of years ago, whatever, if you wanted to cross over a river, they didn't have sophisticated bridges back then. What you would do is you would hire a topher. And a topher was a dude that would carry you on a raft or on their back across a river. That's a topher. And one day there was this little kid that went up to the topher and said, can you please send me to the other side of the river? And so the topher said, no problem. And the Topher was walking really, trying to walk really careful. The kid, obviously be really careful. And all of a sudden, the kid started getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And the Topher wanted to give up. But he was like, I have to persist. I cannot give up. I have to persist. And finally, he made it to the other side. Whew. And he put the child down. And somebody said, congratulations, you just carried the Christ child across the river. And that name Topher became Christ Topher or Christopher. So anyway, I'm that guy, by the way, that when I watch movies, I have my iPad right there so I can Wikipedia everything. I'm curious about everything. So yeah. So Chris, that might be your name unless you're Christian instead of Christopher. Yeah. Thank you. Next up is a dope name, by the way. Next up is Ramiz, who's saying, I often hear that oh, that was you. Sorry. Did I read that already? I read that one already. Yeah. And Ramiz, if I didn't answer that properly, let me know, please. All right. Rashid is saying, can you please teach me how to pronounce the word intuitively, please, slowly? Sure. So, and what you could do is, sometimes what I'll do is I'll go to the web and I'll search for a word and have it play it back. You can do that within Google, right? So you can do that. You can do that phonetically. It'll do that. And what I used to do is when I was interviewing at other companies or within a company, when I worked at Goldman Sachs, I remember I was working in Japanese equities and I wanted to work in the technology side for a while. And there was a guy named Jeff Bernstein that headed up that division on the trading floor. And I was meeting with him. And I was preparing for a breakfast meeting with him. And I thought to myself, how do I pronounce the name of all the equity analysts? And so what I did was around midnight one night when I was preparing, I called up Goldman Sachs front desk and I was able to transfer to different people. And no one was in the office. It was midnight. And so I was able to pronounce Rakesh Sood by listening to his voicemail. He was a rock star internet analyst then. And I was able to pronounce Michael Parekh, his last name Parekh, because of that system as well. And I was able to pronounce the hardware analyst Laura Canigliaro and Rick Sherlin, who did software, that way as well. So I called the front desk. And if you're ever not sure what the front desk number is for a company, just get any phone number at that company. And the last 4 digits, at least in America, if you type zeros, that'll get you to the front desk. So that's how I learned how to pronounce names. In terms of pronouncing the word, you asked me to pronounce intuitively. So just think of I'm into this. I'm into it. I'm into it. I'm into it. Lee. Intuitively. And then just add ively at the end. I'm into it. Ively. So intuitively. I think that's right. Yeah. All right, cool. Next up is John Clee, who's from Rochester. John is saying, your sister recently had a baby. Congratulations. It's awesome. Did you put any money into an investment account, a vehicle for your kids? Suggestions? Absolutely. I did a bunch. So, I mean, for me, whatever. So what I did was for all 3 of my kids, and I have this course called the Complete Personal Finance Course. And it doesn't matter what country you're in because you can select the country you're in the spreadsheet I provide you with in that course. And it'll automatically customize the spreadsheet so that you can realize tax shelters and benefits for you in any country. And the biggest tax shelters that you can do are tax savings are retirement investment savings programs. Okay, so in Canada, it's called the RRSP, Registered Retirement Savings Program. In America, it's called the 401k. And in other countries, it's called something different. And governments will let you take a certain percent of your salary every year. Almost all countries do this. And they'll let you invest it in a tax-free account so that when you make money in that account, you never pay taxes. It just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. And you can put a certain amount of money in every year. And then eventually, when you do take the money out years from now, you pay tax then. But who cares? Because it's worth a fortune more in the future. It's a gift. You got to take advantage of it. That's 401k in America. Now, when it comes to kids, in a lot of countries, there's educational savings programs. And what you can do is it's similar to the 401k that I just explained, the retirement savings account. You can create accounts for each of your kids to pay for their education today. And so I'm humbled to say that all 3 of my kids, if they decide to go to university, it's their call. I'm never going to push them. But all of their university accounts are fully funded now. because the second they were born, I invested every year, and then we just maxed out. It's maxed out. So that's what I recommend. And there's other things you can learn too, John. Like if you take my complete personal finance course, there's gifts that you can give to your kids. Okay, so what you can do is, let's say that you and your wife want to get money. Well, your parents, your mom and your dad, can both give money, right? So that's 2. And then her mom and dad can give you money. That's 3, 4. They get a tax break 4 times, and you get a tax break on 4 times as well by being gifted money in case you wanted to, I don't know, get a down payment for a mortgage on a house. Talk to an accountant first, please, or a tax lawyer. And tax lawyers are expensive, but they're worth every single penny. Trust me, they're worth it. They're worth it. Kind of like don't do your own finances ever, your own accounting. Hire an accountant. They're up to date on the accounting tax rules, and they'll save you a lot of money in the long run. And they'll keep you out of trouble too. All right. Congratulations on that. That's great, man. All right. Next up is, what nootropics do you use, if any? Sorry if you've answered that before. I've been doing more research on which ones are better. Give me one. No, I've never had that question before. I'm glad you're asking. I learned a lot actually by getting questions on stuff I have no idea what they are as I make up the answers. I'm just kidding. Let me just do a search on what that is. Hold on a second. Nootropics is drugs or supplements that may improve cognitive function. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Yep. I can talk a lot about that. All right. So, so first of all, what I'm going to tell you, talk to a doctor and or a nutritionist, because I'm not either. But I biohack a lot, as you know. And so there's 2 things I do from a cognitive perspective. And I'm going to show you the first one. And yes, you're going to think I'm crazy by showing you what I'm showing you. And these are a new pair of jeans I'm wearing. So I just threw in my things I take every day. You ready? This is where you think I'm crazy. I take these every day. Okay. And unfortunately, I don't have the overhead camera here today. A lot of these are herbs. Okay. They're not vitamins, they're herbs. And a lot of them are vitamins though. And I've done research over the years, and I document all of this if you're curious in what I take in my course, 30-day challenge to a more productive and much happier you, which is, anyway, whatever. You get the book for free if you take it online. But you don't have to, because I can explain it here anyway. So a lot of this stuff is based on my thorough research I've done over many, many years. I'm trying to see if the camera's straight. I think it is. I look at the wall to see if it's straight there. Okay. And so we are all, and some of these are placebos, I get it. We're all deficient in a couple of vitamin areas. Sometimes we don't know what they are. If you get a blood or urine test, which you have to do annually, please, you might find out what some of them are. But we're deficient in a couple of vitamins. We don't know what they are. And if we plug those gaps, meaning you get at least 100% of the daily recommended nutritional vitamin allotment, if you plug those gaps, then the likelihood of you getting certain diseases later in life goes down a lot. And so what I take is, I take this one first. I have my DNA sequenced. And when I did it, the doctor said that you've got a high probability of, in the online service said, you have a high probability of getting AMD, which means age-related macular degeneration, meaning your eyesight goes down a lot. And I asked my mom about it. And you got to ask your mom and dad what diseases your relatives have or had, because there's a chance you'll get it. It's hereditary, right? And so my mom said, my goodness, your grandfather had that AMD eye issue as well in the 60s. So I went to an eye doctor, and he said my eyes were fine. But he recommended this, and this is a relatively benign zinc supplement. So that it's like that movie Minority Report, the pre-crimes group, where you, instead of forecasting what crimes you're going to commit, which is ridiculous, but it was a good movie, I kind of forecasted what diseases I'm going to get so I can nip it in the bud today. So I never have those eye issues, hopefully. That's just one of them, okay? I have a lot of issues. Here we go. And there's a bunch of others as well. And a couple of these, this here is fish oil, which I also put in my daily shake here, which is greatest. I make it every Sunday, 7 of these. I remember this week. Last week I didn't. I make 7 of these every week. I've been doing so for more than a decade. And it's just greatest hits of everything I need to consume to decrease my chance of getting cancer or any diseases, hopefully. And what's in this thing is kale, ginger, all natural organic stuff, lemon too. It's good. cinnamon, all that good stuff. And this is fish oil. And what I also do is I actually have a couple of them here. Some of these pills are part of a daily vitamin pack from a company called Dr. This is called Daily Advantage, and this is by it's called David Williams. Dr. Williams, drwilliams.com. Don't buy them, please, without searching for coupon codes. These things go 50% off. So some of these things are in here, and that's just daily vitamins. I also take a vitamin pack, which are these ones here. And I already have one of the other vitamins this morning. It's not here right now. From a guy named Ray Kurzweil, who heads up engineering at Google. And he has done a ton of research about life extension. And he says, all you got to do is make it another 10 or 20 years, and then you can make it to 150. It's true. It's true. There's so much money going into biotech now and life extension and venture capital, more so than any other point in history. And I think he's right. He's right. I think that there are a couple of people on this call right now, more than a couple, that are going to make it way past 150 years old. Yes. Think about all the diseases that have been eradicated. It's amazing, modern medicine, what's happened. And so anyway, these are some of Ray Kurzweil's products. There's another one I already ate, which has a lot of retinol in it. And retinol is in red wine as well. I don't drink anymore, although I enjoy it a lot for health reasons. I don't. But retinol is in red wine, and it helps to make you live longer. And you can't reverse aging, but you can slow it down. And the best thing you can actually do, aside from diet and drinking enough water, which I never do, is get 7 or 8 hours of sleep every night, and also put on lots of sunblock every day. There's a reason why a lot of women look younger than men when they get older. It's because a lot of women put on makeup, and makeup has SPF 25 in it, a lot of it. A lot of people don't realize that. Yeah. And what you can also do to make yourself look younger, or at least age slower, is not only you put on sunblock every day, and I use this stuff called Neutrogena. It's just this regular skin cream I put on every day, and it's SPF 25. But I also have glasses that kind of, when you wear sunglasses, wear the ones that wrap around a little bit here because a crow's nest, which I'm getting, whatever, it's fine. I don't care. Well, I do care a bit. But it'll decrease the instances of crow's nest. Another thing you can do, and I'll get to the rest of this stuff in a second. Another thing you can do is don't sleep on the same side every night in your pillow. Otherwise, one side of your face eventually will look 5 years older, it's true, than the other side. Ideally, what would be great is if you drive, say you drive on the left side, which I do, yeah. If you drive on the left side, this side of your face is going to be older in the long run because the sunlight coming in from the window. So try to sleep on this side. And if I know it sounds out there, and I don't understand why there's not a market for this, but if you can, see if you can get SPF blocking film to put on your windows in your car if you spend a lot of time in the car. And I bought this special SPF film I could show you as well, which I can put on the windows at home. And if you sit close to a window all day long, be careful because you're aging. Because we all need vitamin D. I get it. You need some sunlight. I get it. But if you sit by a window all day long every day, it can age you. The sun is the ultimate ager. But you can buy this film, which I bought on Amazon, which blocks the UV rays right on windows. It's pretty easy to put on. It's kind of like when you put on tint on your windows with an iron, that sort of thing. Anyway, too much information. All right, so other stuff that I do is I take Bacopa, which is one of these vitamins here. And Bacopa is, and again, talk to a doctor or a nutritionist. Bacopa helps with your cognitive abilities, so you can, think gooder and speak gooder. So I do that. And then another thing I do also, and this, by the way, this is calcium because I don't drink as much milk as I used to. I get a lot of my calcium from green vegetables and from kale. Kale has a lot of protein. A lot of people don't realize that. And there's just other herbs here. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure are, and they're not all vitamins, they're herbs as well. A lot of stuff I'm taking that I'm sure is not, is a placebo. All right, let me put my little drugstore away here so you don't think I'm crazy if you're just tuning in right now. And now I understand why they don't make vitamins that are like balls, because they would just roll off the table. That makes sense. I just thought of that. Okay. Oh, one more thing I do. This is big, actually. I forgot to mention this. This is more important than any of that stuff. So I also take bulletproof coffee. And I'll explain what this is. And if anybody has seen the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper, it's a fiction movie, obviously, but he takes this drug. Drugs are bad, but he takes this drug that helps him to, think much more clearly than anybody else ever. And he publishes tons of books because of it, and does lots of things. And I've been doing bulletproof coffee, and it feels like that movie Limitless for me. It's like I'm in freaking hyperspace in the Millennium Falcon past 3 or 4 years of my life. I can't stop creating content. I can't stop doing these calls. I can go 8 to 10 hours straight, and you've seen me go 8 hours straight without getting up once. And a lot of it comes down to this. But I've written just a ton of books, created a ton of content. My life is balanced. I can always spend more time with family, but I get tons of stuff done, partially because of this, and diet and other factors. So this is bulletproof coffee. And I never get compensated, as you know, for pitching any products, whatever. But I'll explain what bulletproof coffee is. It's this Canadian company in Vancouver, represent, that creates this brand of coffee. And most coffee that you drink has mold on it, right? So you get the high, and then you crash because of the mold, the way it's preserved. Bulletproof coffee is created in such a way where it's processed without mold when you get it. And it's like $15 for a big thing. I have them all the time here at home. And it comes ground if you want. And then what happens also as part of the whole bulletproof methodology, you put in a little bit of oil from the bulletproof company, and it's called MCT oil. And it's kind of like coconut oil. And if you're going to do this, please, we'll talk to a nutritionist and a doctor first and all that stuff. But also, please make sure that you only put in a tiny bit of this MCT oil initially, or you will get stomach aches until you build up a tolerance to it. Okay, just a tiny bit. I now do a tablespoon. But if I did a tablespoon initially, I would get awful stomach aches. Then what you do is one more step. And this sounds out there. People have been doing what I'm about to tell you for hundreds of years, and it's been helping their cognitive abilities big time. And that's this. I was trying to think what it was. I forgot. The older I got, the better I was. See how I bought time there? No, what people do is they put, you're supposed to put a tablespoon of grass-fed organic butter in the coffee. People have been doing that for hundreds of years. And I know it sounds out there, and it tastes good, though. It tastes like you put milk in your coffee. It's good. And that's the first meal of the day is this. Yeah. So, and that's what you see me drink every week, to the extent that I have to kind of force myself to eat this food drink here, because this actually suppresses my appetite too, which is not good. I mean, it's good if you want to lose weight, whatever, but it suppresses your appetite completely. But it helps you think better and more clearly. And I look into bulletproof coffee. I'm sure there's negative side effects as well. Do your own research always, kind of like before you buy stocks. Don't ever rely just on me. Do your own research all the time. But this is those are the supplements I take daily. And at the end of every day on my one pager, which I've talked about before, I score myself on my diet. Did I exercise? Did I spend time with family? Everything. And I do it in my daily schedule, which you can get for free. If you go to my website, you don't even have to give me your email address or anything. I don't care. But I do care about you, but go to harounventures.com/schedule, schedule all lowercase. And you can download the one pager I use every day. I don't do it on weekends now because it would drive me crazy. But anyway, I can talk about that in more detail if you want me to, or we can talk more about nutrition if you want as well. But try to, I got to reinforce this, but talk to your parents, aunts, uncles. Is it aunts or aunts? I don't know. Grandparents, siblings, and just find out what diseases they all got, because you'll probably get them. And you can nip it in the bud by seeing a doctor now or taking vitamins. And kind of self-medicate with vitamins. Careful with that. Don't overdo it. And doctors mean well, but I don't think doctors care as much about you as you do yourself, obviously. So always do your own research. And for me, there's one little thing I got to mention, cholesterol. So if you have high cholesterol, what that means is your arteries get clogged up with stuff, and it's harder for blood to get to your heart, which is dangerous. And although I eat incredibly healthy, I have very high cholesterol. And I tried the natural way to get rid of it, to lower my cholesterol, by consuming this supplement called red rice yeast. And I did a lot of other stuff too. And it didn't work. I would get my blood test, urine test. I'd still have high cholesterol. And it's genetic. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, Dad, for that. Just kidding. It's genetic. And so what I have to do now is I've been taking it for like probably 10 years now. It's called simvastatin. My doctor prescribed it to me. And it's 10 milligrams daily. It's a stent. And yeah, there could be side effects if you drink a lot of alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, so I don't have to worry about that. And it's kind of like Lipitor. There could be side effects to your liver as well, which is why I don't drink, right? So anyway, look into it if you want to. Talk to your doctor first. Find out what diseases or issues, health issues your relatives have had, because there's a good chance you can get it as well. And the beauty about catching it early is you can nip it in the bud. Kind of like the movie Minority Report, except for the pre-crime group Minority Report. It's your own kind of pre-health issue group. So you can nip it in the butt and never get those diseases to begin with. And they say you are what you eat, but now everybody's eating organic. So they say you are what you eat eats. Dad humor? No? Not funny? Sorry. All right. Next up we've got here. So John, thanks for that question, dude. I'm smiling because when I see your name, John Clee, I always think of John Cleese. All right. And the Aqua Hood from England is saying, if I missed the application for the MBA, will you be doing it again in a couple of years from now? Yes. This is something I'm committing forever to. Yeah. It's going to be fun. And I'm actually making it, I think the experience will probably be a bit better in a couple of years because I'll have refined it by then. But I'm offering the first class, being this first group that's starting December 2nd with me. I'm offering you every course I ever make for free forever. And if I update the MBA degree program, you get all of it for free forever. It's a nice thing to do. And also because, to be intellectually honest, I'm going to make some mistakes. I will. I'm going to work exceptionally hard to help you do whatever I humbly can to make you successful and happy in business and life. But I'm going to make mistakes. I don't know what they are. There's not going to be many, hopefully. But because of that, I have to it's not ethical for me not to give you just a ton of other stuff. You'll get every course I ever make, the ones I personally make. And if I have a partnership, all depends on whether they want to do it. But everything I ever make forever, you'll get. And eventually I'll have a subscription service as well, I think. But you'll be grandfathered into that and get that free forever as well, right? It's going to be insane value. Really, really good value. Yeah. And I'm still going to be making a lot of courses as well. I've got this whole setup perfected, or it's getting a lot better at least, to the extent that you can't see behind me here, but I've got a couple rolls of paper I can pull down right now, and they're staggered apart, so I can have different sets immediately behind me. And I have, you probably see my other webcasts. I only have one camera hooked up today. But I've done it where I have like 5 other cameras hooked up, and I perfected the studio with the help from Matt Lacousse. He's been great, to the extent that we're ready to go, and we're ready to record a lot of Udemy courses as well in the future. It's going to take me a lot less time to do it, but it's going to be fun. But the second it becomes about money for me is the second you guys should just never watch another webcast I do or take another course. This has to be full for me in order for this to work. And a couple of years ago, I started working on the complete management course. And my heart wasn't into it because a lot of management stuff is qualitative and I wasn't into it. So I scrapped it. It felt like work. This is not going to be work. This is going to be fun. It's going to be edutaining. We're going to go on a great journey together through this MBA degree program, and you'll love it. It's going to be fun. Or your money back. All right. Oh my God, Chris, stop the cheesy infomercial stuff already. I'm like a used car salesman, like Larry from Three's Company. I don't know if anybody gets that reference. Maybe Patrick. Patrick and I are the same age group, I think. Maybe one or two others. Larry from Three's Company. That was my cheesy Larry salesman talk. All right. Next up is The Aquahood is saying that you're doing the cryptocurrency and my financial analyst courses at the moment, and they're quality courses. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And I don't think I'll ever break even on the cryptocurrency course, ever. But I don't care. I made that from my heart. I have a lot of props. I was supposed to sell a lot of them. I still have them. Like there's one scene in it where I show you that that imitation game thing. What is that called again? That decryptor. I have a model. It cost me $80. I got it on Facebook. I was supposed to sell after the course. I kept that stuff. But no, I'm not going to break even ever on that course. But I poured my heart into it. And part of it was a mission for me because I felt like so many people were getting scammed by cryptocurrencies. I hated it. And so if you take that course, you'll notice I'm not rah buy cryptos at all. I'm intellectually honest about the whole process. When I started making that course, at first I was like rah cryptos. And then by the end of it, I was like, I don't really like most cryptos. It's kind of a scam. So anyway, I wasn't pounding the table at all. But I hope you enjoy those courses. Thank you. All right, next one is Cyan, who's saying, thanks, Chris. You're my fave at Udemy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. And Siddharth is saying, hey, thanks for the suggestion. I will read your book on networking. And also, I have taken your course about complete financial analyst yesterday. And I hope that my failures will teach me to go up. Awesome. No, thank you. And I've made so many failures that I love to teach my failures and my few successes too. And for those of you that work for people that are not good managers and it's driving you crazy, just think to yourself, I'm not only learning what to do, but I'm learning what not to do. And that's a valuable lesson. And I remember once when I worked at Accenture, great company. I said great company because I insulted them with Accenture there. Okay. I can't take it back. This is live, right? But when I worked there was this guy from the Orange County office. I'll never name him. And I wrote about him in my book too without naming him. But he said to me, it was late one night, like 10 p.m. And I was trying to print out a database report for him. It was November, December of 1995. And he said to me, can you print this report? And I tried for hours and I couldn't do it. I was green. I was kind of new there. And I said, I'm so sorry, sir. I tried my best, but I just can't figure it out. And he looked at me and he said, it's because you're incompetent. And he turned around and walked away. And I remember I was like, oh my God, like F him, forget about him. And I remember thinking at that time, it's like D&D advertising from Melrose Place. Right? I don't know if you guys have watched that show with Heather Locklear, who was really mean on that show. Anyway, that's what I was thinking at the time. But I remember thinking when it happened, I was like, I just learned how to not treat people when I start my own company. That was the lesson. And I'm glad I was frustrated because that kind of motivated me to get out of there. Everyone else at that firm was great except for that one person. Of course, I'll never name him. But anyway, the bottom line is you can learn a lot from working for people that don't know how to manage people. You can learn what not to do. And the silver lining is that when you start your own company, you can create your own corporate culture and run it your way and treat people the right way. All right. Next up is Pavam is saying why you came to the teaching field. Yeah. So I started teaching because it was fun. I enjoyed it. And what I would do was I'm actually on the board of, and I'm not that active. I really should be more active, but I'm on the board of this great charity in East Palo Alto here called the Limo Foundation. And America, for those of you not familiar with a lot of American cities and whatnot, sometimes in the United States, you can go from a really affluent area to a really, really, really poor and dangerous area, within a 2-minute drive. It happens. And that's what's happened in Palo Alto, which is affluent, or some people call it shallow alto. That's right. Versus East Palo Alto. In East Palo Alto, the high school graduation rate is only 40%. It's tragic. And there's a lot of deadbeat fathers. I don't think there's such thing or that many instances of deadbeat mothers. And so what I would do is I would volunteer in the prison system. I got a police pass to go in to Redwood City in the McGuire Correctional Facility. And I just help a lot of these poor kids that, these guys that are 20 or 21 years old or so that did stuff that I could have been caught for doing. I probably did the same thing. Or they didn't have the luxury of having a wonderful father growing up like I did and I still do. And so I just started doing that. And then the Limo Foundation I got involved with. And the Limo Foundation creates scholarships for these kids that live in East Palo Alto so they can go to the best schools. And I started teaching those kids for free. And it was fun for me. And I would teach during the evenings at other schools while I worked in venture capital during the day. And I found it so rewarding, more rewarding than working in VC. VC was fun and all. It was kind of cool, meeting the who's who in tech. And I've got a great Rolodex, by the way. So we're going to have a lot of the top CEOs in the world. I'm going to interview them just around the corner here in Silicon Valley for my MBA degree program. It's going to be fun. But I found that teaching was very rewarding. And I would teach these Limo Foundation kids on weekends. And it was just fun for me. It was just rewarding. I loved it. And I thought, my God, Chris, what have you done your whole life trying to chase money? You chase money, you lose your dreams and your money. You chase your dreams, which I'm living right now. Not only do they come true, if you're willing to fail and not give a damn what anybody thinks of you. And people think I'm crazy even now. They're like, dude, go back to venture capital. We're hiring. You want to come back? I have a hedge fund. You want to come back? I get calls all the time. I'm like, no, thank you though. The second people think you're not crazy, then it's too late. Like this industry, teaching is in its infancy right now. And I loved it. And I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I loved it. And I don't think anybody that's been successful in starting their own companies or changing the world, whatever, has done it for the money. Sir Richard Branson oozes positivity. It's never about the money for him. He's just a positive, happy-go-lucky dude with badass long hair in his 80s or however old he is. That guy rocks. I'd love to meet him one day. Same thing with J.K. Rowling. She was, God bless her, she was an assistant, single mother, hated her job. She was rejected by 30 publishers. She didn't care. She didn't care what people thought of her. She just kept trying, and she loved it. It wasn't about the money. It was about just the love for doing something you're passionate about. Ellon Musk trying to colonize Mars now, which sounds crazy, but who cares? He doesn't care what people think of him. He didn't make money because he cares what people think of him. He's not insecure. He doesn't care. A lot of these people, eventually when they get wealthy, they hire stylists because when they were making their first billion or whatever it is, they didn't give a damn what they look like. They never care what people thought of them. They were never insecure, and that's why they're successful. And so for me, I always loved helping people. I always loved giving. I can't believe it took me this long to realize that, get out of the furball corporate world, Chris, and just start teaching and helping people if you can. And I've never been happier. All right, next question is... Thanks, Rohit. I know what you mean. Teflon Don, John Gotti. I saw a movie, actually, John Gotti, who was the real Godfather gangster in real life. It was with John Travolta recently. I thought it was good. I got bad reviews, but I liked it. It was good. All right, next one is Pavin is saying, why are you doing your YouTube videos? Because you're earning more money from your company, and I think you're already a billionaire. No, I'm not. I'll never be, but no. No. And if I ever become a billionaire, no one will ever know it. Except you will know because all the courses will cost nothing forever. No, I got to charge something always. Otherwise people won't take it seriously. Always. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just fun for me teaching on and making YouTube videos, and it's a challenge. Like if you go to my YouTube page, I threw down a challenge. a couple of years ago. You can watch my first vlog here, which basically says that I'm going to vlog every day for the next 10 years. I threw down that challenge, and now I got to make it come true. I'm a man of my word. And it's fun for me. It's fun vlogging. This is not about the money. This is fun for me. Doing what I'm doing is fun. The second it becomes about money, is the second that this is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life, and none of you should ever watch me again. You got to love doing what you're doing. You got to love doing what you're doing. And this here is Pablo Picasso. Okay. I went to the Picasso Museum when I was in Barcelona, and Pablo Picasso said, and by the way, he's bigger than that in real life. That was total dad humor. No more dad humor, I promise you. But Picasso was very successful because he never gave a damn what anyone thought of him. And he had this great quote, which is, everything you can imagine is real. And I had it on my wall. And my son Matthew said to me, Dad, why don't you buy a Picasso painting? And I was like, whatever. Like, those things cost a fortune. They're millions of dollars. And he said, well, have you tried? And I was like, what? No. And so I actually bought a Picasso. So anybody can buy a Picasso. And I bought it a little while back before I went to the museum. And what happened, any Picasso painting with color on it is worth a gazillion dollars. I'll never be able to afford it. I'll never buy it. But what Picasso did in the 50s and 60s was every day he drew hundreds or tons and tons and tons every day of little Matador black ink, like the bullfighter thing. And so you can get them for a couple $100. So I bought one. It's kind of neat. Anyway, whatever. A little off topic there. Sorry. Yeah. Look for Picasso quotes if you get a chance. They're pretty cool. But I kind of like Picasso was obviously an artist, and Dali, and I went to Salvador Dali's house as well, where he grew up, and learned a lot about the man and what inspired him. These revolutionaries from an artistic perspective, they never cared what people thought of them. They never did it for the money. What kind of musician out there does it for the money? It can't be about the money. It's about just passion for creation. And when I create my courses, I think of myself having a palette and a paintbrush, and it's artistic and it's fun. Like doing this as well. This is artistic. This is fun for me. I thoroughly enjoy it. And the second I do all this stuff just for the money, and I'm not trying to be creative and teach different, is the second you guys should all ask for a refund on your ask for a refund on the courses you've taken, or you just never buy another course of mine ever again. It's not about being able to turn a light on properly. It's not about the money ever. It's about just being creative and just a thorough love for what you do. I'm kind of digging that look there. It might be a little bit too bright. So way off topic there, guys. I'm sorry, but anyway. You got to do what you love and be artistic about it and create and think differently. Otherwise, you just won't. You'll feel like you have a job every day, and that sucks. We're here for a limited amount of time on this earth. So you got to keep searching for your passion and make that your reality. As Picasso said, what you dream is real. Make it happen. Make it happen. And if I could humbly help in any way I can to make your business dreams come true, let me know. I'm here for you. All right, moving on now. All right, next up is Rohit is saying, I know where you're going with this. This is awesome. A character called Del Rio in the TV show The Ozarks on Netflix. Jason Bateman delivers a stellar performance. It's like Breaking Bad, but about money laundering. I love that show. I watch it. I think everybody should. It's called The Ozark. I got to tell you a story about Jason Bateman. Okay. So back in the, it's really interesting. In his show, The Ozarks on Netflix, it's great. A little dark. But back in the 80s, Jason Bateman was a big deal growing up, and his sister as well. Justine, she was on Family Ties, a show where Michael J. Fox, Canadian represent, was in. But what happened was Jason Bateman, he was in Teen Wolf Part 2 and a lot of great movies in the 80s. And then we didn't see him in the 90s. And the reason is, and he's been public about this recently, it's fascinating, is because he worked his ass off in the 80s and he was younger. And he didn't take any breaks and he burned out. And because of that, he ended up in rehab for alcohol and drugs. That's why we didn't see him in the 90s at all. And then lo and behold, in the 2000s, Arrested Development, that show of his, became big. And then he was in movies like Juno and others, like The Ozarks as well. And I think it kind of reflects his personalities too. Like he's funny, but a little bit dark as well. Like Game Night, if you've seen that movie, it's hysterical. A little dark at some points, but it's just funny. But I do love that show, The Ozarks. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, next one is, do you ever attend a secret society like Bohemian Grove or other, or were you invited? Yeah, so I was invited. For the Bohemian. What you have to do is you have to be recommended by a bunch of people. I know a lot of people that are in it, and I thought about it, and I looked into it, and I went to a couple of events. They've got a really nice building in San Francisco where you go for lunch if you know people there, and I've been there a lot, and it seemed kind of fun. And I don't know. I kind of want to spend my time with my kids and Christine. If I didn't have kids or I wasn't married, maybe I'd consider it. But I kind of feel like every second that I spend with this is awful. This is me though. Every second I spend with people outside of my immediate family is a kind of a waste of time because I can't get that time back with my kids. And there's this sad statistic, which is by the time your child is 12 years old, you've already spent 90% of your time that you'll ever spend with them. Crazy, eh? 90%. And so Dylan is 10 right now, and I'm still spending a ton of time with him. He comes on this call a lot, as you know. And my older kids, like Andrew, I'll spend time with them in the garage, working out at night, whatever. And whenever I have to work around 4 o'clock, I bring my iPad into the garage, and I have this cheap, used elliptical trainer, and he'll be there. Just spend time with your kids, even if they don't talk to you that much. Like take your kids out golfing or go on walks. They'll talk to you when they want to, but you can't get that time back. All right. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm just gonna turn that off for a bit. All right. All right, next up is Gregory is saying, Chris, do you think the current economic situation, sorry, I misread that. What do you think of the current economic situation between the USA and China? So I'm positive longer term. And I think there's a lot of saber rattling going on, a lot of posturizing, a lot of bluffing. And one party got called on their bluff recently. I'm not going to say which side. And one party is kind of backpedaling on that a bit. But I think the intention of both sides is to, it's classic negotiations. Donald Trump here, I'll go there, okay? I read this book when I was 15 in 1987 called The Art of the Deal by Donald Trump. Love him or hate him, this guy can get a deal done. Love him or hate him, he can get a deal done, okay? And what he usually does is he's very extreme, and then the other party is like, oh my God, it's so ridiculous. And he doesn't give a damn what anyone thinks of him. It's so extreme, people are like, oh my God, you're crazy. And then eventually he gives in a bit and something gets done, okay? But what he says is usually more extreme than what he actually thinks, I think. It's the only way to justify it. And so I think a deal will be reached. I think we'll all be better off because of it, but it is a little bit painful right now. Certainly the markets are very volatile, and I buy stocks when people freak out about a trade war because I know in the long run things are going to be fine. America and China, they cannot survive independently. They're tied to the hip, and both of them know it. 2008 when the world was almost ending, the mortgages here in America were owned mainly by Chinese government. They own a lot of the mortgages here. And the Chinese government knows they rely on the American consumer. The American economy is about close to a third of the revenue for the world, meaning the world's GDP. And 2/3 of the American economy is consumer spending. It's true. Not big business. It's consumer. And so a lot of Chinese companies rely on the U.S. consumer. And China is trying to change that. They're trying to grow their own market, be self-sufficient internally. But both countries are attached at the hip. And I think everything will be fine in the long run. All right. Next up. May I know the competitive ratio for your MBA program? I know it's difficult for me to get in. I cannot sleep well after applying for it. Now it's sorry to hear that. It's 1:45 a.m. here in Japan. I'm never going to release any statistics. It's just not what I want to do. Because once you release, you have to release it all the time. And just know that we've received many more applications than we have positions. Okay. And Shradesh is saying, Sir, I want to start a business, but I'm from the medical and financial background, so I'm concerned about technology part. How would I be able to make it? Yeah. So I published a blog today in the title, actually I think it was last night around 10 or so. The title was Am I too old to code? Anybody can start over. Anybody can learn a new skill online. You want to code and you're older or even way too young, you think. Just go to Udemy and take courses from Rob Percival and Angela Yu on how to code. They make it fun and easy and edutaining. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. And so the limitations you have, I say this with love in my heart, are up here. You can always reinvent yourself. Always, always, always. By taking online courses and by networking a lot as well. If you want to get into a certain industry that's foreign to you completely, and you're curious about it, then I want you to read this free book of mine on how to network. Go to my website and get it. It's free. And that will teach you how to get a meeting with anybody so that you can, change careers if you want to, or meet with people, do searches on LinkedIn on people similar to you from a similar background, meaning medicine, that have made that transition, and meet with them. Just ask them how they did it. People want to help you. All you do is ask. All right, Picasso, you are gone. Over here. Clean up my desk a bit. All right. Next up, I've got, and if I miss any questions in the middle, just please let me know. I don't mean to be rude or, yeah. All right. Next up is, what sort of information do you want in the application for the MBA? So all the information you need to know is on my website. Just click on the MBA link and there's an FAQ. You'll see everything you need right there. All right. And if you go there and that doesn't answer your question, Kevin, let me know, please, and I'll answer it for you. Thanks. All right. Next one is Rudy, who's saying thank you for all that info. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So Rudy is started an insurance company in Texas. Can you please do me a favor and bring your tax code to California from Texas, please? All right. Oh, interesting. Okay. And so earlier on the call, Rudy asked about how do I find out the total addressable market for the insurance industry in my state? And I answered it, but I also told him, why don't you look bigger? Look across the country. And Rudy is telling me here that each state has different limits and requirements right now from an insurance government policy mandate. Okay, so now it understands. Okay, now it makes sense. Thanks. All right, Carlos is saying, thank you for the advice, Chris. As always, I appreciate you sharing your wisdom and insight. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. And thank you for being on the call too. This is fun. This is fun. I'm having a good time. All right. Next. And by the way, you'll know if you love doing what you're doing if you don't look at your watch. I have no idea what time it is. Now I'm curious. I have to look. It's 11:33. Okay, now I looked. Okay. That's, we've been going 3.5 hours, 8, 9, 10, 3.5 hours without me looking at the time. And when you go to a great movie, the testament of whether or not it's a great movie is how many times you looked at your watch. So time flies when you're having fun. I'm certainly having fun. It's like a video game. Like when you're playing, and I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 now. I was on GTA 5 for like 5 years. It was, came out in 2013, still relevant today. But when I play Red Dead Redemption 2, which rocks, I feel like I'm in America in 1899, the Wild West. It's awesome. I never look at my watch. It's just fun. And that's a measure of, do you have a job or do you have a passion? If you check your watch too much, you're probably not happy doing what you're doing. All right. Next up is Rohit, who's saying Damian Lewis is the name of the British actor. Oh, yeah. On Homeland, and as well as in Billions. Yeah. And it killed me when they killed him off on Homeland. Now, Homeland's gone downhill. And the writer of Homeland died in season 3. That's why seasons 4 through whatever today aren't as good. But I still watch it. All right. Give me 1 second, please. And Kurt is saying, amen about Billions. Some of the things said on the street were way over the line for this West Coast boy from Oregon. Yes, I had to tell them it was pronounced Oregon, not Oregon. I've never heard that before. It's cool. All right. My goal now, Kurt is saying, my goal now is, I don't know you're from Oregon. That's cool. No idea. If you guys want, you could put in brackets, square brackets at the beginning of your questions where you're from. If you want, it'd be kind of cool to get you to know y'all a little bit more. If you want. So Kurt from Oregon is saying, my goal now is to have lots of haters. I figure that means I'm getting popular or successful. Thanks for the advice. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, it's the more successful you become, the more people are going to backstab you. Yeah, it is what it is, and you just got to be used to it, and don't shame yourself for being successful. Just perception becomes reality. Just tell yourself they're criticizing me because they're envious. So thank you for that envy. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough though when you start when I started doing my YouTube stuff and Udemy, I would get, I read some pretty negative reviews on me on Udemy. But after a while, I just, within reason, I laughed at them. Some of them were so ridiculous. Yeah. I got some wacko ones. Like there was this dude, he gave me 5 stars for one of my courses. And his comment was, "I'm sitting in my underwear watching your course now." It was just the weirdest thing, but it's funny. I don't know. It's kind of like if you ever go to Google or YouTube, do a search for Jimmy Kimmel Show on mean tweets, and celebrities read out mean tweets about them, which are pretty darn funny. And they laugh at themselves. And as Sting said in his song, An Englishman in New York, it takes a man to suffer ignorance and smile. So just be yourself no matter what you say. Yeah. All right, next up, Akil is saying, how do you become the Google of a particular industry? Well, that's a tough one to answer. You got to come up with a better mousetrap, a better way of doing things. So when it came to Google, Yahoo kind of dominated in 1998. Before Google was founded in 99. It was a very fragmented industry with companies like Lycos, Alta Vista, and tons of other companies that InfoSeek, whatever, that aren't really that relevant today or have been bought by other companies and put to bed. But what Google did was they found a better mousetrap, because at the time, the way Yahoo worked was Yahoo had employees that were like librarians that would categorize everything, kind of like when you just go to the library and you pull out those card things, and that wasn't a very scalable business. And then Google was created, and Larry and Sergey architected the company so that the way that stuff was cataloged is that whatever has the most links to it comes up first in search. So just a better way of doing it. And Larry and Sergey are certainly passionate about what they did as well. So passion and a better mousetrap. And somewhat early too. Somewhat early. Okay, next up is so Juan Pablo is saying, hey Chris, I'm taking one of your courses on Udemy and it's great. Thank you. But I found what you do currently and it's freaking awesome. Nice, brother. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks, dude. Thank you. And I'm still making Udemy courses. Like I released one yesterday called the Complete YouTube course, and I'm releasing another one next month called Videography Masterclass, the Complete Video Course, which is going to be my longest course ever. And I've upgraded my studio over the past year by working on those 2 aforementioned courses. So that I can create a lot more Udemy content as well, and a lot more content for the MBA students that are taking my degree program. I got to a point now where I can make content pretty quickly compared to when I first started. It's fun doing these live calls too, because you create content really quickly. It's fun. All right. Next up is Amam is saying, good morning, Chris. Thanks for your time. Quick question. What are the pros and cons if a startup goes to a venture capital firm or Shark Tank for seed funding? Which one would you do? Yeah. So for those of you not familiar with Shark Tank, it's an American television program where a lot of high net worth successful entrepreneurs decide in what looks like 10 minutes or so to invest in a startup or not. And I've known companies that have gone on that show. It's not a 10-minute interview. It's actually closer to 2 hours. But the editors of the show just edit the 10 minutes that's the most entertaining. And unfortunately, the parts that make some of the entrepreneurs not look that smart. It is what it is. But I recommend, I don't want to say the Shark Tank approach, but that kind of approach first, meaning talk to high net worth investors early on first, because the sales cycle is much shorter and because they're taking a risk on you, right? They're going to fall in love with you, the entrepreneur. And they know your business model is going to change, but they're betting on you. And it's riskier. And a lot of high net worth investors can decide pretty quickly if they want to invest or not, or within a few meetings or so. And again, the sales cycle is a lot shorter and there's fewer people involved. It's less bureaucratic. When it comes to venture capital firms, they'll often take bigger stakes in your company. And I don't recommend talking to them first. Do it after a while. They'll get a board seat as well. And the high net worth investor can get a board seat too if she or he invests a lot of money. But some venture capital firms are kind of bossy. They'll tell you what to do. They'll be in your kitchen, metaphorically, so to speak. So just make sure you do your due diligence on them as well. They're researching you. You should research them as well. And if you are going to raise money from venture capital, raise as much money as you can when you can, because trying to raise money every year from a different venture capital firm is just a time suck. It'll take you away from your core competency, which is running your company. All right, next up, Juan is saying the mix of products on Udemy and the prices are outstanding. I agree. It's a good deal. It's a good deal, and it's a great way to run a business too. A lot of people, have their own courses on their own website at really high prices, and they don't realize that you're not impacting the lives of that many people doing that. You're too narrowly focused on a small niche. For me, it's all about volume globally as well. It's the EDLP Walmart strategy, which is everyday low prices. Yeah, you can help more people that way. Yeah. And Akil is saying, what do you think about the gaming industry, and what do you think the future of it will be? It's a really, really tough industry. I don't recommend doing it. I've invested a lot over the years in the video game industry. I've met with Bobby Kotick, who's the founder of Activision, many times. Invested in his company over the years. I invested in Electronic Arts. I've gone to their headquarters here in Redwood City many, many times. Even met with Will Wright there, who created the Maxis franchise, which EA bought. It's tough because there's only a handful of successful large video game companies out there. And what they do is they cherry pick and buy all these smaller studios. So there's not much organic growth that comes out of those companies. A lot of the IP or intellectual property they actually buy. They buy these independent studios. It's really, really tough. It is tough to make it in the video game industry. I know a lot of people start companies in that sector. It's really, really, really hard. It's tough to do. And a lot of companies were founded in the video game industry when the iPad first came out. And they thought, oh my gosh, all these games on the iPad, this is going to be huge. Even Kleiner Perkins, a big venture capital firm, they created a $100 million iPhone app fund in venture capital. The problem is that when iPhones and iPads first came out, we would play games, my kids and I, a lot. And we get sick of those games after 2 weeks. But we go back and check every day for new games, like the older ones, like Where's My Water? Remember that one? As well as the tower defense games, which were my favorite ones. And then what happened was the shelf life was very, very low. It's short. After a week or so, most of these games would disappear. And so people realized that making games is not very profitable. For every Clash of Clans or Clash Royale game out there, every Supercell, which is the parent company, there's a gazillion other companies that never make it. For every Mojang, which is a company that Microsoft bought that made Minecraft, there's a billion other companies like that go nowhere. It's a very, very tough business. Very, very difficult. If I were to do it, and I wouldn't, but if I were to do it, I'd probably have a freemium business model initially, where the product is free. And then you can charge through micro payments. It's a tough gig, man. It's tough. Yeah. And that's why there's not that many publicly traded video game companies, right? There's not that many. Asia is going to birth a lot more of them. And I spent a lot of time in Shanghai, and in Seoul, and in Tokyo, meeting with video game companies over the years. And by the way, this is fascinating. When I was in Shanghai for the first time in 2005, meeting with Shanda and a company called The Nine at the time. And The Nine basically ran all the infrastructure for World of Warcraft, which was huge at the time in China. I remember asking the executives, I said, why is it that PC gaming is so big in China, but not America at the time, especially? And the answer was fascinating. And the answer was that the executive said in China, many years ago, which is no longer the case now, but many years ago, there was a one child per family policy. And after dinner in most countries, what people do is, you play with your brothers and sisters. But after dinner in China, there was an age group where there was just one child per family. and they didn't have brothers or sisters to play with. And the way they would socialize is through video games, online gaming, computer gaming, which is kind of interesting. But it's a tough gig. And I invested in 7974, which is the ticker for Japan. I've seen Masayoshi-san. I've met with the CFO of Nintendo when I was in Tokyo. They're based in Osaka, but they were in Tokyo to meet with me that day back in 06 or whenever it was. And there's just a handful of companies that can be very successful. Most of them never end up going anywhere. It's tough. It's hard. All right. And the only games I buy now, I buy every game, almost every game that Take-Two Interactive makes. And they're the parent company of Rockstar Games. I'll buy a Ubisoft game every now and then. The Ubisoft Montreal office does a great job with the Tom Clancy franchise. But it's tough. It's a tough industry. Yeah. And if you have specific questions about any of those companies or more detailed questions, let me know. Thanks. All right. But I think that in the future, VR is going to be a big deal. I just don't know when. And we have it here at home for the PlayStation, the PS4 Pro. We got the VR headset because I'm a nerd. And at first we started playing the game like Creed, where you can fight, Rocky and stuff. It's kind of fun. And it's pretty cool. You get a little bit dizzy. It's not that bad. But I found that we started using it more so for on the PS4 doing a search on 360 videos or virtual reality videos. And I actually flew in an airplane, an Army airplane or Air Force plane, whatever, over China using the YouTube headset. It was really cool. Just using the Sony VR headset on the PS4, watching YouTube videos. And one of my kids loves the movie Titanic, and he loves roller coasters. And so we did a search on roller coasters, Titanic, and he was able to go through a VR roller coaster. It's kind of cool online. It's neat. Yeah. The only issue is that it's kind of like I find it's lonely doing it because you're not really collaborating with anybody, and it's too expensive to buy 2 of those units for now. But there's a reason why Facebook bought Oculus, and why Microsoft has HoloLens, and why Google invested in Magic Leap, because at some point this will be a massive platform. We just don't know how or when, and gaming may be a big part of it. Yeah, it has to be. All right. Next up is Asamina is saying, so I got a new question after completing this week's gold lectures. So assuming the TAM is more than $106 billion, and I think you're typing more. Yeah. Assuming the TAM is more than $106 billion, even 10% of that would be a sizable TAM on its own. The problem is, so far, I haven't been able to create a good management team. Many people in my line of work, meaning aviation, and you should talk with Avi Pro, who's a pilot from Sweden. He's usually on the call. I haven't seen him ask questions this week. He might not be on. But many people in my line of work, meaning aviation, are more of consumers of the industry. I want to switch in that actually having any knowledge to help in production or have any management experience. And then you're saying here, networking is, damn it, it skipped again. Oh, here it is here. Hold on. Networking, yeah. Networking is a weird zone. Seeing I can't necessarily network in management and have little to no time for personal affairs weekly. Any advice to tackle that? That's a tough one, dude. Okay, so the issue is finding the right team, the right people. Okay. You got to think of what, in my business plan course, I have you do an exercise where you write down your own personal gaps, your weaknesses. And if you think, and I don't know if this is the case, but if you think that finding people to manage others is a weakness, then you're going to have to hire people. And if you don't have the budget for it, you can give away equity in the company, and what you can do is, and you said you don't have time for networking or personal affairs. I still think you can make time. Read my networking book cover to cover. You get it from my website for free. And find a way to network with people in the aviation industry that have a lot of management experience. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way you can meet with them using the tips I teach in that book. And then what you can do is, if they're very established in aviation companies, say they work for, I don't know, General Dynamics, which I think still owns Cessna. So you can get an executive that has something in common with you that's worked on these G6s or Cessna planes, whatever, and get a meeting with them and ask them to be on your board. And as you know, in the Complete Business course, I explain how to create a board of advisors and get that person, that works for General Dynamics, that's been working with Cessnas for years, to be on your board. That logo will look great on your presentation slides. And that person will probably be able to give you a lot of advice as well. And you can get a meeting with anybody you want. Just read that book, the networking book. And what you can do is you can ask this person, solve for X, whoever it is that's going to join your board, that's worked at Cessna, for example, just to give you feedback on where to find people to hire. Ask them for advice. All you got to do is ask. So try that route. Try networking that way to get board advisors that can help you from a management perspective, bring other people on board. And if that does not work, then let me know in a future webcast here, and we'll go to plan B. Thanks. All right, let me scroll up a bit. I think I skipped over a bunch of questions. Great question, though. All right. Let's see here. All right, Albert's got a bunch in the middle. Yeah. Albert, that's my son, Dylan. His middle name is Albert. Christine's father's name is Albert. It's a great name. You got Albert Einstein. You got Albert Pujol, probably the best baseball player that didn't use roids. He's great. He's still playing now with the Angels. Yeah. All right. So Albert's question is, hello, Chris. Hope all is well. Likewise. Can you please explain the education one needs as a financial analyst, in particular as a hedge fund manager in the finance field? Yeah. So I don't think you need a university degree. A lot of people that get in these Wall Street firms do have a university degree. But a lot of people that do really well start in the mailroom. It happens a lot. And they move up to the corner office. Barry Diller started that way as well. And he's a giant in the media industry with his conglomerate Interactive Media. So networking is more important than anything else. And so I recommend, I think you might have mentioned my Complete Financial Analyst course, or maybe not, but I would take that course, the Complete Financial Analyst course. And I would also take my course called the Complete Job course and read this book as well. You can get for free from my website and network like crazy. And that will help you to get a job in the asset management field or your money back. And I've got a lifetime guarantee on the Complete Job course as well. So do that, please, the Complete Financial Analyst training course and the Complete Job course, and read that book on networking, and then just try the strategies that I explain on how to get into that industry. And if all the strategies don't work in those three aforementioned sources, let me know and we'll move on to plan B. All right, next one, Albert is saying, in your past webcast, you mentioned how to get the CFA prep books on eBay, but is there a school or online education program you recommend? Yeah, Schweizer is great. And if you work at a big company, they might pay for it. And I think when I worked at Goldman, not only did they buy the books, but they also paid for Schweizer. I can't remember actually. But find out if your company pays for you. And a lot of times companies do it just because they're nice, but they also do it because I'm sure they get a really nice tax break for educating their students, or they're helping their employees to get more educated. I'm not speaking good today, am I? Yeah. But yeah, Schweizer is the one. Yeah, so do a search on Schweizer. And I think I don't know if they're in class, but they have books as well. But check that out. That's a great source, yeah. All right, and then you got another question. You're saying, can you please explain the following FINRA? And FINRA is a U.S. government rules and regulations bodies for the finance industry. Pardon me. And you're saying, can you explain the following FINRA representation level exams, meaning the Series 6 and 7, and the process one has to go through? Thanks. Yeah. So when you work at a big finance company, they'll make you write a bunch of exams. One could be the Series 63, which teaches you about ethics. Another one can be the Series 7, which teaches you just about general, finance stuff. It's like a review of the first year of an MBA. And when you start your own company, like when I started my hedge fund, my lawyers did all the paperwork and the offer memorandums and the subscription documents, and they talked to my offshore. They set up an offshore bank in the British Virgin Islands as a master feeder structure. And they also spoke to FINRA representatives and found out I had to take a couple of FINRA exams. You got to talk to the lawyers to ask them which ones you have to take. Or if you work for a big company, just talk to somebody in HR and they'll tell you which ones to take. Yeah. But don't ever do it yourself. Like if you're going to join a big company, usually they pay for you doing the Series 7, Series 63 and other exams anyway. Yeah. Yeah. And when I was in the training program at Goldman, I remember we took the Series 7. They gave us like 2 or 3 days to study for it, which was crazy, but we managed to get by somehow. And there's this guy from Stanford Business School. I'll never forget him. He ended up working in the prop trading group at Goldman. And we went to write the Series 63, which is, I think it's a bit more of an ethics exam. And we walked out of the test center. And as we were walking out, you get your grades. And the two women at the front desk had their jaws open staring at him. And I was like, what? What happened? They're like, he got perfect on the exam. We've never seen that happen before, ever. And I asked him, I grabbed lunch with him immediately. I said, dude, how'd you do it? How do you know? And he said, well, the questions are written in such a way that you can always contest the answers. So you got to think like a lawyer. And I mentioned this before to you all in previous calls, I think, but you don't need to read the questions to get the answers right. I was like, what? And he said, well, in most cases. And so he taught me that when you look through the answers, cover up the question, look through the answers, multiple choice, usually A, B, C, D. And if you see the word always or never in the answer, those are wrong because a judge or a lawyer can find an exception. It's like me saying, this camera color here is always black. Well, if you're a lawyer, you might be able to contest it and say, well, if I get a microscope and under a different lighting environment, it's just a different shade of gray. So the word always and never are usually incorrect answers you can eliminate. And the best answers on multiple choice exams are the ones that are wishy-washy, that use words like sometimes or often or may not. Now I'm starting to talk like a lawyer, which I don't like. Unless you're a civil rights lawyer, then I love you. So anyway, that's why lawyers use the words often or occasionally, may or may not, but not including, that sort of thing. So think like a lawyer, unfortunately, when you write your exams. That might help. All right, let me go down. If I miss questions in the middle, let me know. David C, DC, is on the call. Hey, David. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. I'm not kidding. Once in a big company, I was blamed for not getting my TPS report on time. That made me laugh so hard. I love it. And David is referring to the movie Office Space, where it's just the epitome of corporate bureaucracy, and submitting a TPS report is kind of one of the funny things. Yeah. And I think that dude in suspenders was supposed to represent a big consulting firm like McKinsey, for example. Yeah. He did a great job at that. All right. All right. Next up is Akil. Oh, yeah. I mentioned earlier in the call, I'm going to, at some point, spend a month in India and teach there in the next couple of years. And Akil's saying, I would want to meet my mentor in person. Likewise. That'd be fun. Thank you. As long as we go to Punjabi Grill and get dosa. It's the best food I've ever eaten. It's amazing. Amazing. Yeah. I loved India. It was amazing. When I went to Delhi, it was so peaceful. Like there's animals walking around. There's just an essence and love for life. I loved it. It was fun. All right, next up is Vipul is saying, do you think there will be a financial crisis in 2020? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if there is, I'm always going to be the what's positive about this because with crisis comes opportunity always. If there's a crisis, then people are going to be overly emotional. People are creatures of emotion, not creatures of logic when it comes to the stock market, and they'll sell everything. And I like to buy stuff I love when it's cheaper. So I'll be backing up the truck. And so with crisis always comes opportunity. Always, always, always. And even my business, like education, I'm sure if there's ever a massive crisis in the world, instead of me freaking out, I'll probably tell myself, well, education is kind of counter-cyclical. More people go to school in recessions. More people retool when they're out of work or whatever it is. I'll find a way, as I always somehow do, and maybe I'm a little bit naive here. I'll find a way to see the glass as half full and not half empty, because with crisis always comes opportunity, in my humble opinion, within reason. All right. I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a financial crisis. I used to care more about that stuff when I ran my hedge fund and I worked in the hedge fund industry, but I hated it. I'm very long-term focused now. So, if it happens, be that as it may, I'll back up the truck and buy stocks, because again, with crisis comes opportunity. Okay. And Akil is saying, do you believe in stoicism? Give me 1 second to search what stoicism means. I've heard the word before. Stoicism is a school of Hellenistic philosophy founded by Zeno in Athens. It's a philosophy of personal ethics informed by its system of logic and its views on the natural world. Interesting. Well, I think from a personal ethics perspective, for me, I'm religious. I have my own code of ethics. That's just my code of ethics, I guess. Yeah, that's all I have to say on it. I don't know much more about stoicism, but thanks for educating me. Now I know what it means from an ethical perspective. And you can always ask yourself too, from an ethical perspective, if you have a financial product or anything you want to sell, would you feel comfortable getting your parents to invest in it? If the answer is no, then maybe that's some sort of, personal stoicism philosophy to develop as well when you're starting your companies. All right, next one is Sacramento Life. What up, Sacramento Life? How do rich people use life insurance? Are there tax advantages with life insurance? Life insurance is very, very complicated. Rudy, who might still be on the call, is an expert in this area. He worked in the industry for years, and he recently started his own insurance company in Texas. Go big or go home. But there are some tax incentives, like there's variable life annuities that you can get where a portion of your paycheck can get deducted and invested into these things. Kind of like a mutual fund. But there's always another side to it, though. There's always fees that are so damn complicated to understand that I have to ask the sales rep on the phone to explain it to me like 4 or 5 times. And if you can't explain it, you don't understand it. And I don't fully understand a lot of it, but I do know the fees are ridiculously high. And so I don't really use them. In terms of life insurance, yeah, of course I have a life insurance policy, God forbid something happens to me. I want Christine and the kids to be fine. So yeah, and I have it in my will as well. It's kind of a depressing thing getting your will set up, but it was really depressing when I got my will set up. Christine and I went to this dude. He's a lawyer, does all these wills and estates and revocable trusts. And he asked me questions like, if you get injured and you're in a wheelchair, do you want to give Christine the right to pull the plug? And I'm like, dude, euthanasia? That doesn't mean kids in Europe, by the way. Sorry. Bad dad joke. From a euthanasia perspective, I said, no, there's always a chance. Like, I'm the most positive, naively positive at times person ever. The glass is not even half full. It's always, my cup filleth. It's over the brim, over the edge there. So anyway, it's kind of an option thing, or a bizarre thing for them to ask. But when it comes to tax advantages, every state is different, which I learned today from Rudy on the call. So I think you should talk to a tax lawyer as well if you want to. And the way to get cheap tax lawyer access, and your name here is Sacramento Life, so I'm assuming you live in the state of California, Sacramento being the capital, of course. The way to get cheap legal advice on that is just go to LegalZoom.com, and you can set up a one-time call for $15. That's it, to talk to a lawyer, any type of lawyer you want in the world. To help you out with personal tax issues like life insurance, ask. And if it's corporate, it'll cost you $30. So check out LegalZoom if you can. All right. And Akil is saying, what other passive income methods are there other than the stock market? Yeah. So, bonds, government bonds, I usually invest in, and I'll never tell you what to buy, but I usually invest in TIPS, which is Treasury Inflation Protected Securities, which basically means it's a U.S. government bond that's inflation protected. So it goes up in value if inflation spikes. So that's another way to do it. It's very, very low risk though, which means low return. And usually the rule of thumb, and this is kind of old school, but you take 100 minus your age, and whatever number that is what percent of your portfolio can be in more risky investments. So if you're 25, 100 minus 25 is 75. That means 75% of your liquid net worth can be in more risky investments like stocks. And 25% should be in lower risk, like bonds, especially government bonds, U.S. government bonds. And when you get older as well, if you lose that 75% when you're 25, that sucks, but you can still recover. When you're older, it's harder to recover. So the opposite example is if you're 75 years old, 100 minus 75 is 25, which means 25% of your liquid net worth, can be in, growth riskier stocks, but 75% should be in lower risk, maybe U.S. government bonds or other AAA rated securities. And of course, that whole methodology doesn't make sense if you live to 150, which I think many of us will. Yeah. So whoever you are in this call, if you think of yourself as being old and you think you're too old to start over, you're wrong. Because in 1950 or so, the average life expectancy was 26 years younger than it is today. So whoever you are, questioning your age, you're actually 26 years younger than you think you are. So you can always start over. All right. And Kurt is saying, earlier on I talked about music. I like you set the soundtrack for your own life, right? And so I love listening to a lot of soundtracks of great movies that inspire me while I work sometimes. It's fun. And one of my favorite movies, I don't think I've ever mentioned this one, is Contact with Jodie Foster. Because she's so incredibly passionate about what she's doing in that movie. And James Woods plays a great role of being a jerk in the movie. And Matthew McConaughey's in that movie too, which is great. And a lot of women come up to me and say I look exactly like Matthew McConaughey. It happens all the time. Just kidding. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Although you got to watch the Matthew McConaughey Oscar speech for Best Actor in 2014. One of my favorite speeches ever. It's fantastic. And Alan Silvestri, of course, did the soundtrack for the movie Contact. It's great. You should check it out. But I do listen to Enya as well. And he wrote here, try Pandora's Calm Meditation Situation or Liquid Mind. I run it in the background from Alexa. Oh, interesting. When I'm working at home, I'm going to do a screen print of that right now. Thank you. Excellent. Cool. Thank you for that. Very cool. Very cool. And I remember another soundtrack I love. There's this great movie that I can't remember the dude's name, but he's in the Dark Knight movies, Batman, whatever his name is. When he was 13, his first movie was called Empire of the Sun, which was a Steven Spielberg movie with John Malkovich. And it was an amazing movie that failed at the box office, but I loved it. It was great. And there's a soundtrack which has this beautiful chorus or choir singing in it for Empire of the Sun, which is amazing. So listen to Empire of the Sun as well. It's mind blowing. It's this gorgeous sonic architecture that puts you in a different zone, kind of like the soundtrack for the first Blade Runner movie. For me, at least, it's timeless. It's Vangelis made it, I think, as well. He's a genius. And he did Chariots of Fire as well, Vangelis. And he has no formal education. I don't think he can read sheet music even. He just self-taught. He's passionate about what he does. He's an amazing man. And Enya, of course, from Ireland. A lot of the stuff she sings in, the language is not English. It's Gaelic. I don't know what she's saying, but it sounds beautiful to me. And that used to be drawer music for me. So when I was younger and insecure, this is kind of funny, actually. When I was in my fraternity house, I was president of my fraternity in Montreal. I had so much fun, no regrets, had the best time ever. But I had all my CDs up on the shelf. And, I'd have like all my Zeppelin CDs, my Beatles, Stones, Pink Floyd and all that stuff, and U2's albums when they came out then. But then there were some CDs that were in my drawer, which were not in the stand with all my other CDs. And it's a term that my best friend growing up, Sohail, pioneered. It's called drawer music, where you love it, but you're just kind of embarrassed. And so maybe it was like 15 years ago, I had Ray of Light by Madonna, which is, I think, her best album, 1998. It's brilliant. And her latest one with the Spanish Portuguese influence is mind-blowing as well. But that was drawer music, and so was Enya back then. That was my drawer music. Can you believe Madonna is still going? It's crazy. I mean, love her or hate her, it's amazing how she's reinvented herself over and over and over again. And when I went to business school, the first case study we did was on Madonna in our marketing class, and how she reinvented herself over and over and over again. And that was back in 1999. I mean, think about what she's done now. She's like 60. It's crazy. It's amazing. It's amazing. But she's adapted a lot. All right. Next up, so Gagan is saying, hi, Chris, it's Gagan from India. How are you? I'm glad to be back. Missed your webcast. Thank you. I was away for a month on holidays to a remote area. It was well worth the time, sending loads of blessings. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And when I was away, I was in Toronto and Barcelona. And the call from Barcelona didn't go that well. I didn't get the right technology. And Toronto's a lot better. It wasn't perfect, but I'm getting better at doing it on the road. And I'm going to be in Berlin in October, I think. So if anybody's there, then I'm going to do the call live from, and I'm arriving a week early. I'm staying at Four Seasons. Great high-speed internet, whatever. So shouldn't have the same issues we've had in the past, but I'm learning. Thanks. And John is saying, are you on any podcasts? So I have my own podcast. We started it and then we kind of pulled back for a second, only because I wasn't happy with the quality, which is my fault, of the audio. So we're gonna probably make this weekly call to a podcast at some point, so we can repurpose content, as Gary Vaynerchuk says. But it'll come out soon. But my favorite podcast I mentioned before is This Week in Tech with Leo Laporte. Yeah. In terms of finance, business ones I listen to every day. No, I used to, when podcasts first came out in July of 2005, I had one of the older Macs, or one of the older iPods. Remember the white one with silver on the back that got scratched all the time. I had that, and I used to listen on the way to work, the Wall Street Journal Technology Podcast, which was 5 minutes every day. And that kind of helped me understand all the tech issues. I don't watch the news. I choose my own news, like I choose my own adventure books. And I find that I'm a much better investor because of that. Like, I never watch CNBC. I used to. But what happens is some of the best salespeople in the world go on those shows, CEOs and founders. And they're not unethical. Most of them aren't. But they're so positive. That's how they got to where they are. They're positive salespeople. That they can bias you to buying their stock or investing in whatever stocks it is they own. And so I do my own research, and I've become a much, much better investor over the past couple decades or whatever it is by doing my own research. So I don't read editorials. I used to. I just kind of do my own research and let everybody else panic as I think longer term. All right. Kurt is saying, what do you think of Ellon Musk? Are there lessons you've taken from his success? Are there things he does that you think are not good examples, like he's a workaholic, et cetera? Yeah, that's a great question. So a couple things with Ellon Musk. I remember when I met with the top partner at Sequoia, and I was in his office, and I asked him, what kind of people do you invest in? And he said, and I'm paraphrasing, we like to invest in people that had something maybe happen to them earlier in life. We don't know what it is, but maybe they have a chip on their shoulder because of it. And because of that, they're not in it for the money. They'll never sell their company. They just want to prove the world wrong. And I immediately thought of Elon Musk. Elon Musk, poor guy, he had the crap kicked out of him growing up in South Africa. And, he basically, he wants to reinvent. He wants to reinvent the world using Tesla, the Boring Company, which is a bizarre name, but who cares? He can do whatever he wants. Colonizing Mars. Think about that. That's crazy. It's crazy, but crazy genius. And people think you're crazy at first. Then they think you're a crazy genius. Then they think you're a genius. So he's now in the genius zone for me from a professional perspective. He doesn't give a damn. what people think of him. And it gets him into trouble sometimes too, because I think it was the Securities and Exchange Commission went after him when one day he tweeted or said off the cuff, we might just take our company private, so undervalued. So I love that about him as well. Not that he breaks any laws or is unethical. He's not. But I love that, it's WESOWIG. What you see is what you get. There's great transparency with him. I have a lot of friends that work for him. It's a very hard place to work. Very, very hard. I don't recommend working there. I'll just leave it at that. But the same thing with Amazon. I love Amazon from an investor perspective, but I would not recommend working there. It's hard, dude. It's hard. But I love their products, their service, I should say. But the thing about Ellon Musk is that he's always been, although he's tough to work for, he's been unemotional about business. And I'll give you a great example. So at one point, most people don't know this, but Peter Thiel and Ellon Musk were the co-CEOs of PayPal. And I'm going to get a little bit techie here. But the board fired Elon Musk. And they fired him because he wanted to take the company down a proprietary platform, all predicated based on Microsoft.net at the time. Right, or .NOT, as we joked in the industry when I was a techie. Whereas Peter Thiel wanted to use the more open source Linux-based platforms for scaling PayPal. And the amazing thing about Elon Musk is he was so unemotional. He understood it was a business decision. Most people would say F you and sell all their shares and move on. It was still private then. But Elon Musk said, okay, I understand. And he invested tons more money in the company. So he's very unemotional about business. And the most successful people I find in business are quite often very unemotional, very unemotional. And when it comes to politics, those business people are unemotional as well. That instead of saying, I hate the president, they might say, well, I wasn't a fan of his policies before, but now I like his policies. Therefore, I will vote for him now, even though I didn't before. That sort of thing, right? I'm not saying who to vote for or whatever. But they're just very unemotional. And a lot of billionaires I've worked for, I won't name which ones, a lot of them, not all of them, have, it seems like borderline Asperger's syndrome. Because, and I don't mean that as a critique, I say I would love my heart, because they're kind of a little bit emotionally detached from the business. And so they never get too happy when things go well, and vice versa. They don't freak out when things don't go as well. And so for those of you starting your own company, try that. It's hard. Don't celebrate the successes as much as you think you should, okay, early on. And the reason I say that is not to be a downer. I'm a very positive person, and I'm your biggest fan. I'm rooting for all you. I want to help y'all. But if you get too happy when things go well, vice versa could happen too. You got to keep your emotions in check always. Never be emotional about business. That's just a recipe for disaster. And you just got to be level-headed all the time. And I think Elon Musk is like that, actually. He's quite level-headed. Now, I can't leave this question answered as is without talking about some other aspects of his life where I don't think he's a role model. He's got like a bunch of kids from a couple of marriages. You got to do your best if you can to put your family first always, right? And obviously he's got more pressure on him than I'll ever have, right? And he's an incredible genius. He'll run circles around me always. But when I look at a man or a woman or anybody in business, and people say, oh my God, they're incredible success. I look at their personal life too. Do they have a happy marriage? Are they well balanced as well? Because what's the point? What's the point in working your ass off forever? It's good to make the world a better place and stuff through commerce, charity, etc. But why are we here? It's family first always. Yeah. All right. Next up is. All right. Let me get my stomach starting to grumble a bit. And the reason why, actually, it's interesting. I met with a chef not too long ago, and I asked him, why is it that I see a lot of chefs that are not overweight? I always thought chefs were overweight. And he said a lot are not overweight because they're standing all day, which burns calories. And they don't have time for lunch or dinner. And so when they're chopping up stuff, they'll have small meals throughout the day, only when they're a little bit hungry. And that's how they keep the weight off. It's interesting. Little side note, this same chef was teaching how to barbecue and stuff. It was interesting for me. And I asked, well, how do you tell if meat is ready? Because usually, I'll stick something in it and gets rid of all the juices, whatever, barbecue disaster. And he said, well, you got to do this. Take your fist, squeeze it as tight. Do this now. If you don't eat meat, you can just ignore this, please. It works for fish too, I guess. As hard as you can, make a fist. Hard as you can, okay? While you're doing that, take this finger and touch there. That is well done, okay? Now, do it again, but don't pull it all. Just leave it slightly closed, right? With no force. That's rare. Do it in between very tight and no force. That's medium rare. That's how you can tell. Anyway, little side note. I thought it was interesting. And I love chefs because they don't do it for the money, man. They do it because they love it. They love it. They're passionate about what they do. It's like artists or athletes or musicians. So think of yourself like a chef when you're starting your next company. All right, next up is Conrad, who's saying, hi, Chris. Thanks for the YouTube promo. You're a great teacher, and your vlogs inspire me every day. Greetings from Poland. Thank you. Thank you, Conrad. I appreciate that. Thank you. And whenever I talk to somebody from Poland, I always ask, why is it that there is not an amazing movie out there on Lech Walesa? Because he and Ronald Reagan changed the world. Those are two of my heroes back from the 80s. But thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. And Joao is saying, hi, Chris. Any news on the YouTube course release? Yeah, it's out now. It's out right now. I released it yesterday. And what I did was I actually provided 20 free coupons, which may or may not work right now for all of you. And the code is YouTube123, all in caps, YouTube123, if the code still works. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for your support. All right. And then Pregs. Pregison, can I call you Pregs? Let me know, please. I know investing in our bodies is great, but the cost of your supplements must be through the roof. Yeah. So, and earlier on, I showed all my supplements. So about half of them are here. Okay. And so these things come in boxes of 60 packs, which is 2 months. And I think they're about $30. So it's like 50 cents a day for that. For the other ones, it's a bit more expensive. It's like, I think it's about 60 or 70 cents for the per day. For the pack I have by what's that guy's name again? The head of engineering at, obviously it's not helping me think gooder. Dude, I just had a senior moment. How could I forget this guy's name? The head of engineering at Google. Oh, Kurzweil, Ray Kurzweil. Yeah. Whoa. The older I got, the better I was. That's dad humor I've used over and over again. Okay. It's just what happens. You use the same jokes over and over again when you get older. Yeah. And then the individual ones cost a bit as well. And a lot of stuff I buy it on sale. I always search for codes. Right. So, yeah. But it's an investment. But you are right. It does get kind of pricey. But it's kind of like a gym membership, dude. It's like if you get a gym membership to a nice gym and you're paying every month, you're more likely than not going to go. In the long run, that monthly fee you pay for that gym is this much compared to the medical bills you may have later in life. It's like an investment. Yeah. I hear you though. Yeah. Okay. And then Wrigley is saying, oh, okay. So Wrigley's just talking about early applications. Yeah. And Wrigley's saying apply now if you're still interested. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks. And whenever somebody does an @sign to somebody else within the call here in chats, I'm assuming you're talking to each other, which is awesome. And I'll let you guys just kind of talk at oot. That's how we say oot in Canada. It's not out, Americans. It's oot. All right, Pregs is saying, my mom told me I should drink the kale within a few hours of juicing the kale, celery, and spinach. Otherwise, it loses its effectiveness. Not sure what you think about that. It's a great point. It's a great point. And that's why sometimes when you buy organic food, it goes bad fast. Here's what I do, though. Here's what I do. So when I create this shake, and again, I make 7 of them every Sunday. Okay. What I do is I fill it all the way up, and I let it settle, for about 20 minutes. And the 20 minutes is when I'm doing my vitamins for the week as well. I do all 7 days just like that. Then it settles and it goes down a bit. Then what I do is I put in more water or aloe. Right? I use, aloe juice, the one without sugar added. Then what I do is I get a funnel here and I'll fill it up with more water until it's all the way to the top and overflowing a bit. Then I'll close it and wash it off and shake. And what you need to do is always leave as little water or as little air as possible in this thing, because that's what makes food go bad faster. It's kind of like when you vacuum seal something you put in the fridge or the freezer. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I find that if I can't leave these for like 8 or 9 days. It has to be 7 or it doesn't work. And some ingredients I bought before goes bad faster, so I don't use those ingredients anymore. Yeah. But your mom's right. Yeah. All right. Next up is Levy is saying, I would be admitted now because it will make me feel like a pioneer. What is an advice to an illegal or out-of-state immigrant in the United States or elsewhere? Is online learning useful? I think online learning is useful for anybody ever, period. And I think the best investment you can make is an investment in yourself and in your education. And the beautiful thing about Udemy and online teaching in my MBA degree program is that it's ridiculously cheap. You can learn on your own terms and reinvent yourself. And there's so many teachers out there that want to help you. They care. It's not just about the money. They want to help. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic background is. My favorite people on the planet to help out from a teacher-student perspective is the kid that's poor, smart, and hungry and was born with a crappy set of cards in life, which is not fair, but they're determined and I want to help. That fires me up. I'll help everybody, of course, but that's my favorite type of people. Always, always, always. I always love the underdog, always. And there's no better feeling than helping somebody from a tough background overcome a lot of bullshit in their life to become very successful. Sorry for swearing, but I feel really strongly about that. All right. Now I can't monetize this very long video because I swore. It's true. I don't care. All right. I'm trying not to swear. All right. Next up is Pregs is saying, by the way, the kale and retinol is working. You look really young for a 35-year-old. Thank you. And I appreciate that. That was a little insulting, though, because I'm actually 29. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. Thank you. But you know what, dude, I also put on, I'm fully transparent. Fuck it. Sorry. I got to show you guys what I do. So when you have lights, like I have lots of lights here and they're LED, but it still gets kind of bright. I put on makeup. And the way you do it is, and if you guys ever do a lot of webcasts at home, you got to put on makeup. You have to. And this is crazy, but screw it. Let's do it. That's what Sir Richard Branson says. I'm going to show you how I do it. So if you're doing a Skype interview or you're on television, and when I was on CNBC being interviewed, that was me showing off that I was on CNBC being interviewed. Just kidding. It was an awful interview. But you put makeup on as well. And all those people up there in every movie have makeup on. So here's what you do. I didn't know this. I had no idea. But you have to match the color of your skin to the makeup. And so I went to Sephora, which is just this makeup place. And I've also gone to drugstores here and asked for help. And what they do is a lot of these places now, they have this little, it looks like a little computer. And at Sephora, they put it up to your face and it will tell you, what shade or whatever to use. And so there's 2 things you do as a guy. And any women watching, please laugh at me because I'm about to make a fool of myself. Sorry, I just had a cable behind me there. what you do first is this, okay? If you cut yourself shaving, okay? And I'm going to see if there's any spot in my face where I cut myself shaving. I cut myself on both sides 2 days ago. It was awful, and I was doing a shoot. What you do is this. Let's say I'm trying to find a mark here. Right here, a little bit. You go like this. Then you got to go like this. And it looks like it's gone. And acne, oh, here we go, good. I got acne here, you see that? Or whatever it is. Watch this. Right there. It's gone. It's gone, okay? Then what you do is this, and I promise you're all going to have to do this one day if you're doing a lot more work online or meetings online. It's going to happen. Then what you do is you get a towel, and dude, you better make sure this towel covers all of you. You got to cover yourself up entirely, because once this crap gets on you, it's done, man. It's awful. And when I do film shoots, and in my complete video course I'm making right now with Steve Washer, I bought literally 30 t-shirts. And I change t-shirts in between each scene. I'm going all out in this course. Each lesson's got a different shirt. And if I take my shirt off now, it'll get makeup all over here. So what I do, this is out there. I have a pillowcase. I put it over my head. And then I take off the shirt and put the other one on. But when you put on this makeup stuff, this powder stuff here, you got to cover yourself up entirely. Entirely, okay? So, and this, by the way, is what I'm talking about, how you're not supposed to care what people think of you. I just don't care. So what you do is this makeup stuff here, it's all in here. There's tons right there, okay? And you dip it a bit like this, okay? And see how, look how shiny my face is. I have a shiny face, folks, okay? You dump a bunch of it off. Make sure not too much gets in. This is going to be a disaster already. It kind of is. So you see my cheek there under my eye, how it's all shiny? Watch this. Okay, you do a bit here. It's going to be too much. Like this. And I put way too much on there, but it gets rid of the shine. See, the shine is gone. Now I put on way too much there, making an absolute ass of myself live in front of millions of people. That's okay. All right, so you can always wipe off some of it. All right, hold on. And then if you wipe too hard, it gets red. But I think that's good. That's fine. I think that's fine. Okay. So I kind of did one side only, but now you understand the shininess. See, one side of my face, I think this side is less shiny than this side, right? And I put too much on. I sunburned myself the other day. That's what. Anyway, that's how it's done. Laugh at me, folks, not with me. Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, but without the makeup, I look like I'm 96. All right. That's what I mean by not caring what people think. All right. But thanks, Pregs. Appreciate it. All right. The Aqua Hood from England, who speaks gooder than me. I love it. I love the British accent. And a lot of movie stars are British, like that dude from Homeland. Yeah, whatever his name is, I forgot again. Daniel, whatever. He's British. They're all British, man. All Brits can speak with an American accent, but not vice versa, unless you're Johnny Depp, which works sometimes only. Yeah. So the Aqua Hood is saying, brilliant. You have your first student on the next MBA. Thank you. Oh, cool. Thank you. I'll be doing the 8-hour MBA in the meanwhile, which is my other course. I'll get that today. Many thanks, Michael. Okay, Michael, your Aqua Hood. I can remember that. Thank you. How am I going to remember that? Aquaman was, there was an actor named Michael in one of the Aquaman episodes. Okay, I'll remember that. Okay, Michael, I'll remember your name now. Thank you. That's how I always do association. All right, Levy Frondo is saying, is the coupon YouTube 123 still available? If so, where? Yeah, so just go to udemy.com and then just go to Google and search for Chris Haroun Udemy. And then once you get to my profile page on Udemy, click on the YouTube course, and then you'll be able to enter in the coupon. Yeah, and if it doesn't work, just let me know here. Yeah. All right. Phil Germany, the second is saying, hey, Chris, my book title is Creating Super Students. It's on Amazon, or you can search my name. Excellent. Okay, great. Excellent. Well, let's check this out together here. And I want everybody to publish a book, just like Phil Germany the second has, please. All right, so let's go to Amazon. All right, here we go. This is you, right? Let me go back, just read what you wrote there. Phillip J. Germany. Okay, let's see. Oh, there. Great. Excellent. Perfect. All right, good. So I'm going to buy this. Oh, I love the cover. Look what you did there. Very nice. Okay, I'm going to buy it now. And it's going to come in paperback. And I will try my best to read it. So I'm going to get it Saturday, the 31st. Done. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good stuff. I can't wait to read it. Thank you. And congratulations on Phil, on getting your book done. That's awesome. I'm going to bring it with me on every call now, and it's going to inspire me. Okay. And everybody should write a book. Good for you, dude. That's awesome. That is awesome. Thank you. Very cool. All right. Next up is Dat Tran, who's our friend from Vietnam, who's living in Vancouver. I think you're on exchange there, right? So, and Dat Tran, I went to your LinkedIn profile, and you also are a big fan, I remember, of Dale Carnegie. Yeah. Okay. So Dat Tran is writing, hi, Chris, how are you? About the MBA, I submitted it so early before the early date. I hope you receive it. Absolutely. Thank you. And by the way, if anybody's applied that has a different name here on YouTube, just make sure you mention it in the application, please. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Next up is, great to hear from you, dude. Gregory is saying, thanks, Chris, for the answer. Very clever. My pleasure. And then we've got, should I learn coding by myself, or should I search for a partner in order to start a company? What would be more practical and efficient? I think that in order to start a company, a software company or a cloud-based company for that matter, I think you have to kind of have somewhat of a high level understanding of software. You know, it's interesting because there is this saying within the venture capital community that there's not that many Stanford MBA graduates that go on to start successful tech companies, but there's many Stanford engineering or computer science graduates that go on to start a lot of technology companies. So I think you got to study a little bit programming if you're starting a software or cloud-based company. And the way you do that is go to udemy.com and take courses by Rob Percival, as well as Angela Yu. And just like Michael, the Aquaman here on this call, they're British, which means they speak gooder than us, right? So they have to be right. Right, Michael? All right. Next one is Shantanu is saying, hi, Chris. I'm from a computer science background. Which course of yours do you recommend to learn basics about business, meaning a startup point of view? Yeah, it's a great question. Thanks. So I recommend the course called An Entire MBA in One Course. That's where I would start. Yeah. And if you want to start your own company, or you're not sure if you do, then after that, I would take the Complete Business Plan course. Thanks. Yeah. All right. Oh, Dante's on the call. Damn it, I just jumped again. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, here you go. Okay. Dante's on the call, who's our Canadian buddy from Ottawa and from Montreal, who knows a lot about Shopify. So anybody has questions about Shopify, Dante's the man. And Dante is saying, good morning, Chris. Have you heard the recent news about Costco's first China store was so popular it shut down traffic? Wow. Do you think Costco has a strategic advantage over Walmart in the long run? Yeah, so Costco and Walmart are a little bit different. So Costco most people don't realize this. And for those of you not familiar with Costco, it's a big box retailer here in the United States. And in Canada, where you are actually, Dante, it's called Price Club, or at least it was until they merged with Costco in Canada. But what Costco does is about 80% of their operating profit every year comes from the annual membership fee. that people pay. Was it 60 or 70? I can't remember what it is now. And there's another interesting statistic, which is every single item you see in a Costco gets sold or turned over every 2 weeks. Everything you see in the store gets sold within 2 weeks, right? It's high turnover. And another thing is every single product you see, they have a rule that they're not allowed to mark up the product from a margin perspective more than 15%. So it's a volume business, kind of like Walmart a bit. Also, when you walk in and you get the hot dog or pizza or Coke for $1 or $1.50, they've never changed the price on that since the 1980s, nor will they ever, which is commensurate with the Swedish meatballs you get at IKEA, which is Swedish for common sense. But Walmart, so Walmart tries, it's a little bit more like Amazon. They want EDLP, everyday low price on everything. Whereas Costco, a lot of people think they're saving a lot of money going there. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes you can get a lot lower prices online, or you can get it through, at Walmart. But the customer experience is fun. Like that's where I go to feed my kids. Kidding, sort of. But you walk up and down the aisles, and there's free samples of food you can try everywhere. It's fun, and the food always tastes a little bit better than when you buy it at home. Kind of like when you go to Best Buy or a TV store, the TVs always look better there than when you bring them home for some reason. So there's a great customer experience there as well. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And you can get gas at Costco as well for dirt cheap because they don't mark up stuff more than 15%. But the biggest misconception is that everything is cheaper at Costco. It's not. It's not. And I have a really good friend named John Zarur, who's a rock star salesman at a wonderful company called Splunk, ticker SPLK, here in the Bay Area, software company. And John said something that cracked me up one day. He said, Chris, if you can't buy it at Costco, you don't need it. He's right. You can get everything there. All right. And so from a strategic advantage perspective, I think they're just different. I think it's a customer experience. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's like watching, the late, great Steve Jobs give a presentation versus any other CEO, meaning not at Apple. When you watch Steve Jobs or and Tim Cook to a lesser extent, but he's good too. Whenever you watch them give a presentation, it's kind of like it's edutaining. It's entertaining. It's an experience versus watching somebody from any other company giving a presentation. So customer experience is great at Costco, just like it is in the Apple Store. All right. And great customer service. And a company is only as good as its customer service. And I love Costco because everything I buy, like even if it's past the warranty, they still honor it. Like I have TVs I bought like 3 years ago, and they still honor it if I want to bring it back in. It's amazing. It's a great deal. Great deal. All right. Thank you, Ro. Appreciate that comment there. All right. Asamina is saying, what I thought I could do is network with customers. I work mainly in the cabin, thus I'm not afraid of public speeches. The best I could do was getting connected to the European Parliament. Dude, that's pretty good. You're saying maybe I should leverage that connection to make it work. Yeah, dude. Anytime you can network with people in senior positions that dictate policy is a great thing. It's important to network with politicians too. They work for you. They were elected by you. So if you work if you're in Canada or part of the Commonwealth, meeting with a member of Parliament's important. You got to get to know your MP. And the same thing. Meet your congressperson here in America. They're there to serve you. They're elected by the people, right? I'm not saying go in there with an air of overconfidence and with that in mind, but just know that if you want help growing your business, they can help you. They can help you network. You got to ask. You got to ask. All right. Next up is Dante saying, hey, Chris, fun fact. The founder of Shonda was my dad's old boss. No way. I tried to reach out to him, but he never responded. That is awesome. So Shonda is this great big Chinese software company, SNDA, I think it was ticker, the ADR. I can't remember. Years ago, I invested in, and they had a set-top box strategy, I remember, which is one of the reasons why we didn't want to invest, but maybe the opposite. I don't know. In that company. Interesting. Small world, man. That's great. Very cool. All right, next up is, and if I missed any questions in the middle, let me know, please. You're saying, I checked your books on Amazon in India. They're very costly for an Indian consumer. I want books in hard copy format. Is there any way to get it at affordable prices? Yeah. So this is, don't buy my books. Like, you can get this free on my website. You can get this free if you take the Udemy course, How to Motivate Employees. You can get this free if you take the 30-day, what's it called again? 30-day challenge. You're more productive and much happier you. And then this one here you can get free if you take my 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School course. Or you can get just part of it free, I think, on what's it called again? Udemy, sorry. And this one free if you take one of my recent courses. This is a work of fiction, my first work of fiction. And the course is called How to Find Your Passion and Purpose in Life. But it's based on that book I wrote. All right. Next up is Gregory is saying, Chris, I just checked on the internet and I could purchase bulletproof coffee in Switzerland. And the company quote Dave Asprey for this. Very cool. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. If you do it, please be careful with what's called the MCT oil that you buy as well. You put in, just do very trace amounts and talk to a nutritionist or a doctor first. Yeah. Okay. And that's in case any lawyers watching. Got itchy head today. All right. Next up, to become a successful entrepreneur, does a person need to know about everything related to business, or should he master only one skill? Well, I think a lot of business is common sense, but I think that there's one core skill you really have to understand, which is the language of business, which is accounting and finance. You got to learn the basics. It's not intuitive. You got to learn the basics. It's like moving to another country and there's only one language there. You got to learn that language. Yeah. The rest of it is more so common sense. There's little nuances here and there that I teach about, but the real core of business is finance and accounting. And that's obviously the quantitative stuff. And a lot of the other stuff is somewhat qualitative. Yeah. Although it's still important, but not as important. All right. And then Jose is saying, every time I'm on this call with this awesome group, I always get something valuable out of it. Today was the daily scheduled download. Awesome. And so many great tips from all of the insightful questions. Thanks. I agree. The questions are amazing. They're incredible. They're incredible. We have an amazing group here. Amazing group. Oh, Sully's on the call too. What up, Sully? And Sully, thank you very much as always for the comments you make, especially you do on the weekly YouTube call once on YouTube. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and Sully's saying great audio. I haven't watched you since week 35. Oh, yeah, no, it's gotten a lot better. And kudos to this to Matt Lacousse, who's this. He was actually my son Dylan's golf teacher. He still is. And I met him, and I can size people up within 30 seconds. And this guy's money. This guy's awesome, and he's amazing at technology. He's been helping me out. He's great. Let me show you how I do this. Okay. So before week 35. Until recently, I should say, I used a Blue Yeti. And a Blue Yeti is great. And all you do is you plug it in here. It comes with a cable, and you plug it into the USB port in your computer, and you're done. That's it. That is it. You can't plug it into the USB in the wall because the computer has to process the stuff going on in here, meaning the software. You don't have to install any software, but it only works if you plug it in a computer. So I used this for a while. And then I always want to push the goalpost out. Always. And so there was a guy who had better sound quality than me named Joe Rogan. And Wrigley, who works with me too, mentioned Joe Rogan a bunch of times. And so what we did was I said, well, hey, let's get this microphone here too. And this is called a Shure SM7B. And I explained how to configure all this stuff in the video course coming out with Steve Washerson. The problem with this is that you have to be close to it for it to work great. You'll notice when I move away, sometimes you can't hear me. This thing works everywhere, kind of. This thing, you got to be close, but the quality of the deep bass you get in this is amazing. And when you're doing audio, it gets tricky. It's kind of like the best way to explain how to get great audio is think of your home stereo. maybe you have this crappy little, I don't know, speaker that connects to your iPhone or whatever, your Android device. And that sounds okay only. But if you want to get great sound, you have to hook up to a home stereo where you have maybe you have a couple big components on the shelf, right? One's an amplifier, the other's maybe a CD deck or a tape deck if you're old like me, or a record player. So I'll show you what that looks like. All right, hold on one second. So there's this device here, and I've got poles up and down the wall, the ceilings and stuff, which we drilled into the joists in the ceiling. So this here is the deck that I'm using, okay, to get the sound quality from. There's one more thing I got to show you in a second, though. And this thing is like the older brother or sister of this dude here, the H1N. This is what I attach my lavalier to and walk around and record. It's awesome. This is the best audio device out there because you can walk with it. This dude here, what you have to do is this plugs into the computer, which syncs with my Wirecast software, which is the program we're using. And this here can hook up 4 XLR ports, like these things. These things require power, though. And this is powered by, this powers this. The computer powers this, which powers this. So I can have 4 different microphone at the same time for when I'm interviewing people or I want background sound. And anyway, it's got all these cool gauges here and stuff. And I have everything mounted on the ceilings or walls with these Manfrotto clamps. Manfrotto is this wonderful Italian company that makes great accessories. One more thing I got to show you to make this sound perfect. All right, this here is the amplifier you need. Okay, and this thing is called Cloud Lifter. Okay, and again, you have to be quite close to this for it to work. So anyway, that's audio in a nutshell. That's how I do it. If you're just starting out on Udemy or YouTube, or if you're just starting to make videos, then start with a Blue Yeti. This dude here. Don't get the Blue Yeti Pro. There's a Pro version which sounds just the same to me, but it's more expensive. Get this dude here. It's awesome. It's awesome. And then use a lavalier like to attach to this when you're walking around, if you want to. If you want to. All right. Yeah, but the audio is great. And kudos to Matt Lacus. And then Phil is saying, Phil the author. So Phil is saying, I like the Larry reference, Larry Ellison. I was a big fan of him. Larry, I'm sorry. No, Larry from Three's Company. That's right. I mentioned that earlier in the call. The cheesy salesman, Larry from Three's Company, John Ritter, God bless him. I can't believe he passed away. It's so sad. No, Larry, he had the hair sticking out here, and yeah, kind of funny. Somebody's gonna make a movie about that one day. Okay. Oh, Sir Jen's from Serbia. Excellent. One of my best friends, Corey Pala, in Toronto. We were roommates up in McGill too. Great dude. So he got married actually in Serbia, and it was like we flew into to Belgrade. It was amazing, such a wonderful experience. And you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh hard at me and lose respect for what I'm about to tell you in a second. But there's transparency. So we flew to Belgrade, and then we had the first dinner on the Danube River. It was beautiful, and then we drove a couple hours south to Kraklin. I can't remember. Kraklin, can't remember the name. But I remember it was like an hour and a half north of Kosovo, and it was like we have organic food in America, but it's nothing like the food, like the vegetables there. Like, dude, the tomatoes were like that. They're massive. They're amazing. Corey got married to this wonderful woman from Serbia in this beautiful Coptic church that's been bombed a gazillion times since the First World War, but it's still standing. It's amazing. And then what we did was we went to the reception, like the whole the gun thing. Remember that with the apple on the tree, the bribing the parents of the house for yeah. But then what happened, and everybody will understand this. This is awful. I'm an idiot. But we were at the wedding ceremony. And there's a special container that's near and dear to every family there. Rakia, I think it's called. And it was the maid of honor gave this beautiful speech from the bottom of her heart. And people, there were some tears. It was unbelievable. Like, you could hear a pin drop. It was a beautiful speech. And she was holding the rakia, the big drinking vessel. And she said, this has been in our family for over 150 years. It has survived through, World War I. It survived a lot. And I'm so honored that you could all just take a drink from it. And so, and oddly enough, that was the last time I ever drank alcohol, ever. That night, I decided for health reasons to stop. There's other reasons, yeah. Partially because of simvastatin. Anyway, mentioned that before. So the rakia drinking vessel, is being passed around to everybody, and everyone's really careful with it. And I took a drink of it, and I put it down here, and I remember really well. I put it down like half a foot to a foot from the edge of the table, because this thing is, it's a big deal. And then, I don't know why, but it went like this. And somehow slipped off the table, smash, into a billion pieces everywhere. And you could hear, when you drop glass, you break something, you could hear it going. And I was looking like, dude, I felt like death. It was awful. And I cleaned every piece up, and oh my God, did they ever tease me about it? Like, she was so cool about it, thank God. But it was, I felt like in that movie Meet the Parents, where he breaks the urn and the mother's remember the cat? Anyway, Ben Stiller. But I remember, dude, I looked everywhere to find a replacement, and they don't make them like that anymore. The ones that they make are wooden now, and even the dude from the hotel, the guest services, he walked me for like an entire day looking for a replica, and he wouldn't take any tip. I offered him 20 euros. He wouldn't take anything. It was beautiful, beautiful. But that's my Serbia story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah. So anyway, it was kind of they teased me about it. But anyway. But I loved it. Everybody should go to Serbia. Beautiful country. Beautiful people. I loved it. Just don't let Chris near the rakia. Yeah. Welcome to the call. Thank you. All right. John is saying, things I didn't think I learned today. Chris Haroun showing how he puts makeup on. I know, dude. I know, it's embarrassing. Is it? Look here. I put way too much on. Yeah. I probably put a little bit too much on this. Whatever. I don't care. But fully transparent. This is. I show you how it's done, man. This is how we roll, man. This is how we roll online. But everybody that's in any movie has it on and stuff too. Yeah. Okay, I suck at putting makeup on. I get it. Okay, and then the question here is from Shredesh is asking, what software do I use for teaching? So the software I use right now, and I'll share it with you. It's called Wirecast, and a course I've got coming out with Steve Washer soon, the video production masterclass course. There's an entire section on how to set all this up from scratch, right? And so it's a lot of fun to use. It's really intuitive. It crashes every now and then, but I think it's great. And you can get a free version as well of this called OBS, which stands for Open Broadcast Software. But it's too hard to use for me. Yeah, this keeps it simple. Yeah. Oh no, Property Search is saying the YouTube 123 coupon is sold out. Can we get an alternative coupon? Hey Wrigley, if you're on the call, can you create another coupon right now? Which is YouTube 456, and just make another 20 of them, please. And Wrigley, if you got this, send me a text right now, please. Thanks, 'cause I want to make sure that everybody gets this. And if Wrigley doesn't send me a text within a minute, set a 60-second timer. So if Wrigley doesn't get back to me in a minute, I'll create it for you here. And Wrigley, just send me a text, yeah. Because Wrigley does a lot of other stuff too. All right. Next up is Gold Silver Analyst, who's saying, how do I learn web design? Yeah. So there's a great guy, friend of mine named Rob Percival, and he's a Cambridge man. I went and visited him at Cambridge in England. And he teaches this course called the Complete Web Developer Course. Take it. It's about 30 hours. It's all you need. And it's a lot easier than you think. All right. And Phil is, okay, good. Wrigley got it. Wrigley had 20 seconds left. He did it. Really? Thanks, bud. Dude, this company wouldn't exist without Wrigley. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. All right, good. So again, Wrigley is creating a code, 20 of them, to take my course, complete YouTube course for free, 20 coupons, and the code's going to be all in caps, YouTube 456. So again, that's all in caps, YouTube 456, and that's for you, Property Search, and 19 other people. All right, next up, Phil is saying, thanks for buying my book. No problem. Thanks for writing it, man. I'm looking forward to reading it. I got a couple other people saying that the coupon doesn't work. It will work in a minute. So Wrigley, if you're on still, just send me a text the second the coupon works so I can tell people it works now. It should be within a minute or so. All right. And Manola is saying, hi, Chris. I'm glad to see you again. I want to ask, how do you face hard times? Yeah. So I'm a very positive person. People think naively positive at times. I don't mix well with people that are negative. In fact, if you cut off everybody in your life that's negative, you'll be happier and more successful. But for me, I kind of think of everything happens for a reason, within reason. And I don't worry. And what I think to everything that's happened to me in my life that I thought was a perceived setback was a blessing in disguise. I got guided down this path to teach. It's great. And I don't worry at all because I tell myself that, God already knows what's going to happen. And that should put you at ease. And I have no regrets about anything in my life. Everything has happened for a reason. And every time a crisis occurs, within reason, of course, business-wise, I tell myself, what's positive about this? And most people don't do that. They freak out. People are creatures of emotion and not creatures of logic when it comes to business. So I don't really think that I don't really get worried when stuff happens to me. I just roll the punches and I always look at the positive side. With crisis comes opportunity. Always, 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 always. All right. And anybody that's ever been really successful has failed a billion times. You just don't hear about the failures. But if they didn't fail those billion times or whatever, a lot of times, they wouldn't be successful. A lot of people, got fired from jobs they hated because they weren't passionate about it. Robert Redford, who just did his last movie. It's sad to see him go from the industry, but he was fired by an oil company. Madonna was fired by Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. So anybody who's ever been really successful has failed a lot. You just don't hear about the failures. But if you peel back a couple layers there, all these people that make it big, they failed a lot. They just don't give a damn what people think of them. Kind of like me putting on makeup on this call. And even Bill Gates, dude, he failed at his first startup. It was a company called Trafo Data. Look it up. Which is one of those companies that, when you drive over those wires on a car, ba-bump, ba-bump, and those things count cars. That was his first company. Didn't work out for him. Michael Bloomberg, billionaire, former mayor of New York City. He was fired by Merrill Lynch. So he said, screw you, I'm going to make the Bloomberg software company. And he did very well. And had he not been fired, which is a good thing in hindsight, he wouldn't have been successful. Most people will probably look back and said, oh, I got fired. That was the peak of my life. Kind of like some people peak in high school. You know who they are. But for him, he was like, no, what's positive about this? There's always a silver lining. Just look for it. All right. So that code is now live. Thanks, Wrigley, 2 minutes ago. He got done in 10 seconds fast. Wrigley, you're the man. Oh, actually, it's YouTube _456. That's the code. So everybody look here. YouTube, I don't know if you can see it because camera wants to always focus on my face. Yeah, YouTube _456. Okay, so yeah, all caps. YouTube _456. Hurry up. There's only 20 of them. It's free. And if that doesn't work, please let me know. And Wrigley, if you don't mind, brother, good job as always. But maybe you could just scroll down to the bottom and see if anybody's complaining about the link, or if it works or doesn't work, which would be my fault because I didn't explain it properly. It's YouTube _456. Okay. Next one is so Eileen is saying, I'm an occupational therapist wanting to stretch the business part of my brain. I wrote on my 10-year resume that I have an MBA and a doctorate as well. Excellent. Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, and it'll be fun if we get people from completely different backgrounds in the degree program as well, because that way, other students can learn from you and vice versa. Yeah, thank you. All right. Hold on a second. All right, John is saying you should be watching the show Succession. Leverage buyouts, bear hugs, proxies, family power, greed, and much more on HBO. Yeah, Bear Hug was the name of that, one of the most recent episodes. I love that show to death, dude. I love it. It's actually my favorite show now that's on because all the other shows have ended. It's on HBO. It kind of felt like it was modeled after Rupert Murdoch and his family, but he doesn't have all the issues. I mean, he's had a couple of marriages and stuff, but I don't think he has the issues that you see in this show. It's an amazing show. And Macaulay Culkin's brother, Rory Culkin, I think his name is, or maybe it's the other one, does a great job. Really, really good job. He's actually quite funny in the show as well, from a crass perspective. But I love it. And the actor that plays the head of the family, he's this brilliant old British dude who did theater for years. He's amazing. He has that thunderous voice as well when he acts in that show. I love it. Absolutely love it. And all the character selection is absolutely brilliant. They all play the characters perfect. I love it. I love that show to death. And the music too, the dissonant sound of the piano, almost like they're broken keys, like a broken family. It's slightly off tune on purpose. At the beginning of the show, when they show the old video reels of the family growing up, the four siblings, the entitlement with the swimming pools and the mansion and all that stuff. It's a great show. And from a film angle perspective, I watch it closely because the way they focus in and out on certain characters is something I'm trying to emulate closely in my videography course coming out with Steve Washer soon. It's an artistic masterpiece. It's a little out there, but they got to do it. They got to be controversial to make it successful, I guess. But I thoroughly enjoy it. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Very, very cool. Yeah, it just shows you that there's that saying that the first generation makes the money, the second spends it, and the third has none. It's tough. I don't think I ever want my kids to work for me full time because people will treat them differently and all that stuff. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Vipul, who's saying, Chris, have you ever watched the movie The Big Short? I have. And actually that office they did it from was an office that I almost actually used when I was raising money for my hedge fund. I met with Morgan Stanley, and I think it was called Frontier or First Point. I can't remember. But it was that same office. Yeah. It was well done. You wrote here, if you've seen the movie The Big Short, which I have, which basically explained how some people made a lot of money off of the 2008 crisis by betting against it, meaning going short. You wrote here, can you explain how Michael Burry was able to identify the financial crisis, how he was able to have bonds against the company, how the bond works? So he's just shorting instruments, which basically means you're borrowing them. So the way shorting works is like this. And by the way, he got lucky, right? Obviously he's a smart man and all that stuff, but he got lucky because the timing had to be perfect. And people that made a lot of money in 2008 shorting the market have not really made any money since. And so they're very negative people that got lucky that 1 year. If you were really negative the year before that, you lose your shirt. If you're really negative the year after that, you lose your shirt. And so anyway, what happened was he got really, really negative and shorted all that stuff at the right time. We all knew about it. We all knew. Like in 2006, I remember looking into shorting it and My boss at the time, Art Sandberg, kiboshed it. He Heisman'd it, which is a good thing because the timing wasn't right then. But it was tough to get the timing right. It was a once in a generational black swan event. But basically, the way you short any sort of financial instrument is this. So when you short a stock, you have to basically, it means you borrow it from somebody else that owns it. Okay, you borrow the stock. Then you sell the stock and hope it goes down a lot. Then you buy it back at that lower level and you return it to whoever you borrowed it from. So you made money on the spread. That's how it works. That's how shorting a stock works. You have to call what's called a prime brokerage firm and see if their stock loan service will lend you that stock. And stocks that are heavily shorted are very expensive to borrow. They can cost you 10% per year, annualized per year. Stocks that have high dividend yields are not good shorts because you have to pay the dividend back if you borrow the stock. So anyway, that's how it works. And I'll never forget, but it was September, and we did well in the fall of 2008, my hedge fund. It was weird though. It was weird. Like we made money 1 month and nobody else did, because my analyst Jason was just brilliant, and I pushed him really hard actually to find stocks to buy. And we were in this meeting, which it was an amazing meeting. He went like this. He worked for me. I don't want to buy anything. That's what he said. I was like, oh. And he was so passionate about it. And I just said, you're right and I'm wrong. And we shorted a lot of stocks. And it was kind of weird. It was kind of unhealthy to come into work every day and hope that stocks would go down. It wasn't healthy at all. And I remember in September 2008, Hank Paulson, who's the Treasury Secretary for the United States, we came into work one day and he announced it's now against the law to short these 800 stocks, which is crazy. Desperate times cause for desperate measures. Government did crazy things like cash for clunkers, which basically means they will pay you to sell your crappy car to the American government to put more cash in society or in the economy. So it was a really, really weird time. Really, really weird time. And your grandchildren and great-grandchildren ask you, what was it like growing up during that era? And my heart bleeds for people that were younger and graduated university then. Because that whole generation, a lot of them got shafted, man. They didn't get jobs because no one was hiring, and older people were staying in their jobs longer. And so that generation, I love that generation because they really do think differently. They don't trust a lot of big business processes. They're free thinkers. They don't know what a pension is, nor should they. It doesn't exist anymore, right? And they don't want to, spend the rest of their lives being someone else's bitch, working for somebody else. They want to start their own companies. A lot of side hustles. So there's another example of, with crisis, me thinking of opportunity. All right. Just Sharing is saying, hey, Chris, how are you? I'm good. I'm great. Thank you. How are you? I got to get a drink, though. I'm getting hungry. And then Just Sharing said that I just completed your course. It's just amazing. Thank you. I know you don't give any personal recommendations, but I have done a mistake covering all my Bitcoin to Neo. Lol. Should I stick? Oh, converting all your Bitcoin to Neo. Oh, I got you. Okay, so Neo is the Chinese cryptocurrency. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I own a couple of cryptos, not that one. So I'm not gonna. But I'll never give. And please, I say this with love in my heart. I never give advice on what to buy or sell. I pride myself, instead of giving you a fish, I teach you how to fish, so to speak, if that's a metaphor, it makes sense. And so when it comes to cryptocurrencies, I have a course called the Complete Cryptocurrency Course, which is 24 hours long. I humbly say I think it's the best resource on the internet for cryptocurrencies because I'm objective. I'm independent. I'm not biased. I'm not pounding the table on anything. But I provide you with a 49-step research process. That's right, in this course, to research cryptocurrencies from scratch. Yeah. And I don't recommend anybody have more than 0.5% of their liquid net worth in any one crypto ever. Yeah. But I own Bitcoin. I do own Ripple, which is the crypto for financial services. The founder lives around the corner here. What else do I own? Oh, Ether, ETH, which is the crypto on the Ethereum platform, of course. Oh my God. I own one more too. Can't remember. If I remember, I'll let you know. That's not me saying buy it or not, because I bought them years ago and I'm sitting on them forever. Yeah. And just be careful when it comes to taxes and cryptocurrencies. You could lose your shirt. And if you want more details on that, I was interviewed on NBC on that topic. And you can do a search online and watch that video. But just be careful, please, because the IRS is coming after people. Rightly so. All right, next up is Richard Matthews is saying, my brother Chris, love you, homie. Right back at you, dude. And you said you're British Indian from London town. Nice. I actually was born in London, Ontario, which is like an hour and a half south of Toronto. And all cities in Canada are either First Nation based, like Ottawa, which was a native First Indian word for meeting place, or they're British, or they're actually French. A lot of French names, yeah. So excellent. Thank you. Welcome. And Asamina is saying, also in regards to the gaming industry question before, that was what I thought would make sense as an approach. Maybe putting YouTube games on a PR list where they get paid updates for free. Yeah, I believe in the freemium business model, because what happens is this. Like venture capitalists, when they invest in companies that make apps and other products, they don't care about money right away. It's all about subscribers. Get big fast, get as many subscribers as you can. If you have that sort of budget to do it, or the flexibility to leverage your platform. I'll give you an example. So Snapchat, when they were first trying to raise money, they met with a lot of venture capital firms, and venture capitalists were saying something like, oh my God, that's the dumbest business model ever. Why do I want to lose my pictures? When I take pictures of my kids and friends and stuff, I want to keep all my pictures. Then a year later, they were calling up Snapchat and saying, oh my God, you have 6 million subscribers. That's the best business model ever. So all that matters early on is the number of subscribers. Yeah, when it comes to technology companies. And you'll notice a lot of technology companies, when they go public, they're not profitable. People don't want them to be. The right investors don't want them to be. Because if they were very profitable, they wouldn't be spending as much money on R&D or hiring salespeople. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Michael. And Asamina is saying, I thought with that approach, if the game is well built, polished, and with 3 out of 4 key elements, it could build a name. Yeah, it's tough, dude. It's really, really, really tough. It's a tough gig. Yeah. And Kwong is saying, from the Big Short movie, I believe he could see a worse signal at the end of 2007. Yeah. Yeah, right before Bear Stearns collapsed a couple months after that. Yeah. And Sradesh is saying, thank you so much, Chris. I learned a lot today. You're the best. Lots of love. Likewise. Thank you. I learned too. You guys ask me questions I know jack about. So I'm learning as we go. And Asamina is Greek living in Belgium. Awesome. My wife, Christine, is she's half Greek. Her and her mom grew up. So her mom actually was, we have the best food because that's awesome. I think tzatziki tastes good on everything. And I spent a lot of time in Eos. I don't remember much of it, but I had a lot of fun in the Greek islands there in 94 with my brother James on vacation there. But no, so Christine's mom. So what happened was Santorini, as you know, there's a big volcanic eruption a long time ago. And a lot of Christine, my wife's side of the family, passed away, but a lot of them ended up in boats. And they somehow ended up in boats in the Mediterranean and ended up in Israel. And so Christine, and if anyone in Israel is on the call today, my wife's family started Abu Christo, which is son of Christo. It's just a big Greek restaurant in northern Israel. So anyway, if anybody's from Israel today, it's good Greek food. It's great. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. And then, Gregory's asked me, hey, Chris, what do you think about the 2019 Yankees team? Dude, it is scary how good they are. Like, I'm looking at the 1927 Yankees as a good comparison. And the ridiculous thing about the Yankees this year, is Judge was out for most of the year. He's got 17 homers now. He's doing great. He's the third youngest person ever to get 100 homers. And Stanton is just nowhere to be seen, That's just like saying the 1927 Yankees without Lou Gehrig and without Babe Ruth for the whole year. And they're still that good. It's scary how good they are. They're amazing, and only because the Blue Jays are out of it. I'm voting for the Yankees now because my son Andrew was born in New York City and he's a big Derek Jeter fan, which is cool. Jeter's cool. But I want CC Sabathia to get that World Series ring for you guys this year. Yeah, it's scary how good that team is, though. Frighteningly good. Yeah, I guess it made sense bringing Aaron Boone in after all. All right. And then next one is, what should I work as? I like financial analysis of companies and M&A. Which state, country is good? Is it easier to find jobs in the United States? No, I think if you're close to any financial center, you can find a job doing M&A, which investment banking. You just got to know where the financial hubs are. So if you're in Canada, the financial hub is in Toronto. That's where a lot of the investment banking jobs are. In England, in Europe, London is a great financial center. And then you can find some decent smaller boutique firms in Singapore, a bunch in Hong Kong as well. And all the big multinationals have offices in Tokyo as well. So, Frankfurt, of course, for Deutsche Bank, etc. So I don't think you have to be in New York City to be able to get a job in investment banking. But I do think what you have to do to get into banking or M&A is you got to network a lot. So read this book for free. You can go to my website and access it for free. And I promise you, it'll help you tremendously to network, to get that coveted job. And take my complete job course as well. There's a lifetime money-back guarantee, personal money-back guarantee from me. You will get that coveted job if you follow the rules in that course. How badly do you want that job? All right. Where am I at here? Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that comment. Thank you, Property Search. Thank you. Next one is, hi, I'm thinking about taking the CFA exams while finishing my studies. Is that necessary today to earn a top job? So the CFA it's a great designation. And I think it's more respected than getting a master's in finance, because a master's in finance can be less than a year sometimes and you don't really learn as much stuff as you might on a CFA. CFA is 3 levels. Level 1 is basically a repeat of the MBA. And then level 2 and 3 is the more sophisticated stuff that Kwong always asks about that's over my head. Yeah. I think it's great to have, but I don't think it's going to help you until you have the designation. So it's a big, it's basically, it doesn't really matter until you received level 3 when you're officially a CFA charter holder. So it all depends on, when you're going to be looking for a job in finance. I think it's amazing. I think it's great. It's very well respected. Very well respected. Just know that it's going to suck up. It's going to suck up a lot of your time. So if you have kids, I don't know if I recommend doing it. If you're planning to have kids, do it after the CFA, because it will be a time suck for half the year. You'll be studying at nights. Yeah. And go to my vlog page on YouTube and do a search on CFA. I've vlogged a bunch about it recently and how to study for it and how to do it on the cheap. Yeah. All right. Thank you for that comment, Property Search. I appreciate that. Thank you. God bless you. And then next up, we've got ITZ is saying, what school, university did you go to? Tell us your crazy stories and how you got into the finance industry. Yeah. So I went to, undergraduate university, I went to McGill University. I lived and that's in Montreal, because the drinking age was 18. And I'm sort of kidding, It was 19 in Toronto. But I had fun too, man. It was fun. I went to this school boarding school when I was a kid, which felt like Dead Poet Society. And it was all guys, whatever. And I have a lot of friends from the school still. And we didn't have much freedom because we were always confined, whatever. And, 60 of us graduated from that high school. 20 of us went to McGill in 1990, and about half of us failed out pretty quickly. It's because we didn't have much freedom. And in the first semester, I'll never forget, like, every woman was gorgeous. Like, I don't believe in single sex schools. Like, I went to an all boys school, right? But we were just so distracted. It was unbelievable. And again, about half of us failed out, and I partied so hard. I partied, it was crazy, that I ended up in the hospital with mononucleosis in December of 1990, my first year. The positive, as there's always a silver lining, is I didn't have to write my final exams. And that's a good thing because I would have failed out. And then I learned how to balance things a little bit better. And I started doing better in school, whatever. Not amazing, but I did a lot of fun stuff too. Like I was president of my fraternity and editor of the yearbook, newspaper, all that stuff, whatever. So I was really busy. And for those of you that have crappy grades in your first year university, it's okay. No, I did too. You can work hard the next couple of years and bring your grades up. Then what I did was, I always loved technology. So I went to go work at Accenture in Ottawa initially. And I wanted to change to get into financial services. And I remember I called Morgan Stanley in New York when I was working in Ottawa. And I said, can I send in my resume? And for some reason, they said, don't bother. I was like, but wait a second. I've been working 2 years. I want to apply for an entry-level job. And they're like, yeah, it's really complicated or really competitive. I was like, well, oh my God, I guess I have to go to business school to get in. I tried networking a bit, but it didn't work because I gave up after like one meeting. And had I known then what I know now, I probably would not have done an MBA because I would have networked using the stuff I teach in this book. It's free. Go to my website and get it for free. And networked like crazy to get my way into Wall Street. Yes, anybody can do it. But I went to business school, and I think you should do an MBA in a bricks and mortar school. If you have tried like 100 times or 1,000 times even, doing networking meetings to change careers and you can't do it. And you might say, Chris, that's ridiculous. 1,000 meetings? Really? Well, getting an MBA and the loss in salary for 2 years, whatever, it's going to cost you $100,000. And so if you did 1,000 meetings, that's $100 a meetings. Or if you did 100 meetings, that's $1,000 a meeting. Is it worth it? Yes, it is worth it to do those meetings, to try to network, to try to change careers. You can do it. You can do it. And so I went to Columbia, and I had a lot of fun. Like I worked hard. Like I actually worked part-time at Goldman Sachs during my MBA, and they were so good to me. They were so good to me. That helped me pay for stuff too. But I worked so hard. It was crazy. It was crazy. And I did crazy things too. I remember, I shouldn't smile about this, but I kind of am. Like crazy events in your life. Years later, you look back at them, you can kind of laugh, but you didn't laugh at the time. All right, here's what I did. So I have a family member who was on Ritalin. And this family member visited me while I worked at Goldman Sachs. Okay, this was after I graduated business school. And it was the year 2002 or maybe 1 or 2, I can't remember. And I was writing the CFA exam, actually. And I was like, I can't really focus. It's so hard to do all this stuff, like work and study. And she and I were in the library up at Columbia studying. And she said, well, maybe you should, I don't know, like I do Ritalin. I was like, oh, okay. And don't do what I do. So I tried one. Don't do that, please. And I was like, oh my God, I feel like a vacuum. I'm inhaling all this information. This is unbelievable, And so I took one the next day at work. That was a Sunday. I took it on Monday. And I was working crazy hours at work because I was doing Japanese equities and US equities. So I was working market hours, both markets. Yes, crazy. And I got to work that day at like 4 a.m. on the Monday. And I took a Ritalin. Don't ever do it. Like, talk to doctors first. I don't take it now, obviously. And I got my usual venti coffee from Starbucks. And I'm drinking the coffee. And I started kind of feeling a little bit weird. And I was thinking to myself, oh my God, okay, I'm just not going to talk today. I'm just going to stare at my monitor here on the trading floor. I'm not going to talk. And then the assistant on the desk said, Chris, your client is here. I was like, what client? And it was one of my clients from a big fund in Vancouver called Phillip, Hager North. And the client was there to meet with the vice chairman of Goldman Sachs. And I totally forgot. And I was feeling kind of weird because of, the drug I was on or whatever it is. And I can't believe I'm saying this because I would not, this is like my biggest secret for years. So bad. And so we went to the corner office. His name was Bob Steele. This is terrible. Can't believe I'm saying this. And my client was sitting here. And Bob Steele, the vice chairman of the bank, who eventually left to I think he ran Wachovia for a while during the crisis in 08 or 09. And Bob Steele, my client was here, and Bob Steele was here in Bob's badass office. And I was sitting in the middle on a couch. They were both on chairs. And Bob every now and then goes like this, right? It's kind of a bad habit. And every time he did that, I looked at him and I literally did this. No! And I'll never forget, I was like, fuck, what just happened? And I looked up and he was staring at me. And my client was like, and I just kind of I kept my eyes down. And I was tripping out, right, on this. This is awful. I can't believe I'm saying this. I shouldn't laugh. And then so I was like, okay, I'm gonna look down. I'm gonna STF at you. I'm not gonna talk anymore. And Bob is talking to my client for a while longer. And I was like, is he still picking his nose? I have to look. And this is like one of the top partners at Goldman. I was like, I have to look. I just have to look. I don't know why I had to look, but I was like, I'm not going to look, but I got to look. And so I went like this. And he was picking his nose and I could see all the pores and everything. And I went, no! And then, oh my God, dude, the death stare. And it was so uncomfortable for me, especially. And then finally, I don't know, like, time heals all wounds, sort of, not really, kind of, whatever. But then they're staring at each other and they keep talking. And I was like, F this, I'm not going to look anymore. And I was proud of myself. I didn't look at the nose picking incident the whole day. And I remember, so bad. I remember leaving his office and I was trying to kiss up to him, whatever, rightly so, after what I did was disastrous. And I said, sir, would you like me to close the door? And he just kind of gave me a death stare. And that was it. And the good thing is I was so junior then at Goldman that he wouldn't, I don't think he even remember. But that's, always talk to a doctor first before taking those supplements, whatever. But that's me. This is my life. This is, you asked for a crazy incident. And so that's one of many. And there's been many in my life. Many, 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 please. So anyway, hopefully you guys are still with me. Sorry for taking you down memory lane in that crazy area of my life. And there's many more. Okay. Greg is saying, yeah, go Yankees. I'm with you only because the Blue Jays are not in it. And I had so much fun when the Raptors, Toronto, when we won, right? Drake is cool now. When the Raptors won, I remember I was teasing my buddies, and they basically were saying, "Yeah, big deal. Your Americans beat our Americans." Right, Wrigley? Wrigley's a Golden State fan. All right. Next question is, Akil, why is life hard? I think it all depends, Akil. It all depends on your perception. Attitude is everything. It really is. It really is. And if a lot of setbacks, within reason, setbacks, you see it as kind of positive events because crisis creates opportunity, then I think you'll be even more successful and happier. And Winston Churchill, he had this quote, which I'm going to butcher, but he said he once met a man who was on his deathbed in the hospital. And this man said to Winston Churchill, I recall all the times in my life where I worried a lot about events that never occurred. And that's how I spent half my life. So perception becomes reality within reason. but especially from a business and career perspective, I always see crisis as an opportunity because people are quite often creatures of emotion and not creatures of logic. And that will help you to be a contrarian and think differently from everybody else and prosper in times of adversity. All right. And Vipul is saying, thank you, Chris. I've been attending your webcast for the last 2 months. Thank you. I just love the way you interact with us. It feels like someone is mentoring me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Up until that last coffee nose picking thing, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be upset with me now. Yeah. All right. I don't care. I mean, I care if all of you are upset at me, but everybody else in the world, I don't care. You guys are my students. My students, the customer's always right. You guys come first. All right. Next up is Property Search is saying short-term yield rates is now more than long-term yield rates historically. Okay. Inverted yield curve. It's a sign of coming recession. Do you think that we will have the recession in the next couple of years? Yeah. And so the reason that and we've had kind of a couple similar questions like this in today's call. So there's something called the yield curve. And the yield curve is just a chart. On the x-axis is the interest rate for government securities like bonds. And the x-axis is time and the y-axis is interest rate. And it looks like this. And basically it's telling you that investors think interest rates are going to be a lot lower in the future than they are today. I think that's what you're saying here, which means that we might be seeing a recession coming. And then my thoughts on that. I don't think of that. I don't think of economic cycles anymore. I'm just more of a bottoms up guy. You know, I buy stocks and companies I think are going to be more relevant and successful in the long run. And I try to think as long term as I can. And like Warren Buffett said, I try to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. And I like to buy stocks when there's blood in the streets. It reminds me of that old song, Peace Frog by the Doors. It's kind of a bad analogy, blood in the streets, but when everyone else is panicking, you know, I always look for the positive. Always. You know, stocks are cheap. You know, I love to buy broken stocks, but not broken companies. And when people freak out about recessions and geopolitical events, and I do care about this world very much, but I think people overreact most of the time, which I tend to see crisis as an opportunity from irrational movements in financial instruments. Yeah. All right. And Vipul is saying, by the way, I'm a dosa fan too. Best food ever, dude. Oh my God, it's so good. Love to see you in India. Hope we'll meet soon. Likewise. Thank you. Those dosas were, oh my God, best food ever. I love it. Melody in the house. Excellent, Melody. Welcome back. Melody is a teacher who's working on a Udemy course now. So what's your update? So you wrote here, I have an update. I have to scroll down. Michael, I'll get to your question in a second. And then, we had a Brexit one too. All right. And Melody is saying, Chris, I really appreciate, hold on a second. No. I skipped it. Melody wrote, I spoke with that employee and we were able to get through all our meetings with minimal interruptions. Oh, that's right. You were having that problematic employee. I think you asked a week or two ago about that. And then I think we talked about, I don't remember, but I think we might have talked about one of my books on, you know, working with employees and stuff. And then you wrote, Chris, I really appreciate you doing these love streams. Thank you. Oh, love streams. I don't know if that was a typo, but I love that, dude. I love that. Love streams. That's brilliant, actually. This is a weekly love stream. I love it. This is my weekly office hours love stream. Excellent. I love it. That is genius. You just coined an awesome term that I'm going to use from now on. All right. Thank you for that. And Melody's right here. I know sometimes I forget to say thanks, but again, thank you. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate. And you wrote, I was just shopping. I just left work. Awesome. I usually shop on company time all the time. No, thank you. God bless you. Love back at you. Thank you. All right. By the way, if anybody is listening and watching this webcast and you want to ask questions, but you're kind of worried that your boss or employee or whatever it is going to see your name. We have some people on the call. I know who they are. It's good. It's cool. That changed their name on the call, right? Or you can create another YouTube account just so it looks like a different name. Yeah. Okay. Thank you though. All right, cool. All right. And Aquahood is saying, is there a link to the YouTube course? Yeah. And Melody, if you're just joining us, looks like, so I released my complete YouTube course yesterday, and I have a free coupon for you. And I'm going to walk you through how to do it. So let's go here together, because I got a question here from Michael Aquaman on how to do this. So let's go together here, and I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm not making money. This is free for you. Okay. So in new incognito window, okay, which some people call private mode. Just kidding. All right. So we're going to go here to, let me make sure we're still recording. Okay, good. We're going to search here on, let me go to the new incognito window. Here it is here. Okay. We're going to go Udemy Chris Haroun. And when you go here, okay, you can type in right here the complete YouTube course, and you can type in it. Oh wow, 3.8. Let me scroll down and see those readings. 4 just came in. That's not that great, but it's still limited data. Let me just go down and check it out. Anybody write anything? Nothing written yet. Oof. Okay. But what you do, sorry, I got sidetracked there. You click buy now, you click have coupon. Okay. And right here, you enter this coupon code exactly. Ready? YouTube _456. Okay. And enter that in, and that will work for 20 people free. So do it right now if you can, please. And that's how you get access to the course for free. Okay. All right. Let me go back here. Get off that mode there. There we go. We're back. Here we are. Okay. Next up. Okay. So Richard is asking Brexit thoughts, please. Ooh, it's tough. So I haven't had that much business exposure to Brexit or impact, but I was impacted like a year or two ago by I was trying to copyright and trademark my courses globally, and I talked to copyright lawyers, international copyright lawyers, and they can help me every region of the world except for the UK because of Brexit. There's no precedent at this time, so a lot of people are like, we don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea. We have no idea. But I think that I think the media is overdoing it. You know, I don't think things are as bad as we think they are. The media has to sell papers, and they're trying to compete with these things. And younger people, they don't watch the news anymore. They watch YouTube. Like if you have kids, they don't watch TV, right? They watch these things. And so what happens is the media is a little bit too extreme, right? With clickbait, so to speak, or whatever it is. So I'm a little bit more optimistic. I'm certainly not an expert at all in this area. But I don't know. I mean, United Kingdom is all, they you've had your own currency. You kind of been separate, but sort of part of the EU. I don't know. I don't think these are going to be as awful from a disruption perspective as people think, but it certainly won't be positive initially. And all markets globally, markets hate uncertainty. Yeah. Fear and greed, that's what motivates markets. Yeah. But I don't have much more thought on that story. But I did watch a movie on HBO on Brexit, which was fascinating. I love business movies. It was great. It was with the dude that's in the Imitation Game, or he was in Doctor Strange as well. I can't remember his name. Yeah. All right, next up is ITZ is saying, thanks for all the answers. Awesome stories. Thank you. My pleasure. And then we've got John Clee, who's saying, do you believe in dollar cost averaging? I do. I mean, I automatically buy. I mean, I used to do more of it when I worked for other people, and I had money taken out of my paycheck every 2 weeks to go into my 401k account. I would just buy more and more stocks and dollar average into it. But I kind of look now and just buy on when there's massive pullbacks as well. That's just how I roll. So theoretically, I do believe in it. Yeah. Especially since the average return in the stock market historically is 15%. Yeah, you're gonna buy sometimes at the peak of the market. It's gonna hurt, but in the long run, you'll be fine. Yeah. All right. And John is saying accrual accounting and deferred expenses. Ooh. Just need a quick overview. Thanks. Talk to you next week. Yeah, that's kind of a long answer. Take my, I appreciate the question, but take my Introduction to Finance Accounting Modeling and Valuation course. It's 4.5 hours, and I go through that in a little bit more detail. Deferred expenses, it's tricky from a cash flow perspective as well, because you're also bringing up the concept of GAAP versus pro forma based on whether or not these are real cash expenses or not, which I talk about in the course. Yeah. All right. And then Juan is saying, if you still have some time, I'm a Spanish native speaker who can speak and write English. I've moved to England. I'm 34 with a degree in foreign trade, but always run and administer hospitality businesses. And I'm thinking about changing careers, but I'm having a hard time on describing my capabilities right now. How would you do that? So what I recommend is kind of a long answer, and I want to be resourceful and helpful. So take my complete job course, and there's a lifetime guarantee on that, and that will help you position yourself. But what you really have to do is you have to look at where you want to be career-wise in 10 years and write down your goals. And then change your LinkedIn profile based on that, which I teach in a lot of detail in the complete job course. So please check out that course. Again, there's a lifetime guarantee. And if you have questions after checking that out, please let me know. And don't forget to network like crazy as well, which is the third crux I talk about in that complete job course. I talk about networking LinkedIn as well as LinkedIn resume as well as interviewing. Yeah, but business is all about networking, and relationships are always more important than product knowledge. Yeah. All right. Let me scroll down a bit more. Hold on a second. All right. If I missed anybody in the mean, let me know, please. Juan Pablo, saying thank you. Great choice of words. Thank you. And then if I'm reading test me, it's comments now. There's not that many questions left. So if you have a question, enter it now, please. So any questions above test me question here that I missed, just enter your question again, please. And so the question is, what ideas do you have for digital transformation business? And you have to be you have to be a little bit more specific than that. It's a great question. It's generic, high level, but I want to best answer the question for you. So maybe if you want, you can let me know what sector you're talking about that you want to think about digital transformations in, because every sector is a little bit different. Thanks. All right. All right. Yeah, you did get the lotto. Yeah. Thanks, Melody. And Melody saying, I'm driving, so I can't type, but I'm listening. Awesome. So Melody, here's a picture I just shared with you. You got to check this out. It's life-changing. I'm just kidding. I know you're driving. Don't look. I'm kidding. All right. And what I do actually is interesting. In my car, what I do is I have a very, very short iPhone charger, so that we're not allowed to, I want my kids, Andrew's going to be driving next year. I want him to get used to not being able to charge his phone in my car, and just safety first always. All right. So Michael is saying, just got it, Chris. Thank you big time for that. Superb. Happy days, as we sometimes say in this part of London. Awesome. And when superb, I say that, I always say that word. I love that. And happy days for me was, I used to watch that TV show years ago in Canada. That's how Ron Howard got his start. Or not in Canada. Yeah, I was in Canada, but it was an American show. That's how Ron Howard got his start. And Henry Winkler used to say, hey, which is cool. But if you do that now, it's like, hey. I love that. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate it. And Melody is saying, are you going to be in Georgia anytime soon? Unfortunately not. I've been there once. Actually, it's interesting. I went there for a Hewlett-Packard conference when I was working at a hedge fund years ago in 2003. And when I was there, it was fascinating because what happened was, I think it was the summer 2003, the power went out in New York City. And when I was there in Georgia, Atlanta, I was right by CNN's headquarters. I was like, screw it. I'm going to get a tour of CNN. This might be interesting. And so I went for a tour, and the power went out in New York City, and it was just a power outage, right? But I saw the CNN floor erupt It was chaos because they thought it might have been a terrorist incident at that time. I got to see that live, and it was a good trip though. I like it. It was fun. It's fun. I like Atlanta. Yeah. Definitely, Melody. Absolutely. When I'm there, and I'm going to do it eventually. I will. It would be great to meet up. And then Gregory is saying, "Have a great day. See you next week. Awesome. You too." And Aquahood is saying, "Loved Fonzie. Happy Days equals cool." Yeah, I even remember Happy Days when it first was released. I was like a little kid, obviously, but the song was, before they had 1, 2, 3, 4 Happy Days, the song was Rock Around the Clock at the beginning. Yeah, and Al was cool. And Potsy. Whatever happened to Potsy? I have to Wikipedia Potsy later, find out what happened to him. Yeah, those are fun times. Those are fun times. And Vipul is saying, yesterday I was watching one of your videos on YouTube. When I clicked on that video, the great thing about the video is your ad was coming on your video. Oh, cool. Very cool. Cool. Yeah, I do that sometimes with cards in the corner. We're kind of experimenting with that. It's fun. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you. No, appreciate it. It's excellent. Well, if you guys haven't checked out the complete YouTube course, check it out now. So I provided a free code. It'll work for 20 people. As I mentioned before, it's all caps YouTube _456. It'll work 20 times. I want to thank you all for your time. Hold on a second. Melody wrote here. This is funny because I actually use that hey signs as my morning greeting for my students, like we have a good time. Hey, I love it. Very cool. Thank you. Henry Winkler's still funny. He's still doing shows. Yeah. He's on that show Barry now, I think on HBO or Showtime. Yeah. It's funny. Cool. Excellent. So I want to thank you all for your time. Check out the complete YouTube course. The free code, which works only 20 times, is all caps YouTube _456. And if you don't subscribe to my vlog, I will see you next week. But if you do subscribe to my vlog, I'll see you mañana. Have a great weekend. God bless. And I will see you all next Thursday at 8 a.m. San Francisco time. And if you're in the Bay Area that day, what we're going to do is after that call, maybe 15 minutes after the call, let me know during the webcast. But I'm going to come down and meet with people in Millbrae at a place called Paris Baguette, which is right by the San Francisco airport. If you guys are up for it. I know a couple of you said you'll be there. So anyway, have a good one, everybody. And thanks again.